most legendary reverse sweeps I've ever seen in Brawl Stars. Chef's kiss.
I think both Day 1 and Day 2 show us that the script is out of the window at this point. This tournament writes its own story.
This is a tough one to call. I really don't know what's going to happen today.
Our grand final's going to be nuts if we get these two EMEA teams because they know each other so very well. They're going to leave it all out there.
I expect to see SK Gaming make it through to the grand finals.
One thing's for sure, it's going to be epic.
Whether you are at home or right here at DreamHack Dallas, welcome to the Brawl Cup and welcome to Championship Sunday. Our teams are on the precipice of greatness, but only one team can secure that spot for their region at the World Finals later in the year. So DreamHack, are you ready to find the most
Hello, Primal. I was just not talking. How are you?
Let's do it.
How's the audio?
The very first battle of the regions, where 8 teams from around the world aren't just playing for themselves. They're fighting for their flag, their people, their pride. Teams brawled through the
Audio's good? Okay.
They earned their place here at the Brawl Cup and now stand ready to represent their region on a global stage. With 2 LCQ slots and 1 World
I took a little nap for like
this weekend will
15 minutes.
for the rest of the year.
Here comes the move. Luffy taken down by Joker, but now it's Lena, and it's not enough. Turret to use. Humble, 50%. Crazy Raccoon have fallen short.
From the heart of Dallas, Texas, let the battle of the regions begin.
It's at 11. I see.
It's Championship Sunday, the final day of the Brawl Cup. Live from DreamHack Dallas, SK Gaming and Humble repping EMEA, the geniuses of
Hopefully, having
Southeast
fun.
Asia, and the breakout stars Toxic Lotus from mainland China. Today, one of them becomes the first ever Brawl Cup champion. One will take the crown and earn a bonus World Final slot for their region. So, I hope you two brought the hype. Ark, Uber, you ready?
I've never
Make
I've
her
been accused of
run
many
for
things, but
what?
Bringing the hype, not one of them. Not me, not ever.
Turn me up is not the problem. It's turning me down, isn't it?
Anything that you want to
Oh, Gito, thank you for the 55 watch streak. To buy you some clothes, W.
I'm glad we got a GSL format to have a look at these teams, right? It's 2 groups of 4 with the top 2 advancing, but a second chance for one of the teams in those groups who do lose their opening game. Now, though, no second chances.
My activity feed on Twitch is so cooked. My whole, like, the whole screen on there is just redeeming for second and third for the most part.
No second chances. This is it, folks.
I gotta say, I do love the format, the way it's gone down. The second chance that are just allowed before the nitty-gritty starts to settle in with the elimination rounds. You can see here.
Yeah, Primal, right after you DM me, I literally closed my eyes for like 15 minutes.
Not one. I mean, that's what's astonishing to me. I don't think that's going to be the case today. That division will be their opponent in this first game, but that semi-final, SK Gaming versus Toxic Lotus. What do they have up their sleeves still, this team from mainland China?
Yeah, I was tired.
Really
I feel better now, though.
A lot, and they've got a really deep understanding of the metagame.
And then on the other side, we have Humble versus State Division, a World Finals rematch from 2024. We all predicted, and I hope you did too. Do you play Brawl Stars?
93% for SK.
Get your predictions in over at event.brawlstars.com right now and get those few more XP along the line. Now, looking at those predictions, guys, I see a lot of.
I want one of those exclusive pins for all.
You were coming on stage trying to SK and just like, you know, there was definitely, I felt a little bit of bias going on.
That's the guy wearing blue.
I mean, EMEA, baby, EMEA, come on, like, we got to be doing it, right? I mean, I don't think that it's nearly as clear-cut, I will say. I just have a few reservations on Toxic Lotus because this is SK Gaming.
Yeah, I wonder.
Didn't deny it. At this point, it is what it is.
And it takes years and years to build up that bag of tricks. Can they dig deeper into that? Because teams like SK and Humble, they prepared and they expected to be in this day 3, whereas Toxic Lotus did not. SK Gaming, anything less than utter victory here is unacceptable.
This is not a squad that looks to gain second place. This is a squad that wants to go all the way. And they've never looked better. That can't be denied. You know, SK Gaming's start of the season has been phenomenal. two monthly final wins in this roster of Joker, Yoshi, and OPE.
Okay,
It
Primal.
just seems to have the perfect synergy.
But no one thought they would. No one thought going back to the well and putting Ope back on this team would actually give SK the boost they needed to kind of become the undisputed #1 team in EMEA. He was on this roster, right? I think his fallibilities and his shortcomings were really obvious in that 2023 run. But he's matured since then. He's become an incredible drafter. So his brain, alongside that of Joker, these guys just seem impenetrable when it comes to the mental side of the game.
We want to see what they can do against Toxic Lotus today. Let's see if they can defend that EMEA slot. We have a second team, but hey, and they.
Let's say, yeah, we just went live for the SK, but wonder if Humble might choke today or they take home the prize. I went for Humble winning this. What is this picture?
They asked to describe
It's yeah, he told me.
does need a bit of context, otherwise
It's like, hope y'all having fun.
That's how Ope says it, right? We're just dogs.
give that person a raise.
The problem is, like, in German, that word has a meaning as well. It's a problem. So, like, a joke is like, what do you mean, doch?
How you doing, SCA? And you made him pay for sure.
Eventually, but I do think that that Joker guy is crazy. He's always put in the toughest position on this team. He's expected to do the most with the least, and he's often put in loops.
Yeah, I think SK is gonna win against Toxic Lotus. I think Humble is gonna win against Zeta, and then Humble is gonna win against SK. That's what I think is gonna happen. I'm not sure if it's gonna actually, you know, but we'll see. That's the only one. Yeah, I took. Well, actually, I fell asleep. Well, so James got me some Chipotle yesterday, and I literally ate that as soon as I finished the stream, and then I passed out at like 5 p.m. and I woke up at 12 a.m. Crazy Primal.
Recognized around the world, and it's impossible not to love how they've come into this competition, how they've blown away our expectations, and regardless of what happens.
Yeah, so I've been up since 12 a.m. today. It is now 12 p.m.
Yeah, Star Dragon couldn't even translate the interview properly because he was so emotional.
And then I took a 15-minute nap right before I went live. So, you know, we're feeling refreshed right now. Let's go to your brother real quick. Okay. They both sound chill, Primal. It's really nice.
At minimum for this team is incredible. I mean, and who knows how far they can truly go.
The gap between the regions is closing. Toxic Lotus.
She ain't chill. Let's hope she doesn't see that then. Scary woman for sure. Scarier than Bubbles.
They're taking every opportunity they can get, and they're getting
Scarier than
better with every
Bubbles.
event they show up.
I love this.
Bubbles is not scary. She uses me as a back support, so I be chilling.
Toxic Lotus have not only just picked a gimmicky brawler here, but they're building an entire strategy around taking eyes off engine.
Hello, Mel. How are you?
To work on the safe with that star power that, of course, allows Miko to double his damage against inanimate objects or
Yes, the duck support. When is it big people in Roblox? Okay, whenever she streams Roblox, I tap her stream. Sometimes I look at chat, but like I don't pay attention to Roblox gameplay whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean this team, man, they're exciting. I do have to wonder, like, okay, now they go up against a team who don't leave any.
I'm chilling though.
Gaps in their drafts, and they're gonna ban Miko. So now that's
Do I have any Levi? Fair enough.
Yeah, you basically give them any high map. Now, if you're SK Gaming, you've got Ope.
The backshot evil is crazy.
And they're gonna make sure they can still put a very strong SK strategy out there too.
The stage is set. Let's get started.
Yeah, too. His name is Scarier. His name is Scarier. Well, honestly, I get it. I mean, not for Mandy specifically, but like I get it in general.
Lotus is probably the most underestimated team. Also, when we scrimmed, they were the only team really that beat us, and they play really different stuff to this. They have a different meta to us, and I'm curious to play against them. I think against Toxic Lotus, it all comes down to the draft.
我觉得我们赢的特点一定是我们拿出自己最擅长、最自信的英雄。我觉得虽然 SK 是强队，但我们不畏惧 SK。我们拿下了北美赛区，又拿下了南美赛区。
The little arrow right there is so annoying. Can it go away? Is it just never gonna go away? I've just noticed that. Was that there yesterday? TL will win, surely Snicker.
It's truly special that as of now, everyone gets to witness
No,
the
not Mandy.
drive behind Toxic Lotus. They are mechanically the best in their region. Really, the big difference is that they have Star Dragon as their coach now. He's been absolutely
One duck versus 100 muffins. Duck will win.
SK Gaming are going to win. They were my favorite
Look at
team
Mike
to win
Day.
the tournament. I feel like they have solid drafts. The mechanics are there.
You
EMEA is
Vito?
battle tested. The
No
Toxic
way.
Lotus have made an incredible run. I think it ends here.
Can they lock it in and make it to the final?
You're right about this person.
Go crazy. It is your first
So
semi-final.
is return just on Twitch right now. Appreciate for tapping the YouTube stream. YouTube should have like no delay now
SK Gaming's team consists
compared to
of
how it used to be.
Ope and Yoshi. Their opponents stepping onto the stage.
95% is crazy.
Lotus.
Help.
Have Talk, Engine,
I'm not getting in between domestic affairs.
It's another battle of the regions. EMEA versus mainland China. SK Gaming versus Toxic Lotus.
And Kenny there in the pre-roll is saying he thinks this is the end of the road for Toxic Lotus. I think at some point, like, we have to take stock of things and go, it's going to get harder and harder from here on out for this team.
Violence? I don't see any violence from Tay. Tay is just a chill girl.
I've never wanted more
These maps are lit.
honestly, and it's been
Yeah, I like
such
these
an
maps.
incredible journey. I think it's that feeling
Shut up,
none of
Primal.
us wanted to end. And that is the question on everyone's mind. You know, is it that just that wonder story, that Cinderella fairy tale, that Toxic Lotus can go the distance? Could they be in this grand final?
But SK Gaming,
Don't
the
say
other
that
story,
name
they've
here.
Never really had the privilege of being that underdog team, right? The hard work,
I've been watching you, been taking a break. It could be better. How about you, Zon? Hopefully you're doing well.
expected to kind of go all the way. The weight of that sits on them, and I think it adds to pressure in situations like this. But
What
they've done a good
happened?
job,
I
and that
mean,
is just to close the deal,
stuff.
to land the plane, to execute on all these months of training and that hard work in EMEA.
To win a global event, SK Gaming, despite
It wasn't like anything toxic, but she just don't want to talk, so it is what it is.
Crazy.
It's fine. You just let it go.
Side of SK Gaming and only 7 for Toxic Lotus. You just touched on it. We don't have them as the underdogs here, SK Gaming, but honestly, Toxic Lotus are looking fiercer than expected.
And Tay gets what Tay wants. Exactly. Right, Primal?
Let's see if they can do the same with the first team of the EMEA.
Coming to our draft here now. Like we mentioned, SK Gaming amongst the very best drafting teams in the world. It's one of the reasons why they wanted to bring Ope into this team. A dual purpose, a great tank player, but someone who could step into the shoes of someone like Lenara and really add more into that pre-game phase. Some ideas, just mix it up a little bit with Joker, who's already heralded as a bit of a mastermind, and come up with a perfect answer. You need something tailor-made.
Wouldn't the
to a
7%
team
snicker,
like
right?
Toxic Lotus. And can you target all of those sort of niche brawls they're bringing in? The answer is probably not, but they've already targeted the Charlie here. So it's likely that they're looking to play Draco, or a brawler that does not want to deal with that kind of stopping power that the Cocoon offers. Griff will be the opener.
Have fun, Primal.
Yeah, it's certainly a Pedro special there because SK Gaming would never ban a Charlie. Double thinks, I think that is wise. The loot ban as well on the side of Toxic Lotus looking to shut down those tanks also. But Frank Hank certainly is a concern here. That's Hypercharge addition now to Griff. Really cutting its worth. Ring of Fire, a tough map to retake, and you want something aggressive for those lane sides.
Okay, have fun with that, Tay.
So having some extra HP
Sounds like you'll be having a blast.
Hypercharge ignoring walls or going through them really removes one of the core weaknesses that Griff had, was that, you know, cashback was blocked by terrain and you couldn't hit people on the other side of those walls. Toxic Lotus here with a very reasonable, surprisingly, first pick. They start with the Bees. She's been heavily contested as of late, but there are a number of ballers that can cause her problems. Finks, though, has been banned. That's been the go-to in the past to sort of neutralize the impact of that Beast, slowing those projectiles down to
Smart, yes.
making it easy
Very
to dodge
intelligent.
on the point. Neither team wanted to allow for the possibility of Finks here, but still have another pick coming through from Toxic Lotus. Do they mix in a thrower? The answer is yes. Mary
Very.
comes in.
Kenji's
Interesting.
available here, and Joker is one of the
This could be a
best
Kenji game.
players, not just in the EMEA, but in the world, and I'm just a little bit scared for Toxic Lotus in that regard. They've got the berry heals, they've got no tank to combine with it yet. There's still Hank, there's still Kenji. Those are dangerous.
Ew, don't mention Mile here, LSTA.
Definitely could be a possibility to consider here for SK Gaming. They've got somewhat of a tank counter already, but they haven't got
I will
the
be
tank
telling
yet.
Bubbles, so.
And I'm kind of surprised this week we haven't seen as many healing combos from
Bucket
SK
cab.
So it's great
No,
to
you
see
gotta
Kenji
walk
just
with
off
your
now.
girl and her
SK
brother.
doing long-range stuff. Okay, it's looking like a very different
Oh,
opening
we
to
got a
start
YouTube
for
sub,
them.
but I don't have my OBS open, so I can't even check who it was.
So this is
I
very
assume it was
interesting,
on though.
but Juju is open. She's one of the only throwers that can actually stand on those bushes and hit the back of
No,
that
B
opponent.
is still
With the extra
viable
range that she has, she can
today.
also use the little
Barry
element
played
that is
well. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago?
like slowing.
There was a really good Barry. I think that was yesterday.
The SK Gaming might also be looking
True,
for something
Primal.
a little bit more durable. The Griff here adds an interesting element of wall breaking. There's a Hank, so feels like start to finish SK
Hank,
Gaming
okay.
a great draft with great defensive potential behind these nest eggs as well. Punishing Toxic Lotus first, stepping too
Was it
far.
Humble? Yeah, it was.
SK, it's
Wait,
a
was
good
it?
thing for the Kenji almost, having the belt to be able to mark
It was
that
Humble
down.
and Doom Beatles, wasn't it?
Play into Hank as well with Super.
Yeah, the
It's a
match
great
just started
result. Those
mythical.
prime brawlers to be able to
This
really
is the
shut that idea
first
down, and
set.
again, if it's available, you know that SK are gonna
First
pick up what
draft,
they
first
feel
match.
It's the right time in the draft to do so. So the fact they haven't means that they might be laying a trap here to be Draco for Toxic Lotus. Again,
Okay.
solid brawler that's been
I kind of
very
expected a Draco, but I didn't know they would actually go into
so,
Griff.
quite a nice brawler, especially combined with the
But
Baby. Both sides quite evenly matched in this respect.
let's see what
One
happens.
thing I've got to say about Toxic Lotus and the Chinese mainland region is that their drafts, they're really keeping up with the rest of the world.
ITO
And prior to
draft,
this
yeah.
period of time, that has
Let's
been
see how this
something
Draco
that
plays.
So both teams
It depends on who's on it. They might put Engine on the Draco, but Engine didn't even really play good until near the end of yesterday.
Wanting to knock up the Hank and interrupt the bubble, but normally you should expect to see that last stand being picked up. Talk versus Joker in the mid. You've got to
Totally not biased, exactly, Snicker.
Truly someone to
We
be
need
feared.
Joker to cook,
Talk confidently
or
leading
Talk
among
to
those
cook.
ice cream puddles getting topped up by OU.
Joker missed the mark, but the taps that led up to it to be able to obtain it so quickly were fierce. Nice flow there from TOC, connecting nicely with Yoshi. And now again, Joker's
That was an
working
interesting
out
break.
in this mid.
Maybe just so the Draco doesn't sneak by, even if he wins the right lane. Welcome back, Primal. It's really even right now. Holy. Bro, Talk is actually the best player in mainland China. Engine is cooking too.
Joker really needs to connect these shots. He's actually struggled in the 1v1 against Talk thus far, but he will fall. That was a marked beast. There should have been an easy target for Joker to deal with. Engine knows going to step up, and that gadget will be off cooldown by his next foray into the backline, and expected to look the same. Pop that last stand to at least get a kill on Ope, if not both him and Yoshi.
36 apiece. Now Yoshi.
I kind of like it and don't like that wall break at the same time. Oh, Yoshi's cooking. Joker? I didn't even know Joker streamed, to be honest.
This one is so close.
OU thought that Yoshi was trying to fight him. Yoshi ignored him entirely and went straight after Tok. Was able to take the B down and give SK a little bit of a lead, but it is a slim one. This is a close game, and those ice cream puddles are a bit of a nuisance for SK, who want to contest this. They have to take damage in order to do so. Joker has a hypercharge though, so guaranteed mark there on Tok. OU got a super in for some extra healing. Here comes Engine Dragon form now, but he's going to be outranged by Ope.
Bolt hyper.
Respectively. Hypercharge super comes in from Ope. The grip down
Good
to
hyper
12.
from Ope.
SK Gaming.
Is Joker the Spanish one? Isn't Yoshi the Spanish one?
Just buying their time and then exploding onto the map, leaving Toxic Lotus to have to come back in off that spawn side. As now we approach 80%, Joker with another mark, but it is missed this time round. And meanwhile, End with a lovely pinch on that right-hand side coming in.
Wow,
Getting on
this
the
is
fighter on
already
Rex.
such a competitive
Now Yoshi
set,
then
and it's literally the first match. It's not even like if anything else. It's literally the first game. You can already see how competitive it is.
Take this mid.
And all the while, Ope's been destroying that terrain behind SK, making sure Engine has nowhere to hide if he tries to wrap around and flank them. There's a hypercharge coming out from OU. Too much healing for SK to deal with, but they've got a bit of a lead to work with still.
When did China get so good?
Shots coming in from Joker now. He needs to
Was Talk here last year?
grouping up, but here come SK
Good cleanup.
Last push should get them there. 2% and they're home. What a start. Slow and steady wins the race.
That was a crazy start.
Because Toxic Lotus were creeping forward. And again, this is how
Yeah, Lotus was never this good. They got some heavy hitters now.
Ahead of themselves. Just keeping that control and not panicking. Getting that first step as they know really is some good leverage going into the series.
First game in World Scene. This is not their first game in World Scene. But I don't think... I don't remember. I know OU was here before. I don't remember if Engine or Talk was here before, though. No, there's been... China has been in here for, like, every year, I think. But they stopped getting Insta World spots and had to go through LZQ last year.
Down on that and just ensure the accuracy. And with POC there on that B pick, that's quite a dangerous prospect. OU was able to clear the nest egg there after SK got wiped.
Look at Talk, bro. He's cooking.
Beautiful shot there by Talk. Honestly, kind of gapping that mid matchup. And Yoshi looks a little bit awkward here. Hypercharged super pop, the fish caught tornadoes rather keep him healthy. Torpedo, should I say. Engine's going to jump into that dragon form now, and Toxic Lotus are way ahead of SK here. Yeah, this really is a night and day difference, isn't it? And just the way that Tok is landing these speed taps is keeping SK Gaming continuously on the spawn cycle. Yoshi was trying to get behind the field of action, but didn't really come to deter Toxic Lotus in any way. Now, huge shields coming in.
I really like how mainland China is playing this. They're like, OU and Talk backs up, let Engine go in and cook, and then support him. This is actually insane. What if China actually wins the tourney?
Therein lies the danger of that Draco in this composition. If you can get into the enemy backline, cycle some of those gadgets. It's very, very hard for SK ever to have some breathing space. We're headed to a decider here now. In Ring of Fire, series has already delivered. Now SK need to wake up.
Well, Engine creeping his left-hand side now, slowed by Yoshi. And OP trying to get the pinch, but Joker's got his hands pulled in the center, but now the mark should fall. A good break on that left-hand side as well to open things up for Joker. SK can start to push forward, 23%, and a good start for Toxic Lotus, but now SK...
Talk just doesn't stop shooting. Joker already got a hypercharge? OP is dead. Joker's starting to cook more though. Oh wait, the hyper actually hits them. That was a good hyper from Yoshi. Hello Ali, how are you? See, touchy. You can go touch Ace. Good hyper from Ope.
And looks like Toxic Lotus, their mouth wrote a check they couldn't cash. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful from OPE. At just the right time now for SK to get some valuable momentum in this set. Engine low again, popping the gadget there, but not going to
Joker, nice, okay.
OPE and Joker staying firm at 85%. Toka's going to land every single shot to have.
Is it OP or is it OPE? I've heard both pronunciations. Nice cleanup, SK. What's his ethnicity? I don't know.
Joker for me is a standout. Bell, her impact over the game sometimes is pretty subtle. Because she's not exactly the flashiest of brawler, but with Joker hitting shot after shot, and with OU having to play so close to Talk to give that healing, you see Joker's DPS.
I went for SK.
Disgusting. Talk though,
I made a video on my predictions. It's like less than 2 minutes.
Really dictated the flow of the set.
Tok was playing phenomenally well. But I do got to point out the fact that Joker's DPS for a Bell pick on being on par with him is crazy, isn't it, really? And a couple of his marks were missed by him as well. So, again, just getting his thumbs warmed up. But it was OP there for me.
He attacked some help, literally.
In both the sets, both the games, rather, of which they won in that set, really were a lot to do with him obtaining that, but also landing that hyper charge and getting the maximum value on it. Is why Griff now just kind of elevating forwards into the meta. It's a great thing to see, but for SK Gaming, they need that first set. If they were crumbling at that stage of the competition today, then Toxic Lotus are that team that can really start to snowball some momentum here.
And the secret to taking on that Draco pick is to try and force the gadget out of Draco early when he's still on the other side of the map.
That scream caught me off guard.
He doesn't actually have the ability to step into the backline of SK Gaming and go nuts with that super. Hard to do, but if you push up and you take point control and you get your Hank into the enemy bushes, it gets really
Thank you,
hard for
Primal.
Toxic Lotus to be able to put their
That helped me a
team in
lot.
position to succeed. Kaboom Canyon is up
Probably
now.
pronounced in the French way. I don't know how to pronounce his name in French. I haven't had a French class since
Joker wasn't born yesterday.
11th grade. Well, I had it in 11th and 10th grade. I mean, 11th and 12th grade, but 12th grade was COVID time, so
Go another direction and
I don't
believe that they
remember
can actually
anything that
fight
happened that year.
and beat them. Do they leave it open?
It's one of those maps where you got to have
Ope.
control, in my opinion. Utilize the bush. Right now, Angelo, SK like to pick Eve in that regard and just kind of go with that.
I think I would
Attacking
just say OPE,
played pretty well
to be
with the
honest.
Brawlers. I think as well, Lily's got a good place here, probably worth a ban.
Right,
Quite a
Primal.
consideration of it. Melody can't leave a brawler like that on the safe, and her ability to dash forwards and
You're gonna run the monkey and win,
around the
literally.
situation definitely will be kept under careful control. Carl, any brawler that can kind of dash over that kind of water side and close the gap onto the safe. Daryl, if you really are struggling, and it's kind of the hand-down pick. So yeah, Eve banned, Miko banned, of course, Lily. Finks ban is an interesting one. Lily, Lumi there, and Colette. No Kenji ban. Is it the best place for it? I'm not overly convinced, but it's certainly something of just a simple consideration.
Yeah, I mean, Kenji just is powerful, pretty agnostic of the map and mode. I think Finks is a pretty heads-up ban against SK because if you can control the middle of the map here in Kaboom Canyon, Finks amazing at doing so with his super, then it can be pretty hard to sort of break back into the game if you're the team that's dealing with the things. Oh, yes. We love a
Chuck,
little bit of Chuck.
finally.
Often a brawler that attracts a ban. Coming into a map like this, we know Chuck's a real nuisance. He's someone who's going to demand a response from Toxic Lotus. So just how good is this Star Dragon draft? Do they go to the extent of
I think you have Ali.
something into this Chuck to try and intercept him?
Yeah, Cordelis is my
The
first
Chuck can't
favourite
win,
idea
it can
that
win.
comes to mind. Charlie's a possibility.
It has the ability
I'm
to
not a
win.
fan of it. It's just something that we've seen played around primarily in East Asia, and it didn't work out well yesterday. Carl going to come in love with that pick for Toxic Lotus. And a chance to follow up. They've got to have
Defensive
some control
pick.
playing
I
down.
mean, the
Chuck
Chuck
now
is gonna be
forces
sitting on their
control
safe the whole
of the
game.
aggressive and ignore the Chuck. That's kind of my preferred strategy. Just go all in.
There's the Melody.
Exactly that. This is perfect.
Chuck
This is
versus
perfect
Melody.
example from Toxic Lotus exactly how to play it. One of the strongest brawlers, not banned out. Melody, of course, cannot be left untouched on the safe. So SK now have got some careful consideration to do here. The Angelo is still available. Again, one that they would normally tend to draft a ban for, but is open. And if they want to do that, to try to just have that strategy straight through the middle, is an option.
SK Gaming know it goes one of two ways when you pick Chuck. They either try and counter you with brawlers that are very good duelists and can take Chuck out of the game, or they just go for a rushdown comp of
It
their
looks
own.
like they might be trying to go to base race.
Known as being a particularly high DPS brawler, but now she can dive in onto that safe. She has all the potential and still have access to
Okay,
advantage
the
if she
Charlie.
needed.
I like the Charlie.
And the Charlie's taken away. This almost feels like this is taken away from Toxic
Exactly.
Lotus, a potential answer to the Chuck, but they can also make great use of the Cocoon if they can connect onto Engine or Tonk.
It's kind of wild. I don't necessarily mind it. I can see Charlie working pretty well into the Carl, but certainly wasn't my thoughts coming into this.
Hello,
I thought
Muffin, how are you?
being able to pick it up and have
Forget
it as a
Pokey.
measure, against that Chuck.
I don't know how you could
Kind of
want
past my
Pokey in the
reservation
first
there.
place, but
Is our SK1
interesting.
really utilize that Charlie pick, or is it simply just a
It's
taking
SK
away from Toxic
French.
Lotus?
Something that's overlooked about Charlie is that her DPS against target, she's very close.
I'm pretty sure. Aren't they located in Germany?
Travels out from her and then back.
Pretty sure SK is located in Germany.
Have a reload time outside of that. It's just the travel time. So genuinely a monster when it comes to going onto that turret. The Spiderlings help as well.
How you doing, my friend?
Grouping in from Toxic Lotus. They want to go for this.
Damn, they. Oh, he missed it. He missed the super.
Engine. So now gadget pop by engine does trigger that first stage on the safe. Same though on the other side of the map. Chuck's already gone and done his job. Yoshi been effective. But
Wait, does Yoshi know?
he's gonna go for it again.
Yeah, 25% from SK Gaming could have been avoided there had that cocoon landed the mark. OP
I don't know if he knows the
charge,
setup.
trying to close the gap with that additional speed, gets one tap and now follow up. Meanwhile, it's 50% on pretty much both safes here. Somewhat of a base race. And SK
OP
Gaming
is missing every single super.
Okay, getting dangerous here. I think Yoshi realizes he's got a double.
Oh no, this is over. This is over. OP is missed every single super, bro. Alright, good night, Primal. Appreciate bringing it up with me. And good night to Say and her brother.
Yeah, SK Gaming looking a little bit rattled because if Toxic Lotus wants to finish the game that quick,
Yeah, true, Gito. You don't know the Chuck placement, no.
how this right-hand side lane fares, as again, it's the strategy that they've got to go for. The Chuck
If Super Noob was playing the Chuck, they would win this.
now Joker coming in, the cocoon as well was a pretty decent way to deter the onset. So now SK Gaming can start to defend better. And look at that damage already done by OPE on the same.
Engine, okay. Joker had to find that shot.
Yoshi is Spanish. I don't know about Joker.
The lion's share of the damage on the safe here, and Joker doesn't quite connect the jump. Fortunately, he's able to get back.
Oh, he is a super.
Here we go, damage on SK Gaming safe, though Yoshi's still going to work. My goodness, he shoulders the pickaxe and he's getting at it here. Yoshi has to try and burst this safe down. Backs up a little bit now. It's getting a bit heavy, though, on the SK side of the map. They're getting a little bit low. 25%.
No, this is over.
Yoshi's trying to go for it, charging on in, and he
Crazy.
doesn't get there. He doesn't have the damage.
Joker is German. I see.
Turns out 3 brawlers are better than 1 when it comes to the base race. And that's a quickly taken set by Toxic Lotus.
4% is all that was in it. But it's the strategy there that really shines through for me from Toxic Lotus. That it's exactly what you do against the Chuck. And the stats say exactly that same story. You ignore it. You go on the aggressive. The melody for those DPSs onto the safe, the berry to ensure it. And the Carl just gets stuck in that bottom right-hand side corner. Be a menace. Survive, heal up, and remain a problem. That was absolutely perfect from Toxic Lotus there.
Why are we looking at the club list?
It's not the time or the place for base races.
No, it doesn't work out for them.
Oh, there's a
Ironically,
question.
It's the berry of OU that has the most safe
I missed
damage on
it.
Toxic Lotus because he's able just to
Unfortunate.
get that ticking ice cream field going and going. And probably wasn't having to suffer any of the cocoons from the Charlie. Like, no one's looking at OU as someone who's going to be the lion's share of good damage.
If the Chuck was Super Noob, they would have won that, to be honest. But Yoshi doesn't know the setup.
Toxic Lotus, perfect game plan. And they must have tested that against the Chuck. They realized they can actually overwhelm, but I mean, there's a white knuckle finish for both teams either way. Hideout is up next. It's going to be our bounty map.
You don't often see Barry, honestly, in Kaboom Canyon either, so it was a really nice idea to round off the comp, because without that, it would have been definitely much easier for SK Gaming to defend and then go back on the aggressive. And literally, we're talking seconds of a difference here with a Chuck on your side. So a really great draft, no doubt. Star Dragon at the helm of such plays. Lovely stuff, all tied up now. Going in then to Hideout and bounty map. That
First time you've seen a defensive Chuck.
able to break the mid can have some much longer lines of sight. So, or remain it, keep it there, use some throwers, maybe even a Hank to get stuck into that corner. But for SK Gaming, certainly a map that I think can cater to their playstyle. They've got to go back to where they were in that first set, get a bit more control and take things a little bit slower. As you can see, when they try to opt against that and sort of try to sail into the wind, it doesn't go their way.
Yeah, that's why I'm almost surprised about the pick of Chuck earlier, because SK like to play in such a way where they have maximum agency. So kind of throwing caution to the winds and opting into a base race doesn't feel like them. Here on Bounty, though, they can control the parameters of the round a lot more. They can play that slower style, put Joker on a sharpshooter, Yoshi on, you know, probably a brawler that has to fight a losing matchup in some lane and still find a way to win it. Seen a couple of odd picks on this map lately. I think like just the Gene is going to be looked at in general. Toxic Lotus though, respect the bell to such a degree as to take it off the map.
This could get
Gus first pick for SK Gaming, and a solid one at that.
I think the Leon ban
Gus
is
one.
crazy here for SK.
Bit wild, but the lollipop drop can get some good value, you know, with that coverage. So I don't necessarily mind it.
I feel like they wanted to be underestimated. Don't know about that.
Just a little bit more in
I
control
think they were
inside.
complaining about being
Power
underestimated.
as well. Angelo, of course, being a very prominent SK Gaming pick. We've seen that throughout the course of the season thus far, and they might be considering it depending on what Toxic Lotus, of course, do first when it comes back around to them. But you know, for me, yeah, Byron, great idea. Gives them some flexibility later in the draft to pair it with something potentially tanky if they wish. But for me, I think the long-range affair here, the more control game, just tend to go just a little bit better.
Max is open. Without the Gene, it might be less of a tantalizing prospect, but still very powerful brawler in her own right. Just be out and out, you know, charge up your teammates. Hypercharges can be important, but Byron doesn't have
A Byron Tank or Byron Pearl maybe.
Land, so less upside there of bringing the Max in without the Gene in this composition. Plenty of sharp
Angelo.
Angelo's going to get taken by Toxic
Interesting.
Lotus instead here.
Tickets, please.
Oh, nice. That'd be OPE on the Buster for sure. That's the kind of ideal brawler to combine with the Byron. It's like, honestly, SK Gaming is just taking...
I mean, China has the most improved.
Angelo was definitely one for SK Gaming. Oh, my word.
Okay.
Oh, this is a great drop.
It's China and then South America, and they both beat Tribe Gaming on the first day, so
Byron would have been great to go with that Buster as well.
they're doing pretty well.
Gray is a dangerous thing here on this map, especially with a Buster. That combination, having that little ladder up the map with a hypercharge as well to be able to have those additional portals. It's a really dangerous thing. And a Buster
Nah, I feel like people are gonna actually care about the China region now.
those stars back onto your scoreboard.
And then maybe their monthly finals won't be casted on some third party.
Going to be targeted.
Well, I guess it's on a third party website, but like the China website. It might be on the actual Brawl Stars channel now.
Away if he's trying to look for one of your backliners. Tok is getting pounded here with his damage.
The double
Slow-mo
pull.
replay used to account for the Hank. So Blue Star was taken by Toxic Lotus here, but they lose Tok very, very early on in the game.
I remember when Buster Hypercharge first came out. I didn't even know. Jose picked it. No. I was playing against Jose in rings, and my Buster absolutely cleaned up the whole team. It was crazy. Oh no. Why did he pop Gadget? Holy snipe! That was crazy.
That wasn't a hypercharge. Fish torpedoes. That was a nasty one thrown out by Tok, and it just so happened to catch onto that SK player. That's devastating. Now they're down by 2 stars, and they know they need to take a bit of map control. Develop a plan for this hypercharged dimensional door. Joker pops.
I thought he's gonna go for a long pull.
Just yet, Tok could be a problem. He has to use it defensively to back away, and Tok knows this. Blood is in the water. And he wants some of SK Gaming now. OU's forced to catch it away from Yoshi, who looks scary. But Tok is still center stage.
SK needs to take care of Engine, in my opinion. He is the healer behind this Hank that is causing the problem. And now that could be very much what Joker is feeling on this top right-hand side of the map. Going with the TP.
Joker is doing all that he can.
To the gray. There is so little time, and that is a takedown that they cannot avoid on the side.
No, this game is over. Are they really gonna be down? Hey, Patos? No, you don't. What do you mean? Are you done, Avi?
Joker goes on a dangerous mission. Dimensional door teleporting behind the front line of Toxic Lotus. He's looking for the
One season and wonder.
but SK Gaming,
Nah.
too slow to respond. It feels like Ope's
Why you
watched
question
his
marking?
captain head across the map and just dumbfounded. Too slow to get involved and take attention away.
Hey, Patos a lot. No.
Nice tap there from Tok onto OPE. He's starting to try to flank down the left-hand side now.
Hey, don't worry.
Just the blue. So far, nice gadget there as well from Engine, just to get that little bit of spray, that little bit of poison to affect both Joker and
This
OP.
Fatso is stupid. What do
Now
you
they're starting to
mean?
try to separate the Hank from the Byron. It's kind of
House is
a bad start
ready.
for me. Joker, though, does
Does
need
it mean
to
I'm
go
moving in
beyond.
with
They
you?
need him. He's a key player to be able to topple this strategy of Toxic Lotus.
What is it? Yo, Kai, how are you?
Good combo. Still, Tok has the healing though from the Byron. I think that's something that SK just really have not accounted adequately for on this map. Engine is doing far too much. He's even got a super as well.
What?
Burst healing should be required.
I have it, but I haven't played at all.
From that bubble of Tok, so he just eats the damage.
I still need to do a Minecraft stream.
Where is the DPS supposed to originate from in this SK roster?
Chilling after dinner, nice Kai.
Nice walking cane there from Joker, just already opened up that right-hand side. Good stuff from him. Hypercharges available for 2 of
I don't
the
really
team's members now.
see what the Buster's here for, except for the first play in the first game.
SK Gaming are looking for a one-push thing, and if that crumbles, then Toxic Lotus up in the set.
They've got the perfect composition, SK Gaming, to make that last-minute gambit at the end of the round. OU gadgets away. Tok with a gadget of his own. The damage reduction allows him to stave off most of that damage, and Ope is lucky to be standing still. The damage to cut through the healing.
Did you finish it while you were streaming, or did you finish it off stream?
Access to healing in his own super. So here we come once more. Montage used for that map control. Toxic Lotus forced into the back corner of the
You gotta go in, OPE. You gotta go in, OP. No. No, they were going for the Joker long pull, but he missed the walking cane. That's crazy.
We are witnessing potentially the most historic moment in Chinese mainland history. They are one set away from a grand finals in the Brawl Cup against SK Gaming, the #1 seed of EMEA. This was not the script that I had in
This
mind,
means
but it's a script that I can
this kind of takes some pressure off of NA, to be honest, because Lotus are doing so well.
The target on their back now. Toxic Lotus have got
This takes off so much pressure from NA, but I mean we still lost a loud, I guess.
our Brawl Cup in the most unlikely fashion possible against one of the
But it's not as bad because you see how well Lotus are doing against SK.
teams in the Brawl Stars world. SK Gaming have always seemed to have the right answer up until this point, but now they're clutching at straws.
Is the throne about to be overthrown?
Taking off pressure because we lost to Lotus. Our #1 seed lost to Lotus,
Precision draft.
but
Really smart.
they're beating SK right now, which is EMEA's #1 seed.
Plan for the Hank. It was so apparent. Yeah, they've got every right to be happy. Yesterday we saw the resilience versus Loud and that reverse sweep that was able to get them to this stage of the competition. Well, now they're in the driving seat, putting the pressure on SK Gaming early on. But they are a squad that can handle this. They can bounce back. Every chance of this going to a 5th and final set, and that is what I am personally hoping for here.
Yeah, in like years gone by, we've seen these like dark horse teams come out of nowhere because they just have like amazing mechanics, or they've got, you know, certain players that are just very good at certain brawlers. But we're in the era of draft now.
Yo, it's Eric, so you.
It's not enough just
What's
to
the
be
next
sick on an
map?
individual
Double
basis.
switch.
You have to have amazing coaching and amazing strategy through the draft, and you've got to be reactive to the bands of the opponents, what they're picking. You need to have an answer. Now, Double Swoosh has been an interesting map over the course of this weekend because it's seen the return of Crow with a really mixed reception, I think. Often coming in as last pick. Sometimes we've seen these Crows do a great job at assassinating that enemy gem carrier. Sometimes, though, they've kind of faltered.
Definitely a map for me that kind of says Tara for SK Gaming. Gene mid, always going to be a solid one, but the band's going to be Kenji.
TL1, yeah.
They are the ones that, for all intents and purposes, are going to work fantastically well on a map like this.
Hank now, probably too.
Yeah, I mean, SK Gaming got to be considering that one, yeah, and it is going to be there. Chester as well.
Tara Band.
Tara Band, yes. Yeah, so Toxic Closest have done their homework. I mean, these are picks that SK Gaming are the most dangerous with, and it just, that to me is why they're doing so well in this series. They've just read things so clearly and are playing SK Gaming at their own game, giving them no opportunity to really go for those comfort picks. Buster, though, is one. It would be a great time for it in this stage of the draft. leaving them. Yeah, exactly that. This is good from SK. There will be OPE on it, but the Amber is going to be a Buster weakness here. If they go for that, I'm a little bit concerned for this Buster.
Yoshi looked absolutely furious at the end of that last set. You can see the frustration starting to mount for SK.
I would be furious too if I had Joker on my team and he missed a long pull.
You can pair healing with this Joker, can make it a little bit easier to deal with if we do get an Amber response. But if Toxic Lotus snap up the Amber here, they're tipping their hand in a big way. The Finks, of course, has been really enjoyed by both of these teams. Definitely more so Toxic Lotus over this tournament, but we've seen Humble really look to make use of that similarly. So it's not an answer necessarily to Joker, but a great control brawler, especially if Tok opts to go mid there.
A draft that could be a winning one with that Finks pick for Toxic Lotus. It's been one of the most common brawlers seen this weekend for good reason. It's just that good. Draco as well now, coming in for Toxic Lotus. That's a bit more of a wild card for me, one that can be definitely very strong, but also very punishing for yourselves. It's not really necessarily scrimmed too much on this particular instance, and that's the kind of concern really here for SK. They've got to be thinking the same. Like, we haven't really seen this enough to know how to deal with this.
Engine really only has pressure when their gadget's up. I think outside of that, he's pretty easy to make his life a little bit tough on the map. If you play the weak side of the map, where the bushes are obviously more on the opponent's side, it can be a little bit harder.
Interesting, Griff.
Griff makes sense. You can obviously use the piggy bank also just to blow up the
I guess Chester's banned, so it makes sense.
That right side of the map and make it harder, especially for someone like Draco to approach unseen. Draco needs pushes. He needs to be able to close the gap without taking damage, because like we discussed right at the start of the series on Hot Zone, he doesn't want that gadget forced out of him earlier than he otherwise would like. He wants to make use of it when he's already in the midst of the enemy team.
Your favorite Unk? Interesting story.
For SK Gaming, gives him pick potential on the enemy carrier. It also allows him with the vision gear to keep constant information of the bushes, just to scout that part of the map out and make sure SK Gaming aren't met with any unexpected surprises.
Do Toxic Lotus go for heal here? That's the question. Or again, Amber to burn down this bush to just open up the map. It's not going to go for them in that regard, because they want to keep the Draco submerged within it. Surely the Finks in the middle there with the gadget, or could even be now Stu, potentially as a mid here as well, but the speed zone, I would imagine, is going to be the gadget of choice regardless. Having that additional mobility, the speed gear for the Draco would make a lot of sense, making him even more dangerous. That Griff though, it's a good pick.
Interesting, Tori.
I quite like it. Of course, the last stand gadget
Everyone has their preferences.
Readily available there for Toxic Lotus. But I think that SK Gaming is the safer of these comps. You've got Gene mid, you've got the Buster for aggression, you've got the Griff to be able to then have the Hypercharge, which you know is so devastating, but also break some of the map.
I mean, Toxic Lotus have to be the aggressor. I think that's pretty clear. SK Gaming have picked a really stable composition that is quite defensive a lot of the time.
What did they last pick? Oh, Stu. SK loses.
Some of the map up. Oh, Udo, look at this. He's such an aggro player. Even on the berry, he's always knocking on the front door of SK Gaming. But that's what they want. See how they forced that gadget out of Engine early? Now Yoshi gets to take all of this map control, bro. He is wrapping on Tok entirely, and he's going to start taking the.
Oh wait, that was a good wall break though from Yoshi.
Mid as well for Toxic Lotus, which is interesting to see. Let's see the Finks on that hand side lane. Good start for SK Gaming, no doubt about it. I like the way that the Toxic Lotus really exploded into the game.
Whoa, that teleport actually goes so far, like further than I expected. No true answer to Buster. I mean, you don't even have to deal with him, just, you know, poke him.
Till Toxic Lotus have that gem lead, Engine kind of forces them out of mid a little bit now. They are technically ahead by 2. At some point, Tok was able to get an SK side gem. Here's Ope, gadget popped, OU. Quick TP back now. And SK Gaming have evened up the game. Taking their spawn side gem grab. Wants to step
the super did absolutely nothing.
On the Draco, that's important, and so much of this map has already been opened up.
That really is the key for me here for SK Gaming's comp, is the map control and shaping it in the way that which they want it to be. That magic hand from Joker though, it's got to land.
They're gonna
really
pull.
they can't really land it on the smooth ease. Now let's do this
or not. Interesting.
Back and forth, and Engine closes the gap but goes down himself. Now Yoshi there with the hypercharge going straight through the wall. Leaving Tok all alone. They can close it now on this bit, get the gems to even up this deficit. Good stuff from SK Gaming. A hypercharge from Joker. It's got to be timed.
And Joker doesn't even use the healing star power. I don't think he's used it a single time this weekend, which is really interesting. How are they even on gems?
Look how patient SK Gaming are playing. So now they get the countdown, but they need another gem, ideally here in mid. Maintain some control, but Engine pops that super. And see, Tok had to use his gadget to get out with that gem. Reset the countdown.
Good kill from OP.
The horde of gems gets dropped, and OU now has to try and scoop some of them up.
Good pull from Joker. Nice. Good cleanup. They needed that.
Brings Toxic Lotus to their knees, and Tok does not have the backup.
Set 5.
Joker to drop these gems. 14 gems and a smile from ear to ear. SK Gaming start on the front foot in this all-important set 4.
That single Griff banknote. No change. Beautiful stuff from SK under pressure. And pressure that I wasn't anticipating would be nearly this much. A good turnaround for the comp. The draft is where SK now can thrive, and that was enough to make sure it was tried and tested. This is a good start.
Yeah, Snicker. Would have gone up by 20 plus gem game too. True. Good pill from OP.
Slow-mo replay there from OP. The support from SK. The network is back.
Yoshi's actually the one that opts to take up the gems here, instead of allowing Joker to do so.
I don't think I agree with that wall break from Yoshi. I feel like he should try to go a little bit further to the right. I mean, I guess Stu can't camp there. I don't think he was really planning to, though.
Yoshi coming there, the right-hand side support his teammates. Time warp down, danger for SK Gaming there. The Griff notes there, just so slow.
Good kill from
does
OPE.
know that left-hand side, going back to the deep spawn side, which he can afford to do. Last stand there, pop from Engine, and he wins the trade. But
nice.
comes in and says, I don't care. You're going down.
Pick up the gem, Yoshi. You already got 2 of them. One more doesn't hurt.
Gaming are in full control now. And Toxic Lotus are floundering. Nice hypercharge as
Nice,
well.
Yoshi.
The takedowns continue to favor SK Gaming.
1 gem.
Pretty clutch field there from OU, able to drop that down, but SK are 1 gem away. The problem is they don't have the Buster, so they can't negotiate from a position of power until Ope returns to the map. He's done so now. OU's only able to get a paltry 4 gems over the course of this round. It's not enough to furrow the brow of SK Gaming. They'll play this neutral game. They only need 1 more gem. They can afford to wait.
Nice shielding there.
Nice, OP. He's picking up the pace. Damage pool coming in clutch. I mean, he was already 1 HP. He would have died regardless. Set 5. Set 5.
They gain the set. They bring it back. And we get to go the distance. And we wouldn't have it any other way.
This is absolutely the kind of matchup that deserves, no, demands a 5th set. And it's a classic SK Gaming style set that gets played out. It's slow, it's steady. It's a patient game, but a draft that is rather defensive. Doesn't leave too many holes, too many weak points. Whereas Toxic Lotus pick a composition where they have to be the ones that come forward. They have to be proactive, and they have to honestly take some risks to gain that map control. It's risks like that that SK Gaming are always set up to exploit. Engine this time can't have an impact on the
Do
game.
not play this patient.
For this Draco, every single time he
I feel like
steps
if you're
up, they're
playing
gonna have to
Buster,
open up
you'll
the
be
map to make
fine.
sure they can always see the Dragon Rider coming a mile off.
But now the pressure that lands on this draft. And who would have thought, coming into this competition, that we would be in this spot, where Toxic Lotus are 1 set away from guaranteeing themselves at least an LCQ slot. Unreal, honestly. And their composure has astounded me in this competition. But is it too much to ask for them to do it 1 more time?
A number of times we found SK Gaming in positions like this. I mean, only yesterday, in fact, they had to narrowly avert, mind you, a loss to Zeta Division, so they could exit their group in the position that they have. And that, in theory, that game is what gave them this, I use air quotes here, more favorable seeding against Toxic Lotus, but they've shown that they can stand up to the very best. They can make SK Gaming not just sweat, but bleed out there on the stage. getting electric. DreamHack Dallas is really turning up for us here, just as our teams are. One last time, we ride into the breach, folks. Sneaky Fields will be the decider map between these two teams.
It's getting tense, as if it wasn't already to begin this series. Now, in the 5th and final set, this is where it ends. For one of these two teams, a ticket to today's grand final. No more second chances now. Lose this and you're playing for third. The draft comes down. Brawl historically tends to favor SK Gaming, but under these conditions, honestly, expect the unexpected was the message coming into it. And Toxic Lotus are the team to turn those tides when people least expect it. Gotta be banning again. There's limits in Kenji's, exactly that. The Finks as well for Toxic Lotus. On both sides, in fact, as SK Gaming go for it, also with the Ashe and the Hank. Chester potentially is a pretty safe first pick for me here for SK Gaming. Bray's one that they tend to use quite a lot here as well, because some good success rates too, but definitely tanks, heals, those are the considerations coming into a map like Brawl.
Bust is still open. We've seen now Hank and Ashe both looked at, two of the sort of more preeminent tanks. One lesser explored direction is definitely the Primo. We've seen that used pretty sparingly here, but the Jaeong going to be taken up here by SK Gaming. A brawler, I think, who's definitely got a lot of unexplored power. He's really positional. Jaeong also with a gadget that actually allows him to masquerade as a legitimate damage dealer for a short window with the Weekend Warrior gadget. I think there's a lot of potential there to turn these fights on their heads.
Interesting.
But in general, I think his pick rate's been a little lower than we
He pick spin is crazy.
I think it's a pretty safe bet for me, because in the coin toss scenario that SK Gaming are in, they can't necessarily overcommit to tanks. Amber, not a bad pick, but the first one for Toxic Lotus, as those bushes are not going to be nearly as easy to hide behind. That hypercharge now covers this entire mid of the map. So certainly that's going to make some reservations around the speed gear also. And tanks now going to be...
I need to go through my VIP list and figure out who hasn't been here at all.
Exactly, we saw it really go against a team like Loud yesterday.
There's some space here.
Al Primo. So now Amber does make quite a statement in that regard, but they're going to double down for themselves. Frank, B is still here. It's not banned. It could be very much on the side of SK Gaming here, but the Chester, like I said at the beginning now, has a definite place to be picked.
Chester is such a reliable mid-range damage option. I feel like he fills a similar niche at the moment as Griff without the wall break.
Yeah, James set it up for me. I'll do it off stream so it doesn't flood the chat.
Ubiquity. Still some time here for SK. This is where they round their draft out. So they need an answer for the Frank, as you alluded to.
And 2x VIP for sure.
It's been a little bit underexplored, but against Frank, so powerful. He has multiple ways of disrupting Frank as he's winding up for that super.
Morning, Ace, are you?
Or he can land his own people's elbow with his super. That little knock-up is really important against Frank, who really needs to be undisturbed. Obviously, Frank can tech into this, take the kind of gadget that would, remove the ability to see him in a window, and there's that B. Crazy to see it picked up at third and last for SK Gaming.
I do
love just go. Where do they go here? I don't know if Griff would be enough. Wait, Chester is open.
Would be a bad shout into Primo either. It's an option for them to consider for Toxic Lotus here. But so much thought has got to go into this. It's got to be a winning yet. Nisa, I don't mind it. Bruce with the hypercharge, got a lot of push back potential. But in overtime, what are you going to be doing with Vanita? Into a B. You know, you're going to be having to stay primarily on that Primo the entire time, but the speed, the heals of Jaeyoung, it's a heavy consideration here.
I mean, the DPS for SK Gaming's comp is actually pretty low. B is amazing, of course, in a singles target context, but trying to deal with these big bodies, 2 tanks in theory, plus Bruce the Bear on the map, that's really awkward for B. It's going to have to be a masterclass for presumably Joker, but whoever is going to be on that brawler to really get big value off of that. It's going to be Ope instead in mid on the B. Joker's taking up Primo duty.
Nice right hand side lane clean up, but Joker has found
Wow, Joker is going in. Holy, that was fast.
You have to respect the Primo here. Joker is not going to give you a moment of rest. If you allow him to walk up like that, you are conceding a goal. Oh, what a suplex. Oh, you flattens. Brilliant stuff there from Joker. Gives himself up in the trade. Bruce is a concern, though. He's dealt with. Engine is healthy enough to potentially walk this in himself.
I don't know if I like the Nita.
So close. No
Oh, he tried to keep
clear
OP
the ball to the
alive.
corner. And now, the classic SK Gaming strat to slow the game down when they have the lead is in play.
Joker's feeling himself, and I'm here for it. Massively slow, but a nice shutdown this time from Engine as Bruce Bear come there as the helping hand. And if OU can creep forward as he is now, hypercharging just the right time though for OPE. It's going to get slowed. Jae Young there on the left-hand side of Yoshi, securing the kill as well. Another hypercharge. The Toxic Lotus coming in. A big, beefy Bruce, but the time to have to take care of him.
You see that Weekend Warrior gadget for Yoshi is so important here. He knows there are
I didn't think Jae Young would be so good on this map, but
remember, his shots do pierce. So Toxic Lotus line up
it's
like
cool to see,
it's a ton of
I guess.
Rattled Hive. OP's had some brilliant ones so far, and that's another chunk on top.
They really cornered the ball. Crazy.
Joker now has that hypercharge. It's going to be devastating onto this Frank. The timings will be right, and it was easy for Joker, dare I say it. Nice throw of the shoulder as well. Going to be sucked in, but cycling to perfection now. The Bruce gadget, just the nick of time there for Engine. But again, it is Toxic Lotus that are behind. They need a goal, and there's only 30 seconds now to do so.
Bro, these Rattled Hives are something different. Ope has got massive value off each of these gadgets. There's a reason why they don't make brawlers with gadgets that just give them 6,000 damage. Because it's a little bit broken, it's a little bit busted. He's able to find ways to make use of it. Oh, you there?
Holy Joker's going.
Hits it from the top rope. And now with only 10 seconds left in the round, Toxic Lotus simply do not have the time.
Yes, not enough time.
The ball and convert a goal. OU knows it. He's trying to free it, but with 1 second left in the game and nobody can touch it. It's
Close.
SK Gaming. Move to advantage in this decider set.
A 16-second goal and a pocket of the ball. This is the SK Gaming that we know and love over the years.
No upset. It was close. Is this winnable? I don't know. I think they got comp diffed here.
They can't get it under control.
I don't think Amber is enough.
Left its spot in the middle of the map here as both teams only have eyes for one another. Joker wants to play close. Pressure on top would be nice, but does get burned down. That's the risk of trying to fight that Amber, and OU is threatening here. Who's gonna have the
Good pick from Yoshi.
Yoshi steps into the middle of the map. He knows he needs to fight against
Good plays from Yoshi. Holy. Hello, Preppy, how are you?
SK Gaming now to move up into an attacker's role.
Such a key point there for Yoshi to land that shot, to get that takedown, because OU was looking dangerous, full HP, advancing on SK Gaming's goal. A simple pass, and it could have put them behind. So he had to ensure it.
Nah, this is low-key so over. They're cornering the ball, but like not all the way in the corner. Double kill. Oh, a good pick from Engine. Nah, Engine didn't play that well. He gave OP 2 of his full shots. Anti-stun? Did he not go anti-stun? I didn't even notice that. I don't know why you would not go anti-stun here. Oh, he got pulled into the Nita Bear. There's no way they score here. Wait, oh, I was about to say, if Yoshi died there, they could have scored. But he lived, so. Yo, Temple, how are you? What, the distance? Yeah, exactly, right night. Oh, wait! Wait! OT! OT? I mean, there's a B though. A B with hypercharge.
Joker can just find a super, have something to work with in this overtime scenario.
Talk hit the burn. Oh wait, Yoshi has healing. Never mind, it doesn't matter. There's a kill on Talk.
Here it is. There's a feeling of inevitability about it as SK Gaming are in overtime with a B. And Ope is starting to go to work on Toxic Lotus.
Bro missed like 4 shots in a row.
One brawler after another with these long-range shots. And there's still 23 seconds left to play, Ark. They are getting awfully close. They are threatening.
Now they gotta score. They gotta score. Yeah, Engine died. Yoshi got a double kill. Yeah. Yep. It's over. It was so close. I literally called that was gonna be a close match too. They took out Tribe. They took out Loud. They took SK to set 5. Give them their flowers.
My God, what a performance. The Chinese mainland. Those boys deserve the grand finals for me. But it will be a
Yeah, that was good.
third place. But they have won everyone's hearts. There is no other way to put it.
I think their weak link was Engine, but Engine started playing really well after like the first match and near the end of the second match. So I'm giving Yoshi this MVP. He got the least amount of votes, but he was actually like cooking.
At the helm of EMEA's juggernaut. Let's go down to the stage with Barney and Joker.
Relying too much on Amber Hyper. Yeah, Amber was putting in all the work.
First region to make it through
What's up,
the
Squarepants?
finals of the Brawl Cup is EMEA, and it's SK Gaming. Let's hear it for them. Joker, the dominant
Boarding school. Good luck.
in the video leading up to that
Hopefully
match,
it's not too rough for you.
saying they didn't really know a huge amount about the region's play styles that they were going to come up against. But I guess the same goes for you, right? So were you guys learning on the fly and were you studying their gameplay yesterday?
Yeah, honestly, we had no idea what they wanted to go. They surprised us in the first 3 sets. So
2 months? It's not that bad. It's basically summer school.
We had bands prepared for the match, but we changed them completely to just ban their tanks and their heal comps. And yeah, it worked out.
It's cold. There ain't no way he has a cold.
The only thing really left to ask you is that about the 2 teams that could potentially be facing you in the final. We've got Zeta Division, we've got Humble. Do you have a preference? Is there anyone you like to go up against or to prove yourself against?
We've already faced some
Might be
twice
fine.
here in the EMEA, and I'd rather face other regions. And yeah, Humble is already world champion, so please give me Zeta.
Give them Zeta, he says. Ladies and gents, put your hands together for SK Gaming. Let's head back over the desk to continue day 3.
Thank you, Barney. Big round of applause here for SK Gaming. They take it, but they had to go all the way. The drafting geniuses, the drafting genius, Joker, got outdrafted in 2 sets of those. They got everything they wanted. They have the Grey, the Charlie, all the brawlers they usually like to play, but the Byron hand comp, the healing was just too much. Honestly, Toxic Lotus, I would call them
Bro,
new
one side's
drafting
apple.
geniuses now.
Where's
I was already
Toko?
scared. SK
Toko always be
at
talking
one
about
start.
Sunny.
Speed me. Okay. Keep speeding.
Low. I throw. Wait.
Okay, I've jump. Amber roll, be careful, don't sack.
It. Only Frank. Chill.
Last year at World Finals, SK Gaming already beat the Titans, Zeta Division, the defending world champions, to then lose to Humble in the semis. Unfortunate events. Today, it almost looked like the same thing would happen. Yesterday, they beat Zeta Division, and today, they almost lost to Toxic Lotus.
SK Gaming are a team who just suffered quality losses in like the last day of competition at basically every tournament over the last couple of years, right? And it's always been hard to see it happen to them because they take it so seriously. It means so much to them. But now they finally at least secured themselves a spot in a grand final. We haven't seen that enough, frankly, from this organization over the last couple of years. So they've got to take solace in that. But boy, howdy, there is a hurdle awaiting them. Whichever one of Humble or Zeta Division faces them, it is going to be a banger of a match. But yeah, let's see how much they have left after that one.
I mean, all 6 players on the field just played out of their mind, but that was one that just stood out to us. Ark, is Joker also your MVP.
100%. But I mean, Yoshi actually did phenomenally well in that last set, but it was that primo pick into the Frank. You know, it's always going to have a good matchup, but again, you've got to make sure to perform with it, and Joker didn't hesitate to put it into action. So important to get that early goal in the first 16 seconds, to put the pressure on and just kind of allow themselves some time to sit.
And there it is, your bracket, folks. SK Gaming have made their way into the grand final. Toxic Lotus, of course, will compete in our third place match later today, and there's still stakes in that game. There is still an LCQ slot on the line for this region now.
Hello, City. How are you?
That, you know, there's going to be some form of mainland China representation at World Finals. But now, of course, having an extra slot, maybe allowing for us to see even more of that region, because we already expect Toxic Lotus to be at that LCQ either way. They won't have automatic qualification to Worlds, though. It likely will be one of those regions that have
Hope
to
you're
fight for
doing
LCQ,
well.
But man, I fear for anybody else at that tournament who has to take them on.
I'm sure they want though 2 slots for LCQ and not just one, so let's see if they can take it. First up though, it's going to be Humble versus State Division. It's a World Finals rematch from 2024. I can't wait to see that.
Can we get this yeehaw ass music out of here, bro? Hey, City girl. Yeah. Good luck, City. Access Pokemon in chat. This Pokemon is Squirtle. Ooh. Almost did not mute my stream in time to look and see if I got this Pokemon. I don't know how y'all can stand listening to Stabby Duck talk. Drink beer, drive, truck song, real.
We had to go all the way between SK Gaming.
What are you doing there, City?
Now, up next, it's the
Just hanging out?
4 world titles between them. Humble versus 8th Division.
Does it get any better than this? I'm not sure. Last year at the World Finals, we had really high hopes for this matchup, but there was just something magic about Humble on that weekend, and there was nothing anybody could do to slow them down. Here, though, if vibes feel a little bit different, Humble feel that much more fallible, especially because they're not dominating their home region at the moment. They've got Semantic tweeting that they're going to lose to Zeta Division, probably just trying to give his team a bit of an anti-jinx boost. I feel like this is going to be a much closer matchup.
Yeah, of course, just a reminder of the format, of course. We've already seen SK Gaming proceed to the grand finals, so they are guaranteed at least...
Let me see we're still on music. What, Heyday? I wouldn't have even known it was from Heyday if you didn't say it, Kai. I picked Humble here too.
Either way you look at this, we've got some serious...
You like Zeta more than Humble?
Of that World Finals last year, because when you look at Zeta Division as an organization, you know, SK Gaming knocked them out, and that was a huge shock because back then it was the EMA team which were the reigning champions. So we've got so many different matches here which are literally going to be coinciding, and our predictions here, we're split for the first time today.
I do think this is one that is going to go to a double match point yet again. Zeta Division versus Humble. We kind of teased it before already. Obviously, Symantec didn't want us to vote for Humble. You guys just didn't follow suit. At least 2 of us.
They already have 4, yeah, but
they didn't win the monthly finals this year, but they are still the world final champions from 2024. So they have a title to defend here at a LAN event.
Yeah, I think that matters. And I think that, you know, we kind of mentioned it. Humble do need to re-establish themselves as the dominant force in global Brawl Stars. And you know, we had our doubts after what we've seen in their home region. In general, though, they have been really clean. They are an incredible team, but we saw what SK Gaming struggled with when they took on Zeta Division. Humble will be in a similar spot.
Hate ads.
About the BSC 2025, about those monthly finals, second places, they're here for the long run. It's not just winning everything when you can.
Yeah, I mean, getting a seat at the table is really important.
So, in the first half of the season, we unfortunately didn't win a single monthly final. We were close twice in the grand finals, and I won, we lost the semi-finals. All I can say to that is...
I'm trying to earn that money, bro. I'm broke.
So if you need to win
I'm trying to afford some Chipotle. Help a guy out.
At the end of the day, it's a marathon, not a sprint. All that matters is the worst performance, and we did it last year. I think we can do it again.
This match is gonna go to double match point. I'm pretty sure about it. Both of them really want to win this one. Humble only had 3-0 matches so far, though. On the other side, Zeta Division did have some struggles in the last couple of days.
Look, I mean, I think they've come into this tournament about delivering what we expected from them. I think it's been a little while since we've felt that they were the outstanding hot favorites in an international tournament. But we know that any given Sunday especially, they're the kind of team that can turn up and take it all.
I said night about flirting. It picked up something from his streamer.
Going over and joining up with Suzuki and Levy, and it's paid off for them.
Exactly that. Suzuki and Levo had some great moments in the World Finals, but to see Shitampo just branch away, no one saw that coming really. It was a roster announcement that had us all kind of mouth on the floor. But it's been working out, and coming into the Brawl Cup, they've never looked better, dropping just, I think, a single game in that last monthly final. But again, when it comes to those results that matter, it's been a while since Zeta have been first in that regard. So today really is going to be a testament, and as a squad that really wants to bring home a world final slot for their home region, they're going to be giving it their all.
They faced up against SK Gaming yesterday, the first EMEA team. Now it's up against Humble. And as we mentioned, they share 4 World Championship titles, Shitampo on one hand, and then a whole team of Humble on the other hand.
There's so many world championships in that one battle.
Also, that's years and years and years of experience at this level. Suzuki and Levy, I don't think were able to really light the world on fire in East Asia last year. I think they, fell pretty short. Obviously being on a Na'Vi team that kind of stumbled at that LCQ. But the addition of Shitampo has really revitalized them here. And I don't think Humble
So you're going to visit? Oh, I see City. Fair enough.
They worry it could be all over here for them, and they won't even have a chance to renew that rivalry against SK on the only stage that matters.
I'm super excited for this one. I hope you are too. Let's start things off right away.
And while there are naturally disagreements on which brawlers are going to be the best for the battle, Zeta Division has finally entrusted an analyst, which is, I think, the most marked reason for their improvement and why they have risen to #1 in the
Zeta and 4 is crazy.
Answer the question of, was drafting East Asia's problem in last year's World Finals?
明日のハンブルとの試合では、絶対簡単には勝てない相手でめちゃくちゃ強いことは分かっているので、フルセットいっても最後まで諦めずに絶対勝つってことだけを考えてプレーします。
The Zeta Division had a close call against SK yesterday, but Humble are the kind of team that I'm going to believe in. I think that EMEA are just a step above the rest. Their drafts are good, their mechanics are good, they're defending.
They need to build a farm near Smoothie King Grill City.
The only thing they're lacking, if they have draft, they're probably literally a world champion team. So yeah, really, really strong team.
Hypercharge popped it down to MX now. He's got no super, no means of escape, and flying into the wind.
練習ハンブルとやってる時もドラフトがめちゃくちゃうまいと思ってて、でそのドラフトに対してどんだけ僕たちが勝てるかだったり、5部持っていけるかだったりすれば全然 PS で勝てるかなと個人的には思ってます。
They really know how to play aggressive. That's like a really strong thing they know. They love for Shade, of course. They love assassins. If they can run it down, they run it down. They love for Draco, of course, from Shitampo. But yeah, as long as we play solid, we relax, we don't do mistakes, we're fine.
5 seconds down. The Loud are going to be going out of this stage.
じゃあハンブルに向けてなんですけど、ハンブルの選手
I should have got some snacks for this. I was thinking about it, but I didn't. Now I regret it. An hour and a half in.
Maybe better team win this time. Let's see who actually has the right in the predictions in this World Cup.
A game of champions is up next. DreamHack Dallas, go crazy for your first semi-finalist to step to the stage. It is Humble. It's Lukey, Box, and Semantic. And their opponents, they are Zeta Division. Shitampo, Levi, and Suzuku.
2-3 reverse sweep for Humble. Interesting. It's gonna jump later. It's crazy.
Semi-final number 2. It's legendary, this matchup. We've seen it already last year, and it did not go well for Zeta Division, losing 3-0 to Humble. But today, history can be rewritten.
I remember calling that match, and it was a really shock loss for Zeta Division. The fact that they weren't able to find any edges against a team like Humble, when they had an embarrassment of riches on that Chitampo roster at the time. I really thought
tight and Hungry City. That's what I'm doing right now.
Very different organization, and I really do think they've got the X factor. The fact that, you know, Semantic sits there and says if they have the draft, they're world champions, says it all to me.
Yeah, for Humble as well, you can remember the pressure that is kind of on their shoulders in that regard. And Semantic shrugs it off and says, hey, you know, we've done it all. Like, we haven't got to worry about any kind of pressure. But there is always that responsibility to maintain consistency for your fan base. And, you know, regardless as to what way you try to swing it, you know, we have all got our eyes on Humble, because the question coming into this competition was always, are they still on top of the world? Coming into this next game is going to determine whether that remains to be true.
I'm super excited for this very first draft as well. Humble are the ones to set some trends in the past, with Barry playing him on every single match almost, even in the World Finals itself. In the finals, we saw him come out of this team a lot. Now they were the first ones to really bring in Finks, played it every time they can, thanks to Luki being one of the best snipers in the region.
Some fresh burgers, Andy. Real. Where the burgers at? What's going on over there, City?
It's wild to think that, yeah, Semantic's first time in the USA. I think he's been soaking it up so far, but there's always a side to him. You know, as soon as you start to ask him about the tournament itself, he gets a bit serious. That silly grin just sort of disappears off his face, and it's all business from here on out. That's right, they've been trendsetters. I think that they're drafting. I think the way that Kanan has prepared this team for those big tournaments has made a massive difference. But what else do they have to rely on? This is a pretty... Wow, that is a very one-sided vote, considering that we are talking about the world champions here. There's definitely a sense that Zeta Division are expected to perform greatness here.
I'm kind of shocked that that is what is on the screen in front of me, because of course Zeta are going to have a big fan base, but you know, this is the reigning champions of the world. Humble have already beaten so many teams that lie in their wait, and now for Zeta Division, the draft comes in for Shooting Star, a chance to topple the Titans, Max, Gene, and RT bands from Humble, the Bell, the Jaeyoung, and the Anjo from Zeta Division. The Anjo's a great band.
They're still alive, unfortunately.
Not only that one,
that's crazy.
Is a Humble special. They have Luki amongst their lines, and as I mentioned already, one of the best sharpshooters we have in the game. Picking up that Nania's first pick is definitely going to help them out here. Angelo Bell banned out on the side of Zeta Division. It's very targeted towards them. Piper, for example, they're still open. With that Nani first pick, is that going to be a direct counter?
Well, it probably doesn't feel great to pick the Piper into Nani at the best of times, but there are ways that you can work around it. Zeta Division don't try and, you know, go for these hotly contested sharpshooters, though. They might be giving more over to Humble. It's a pretty scary prospect. I like the gust here, especially if, you know, push comes to shove. If Humble have the kind of composition that wants to get up in their face.
Some barbecue sauce, a little bit of oink.
Is available here.
It's crazy.
Out there. It's one that Zeta Division have been scrimming. A 63% win rate, and it is open here.
A bacon cheeseburger would go crazy right now.
The kind of more aggressive East Asia ideas with the kind of melody and the gust shield combination. Been going with the gray for now. But
City doesn't even know what's going on the stream right now. She's just here for the vibes.
At every single time. I mean, with the exception of this one.
I will not be answering that, Ali.
She's been able to escape through. But Zeta Division already kind of have their plan set up. Now, finishing this composition with a Lumi would still be fine, I think, for Zeta. They've obviously got a grade that allows them a huge amount of flexibility. Humble now. They don't take the Lumi here. They're not taking her at all.
Byron here is not a bad shout. Ollie would be a good pairing with that particular brawler too if they want to bring some heals to the equation.
Savage biggest burger.
So
funny.
To go for that star power.
City's comedian.
Really force their way forward to the map wouldn't be the worst of ideas in the world. Let's see. They want to kind of like have the Piper.
Ali, interesting.
Incredible Piper. They've already got the Nani. They doubled down. They've deterred Zeta from being able to pick it.
What did they take your Pearl? Byron? Okay.
Makes sense to me. I quite like that for Humble. They've got a massive amount of heals. They've got the aggression.
Crazy.
Again, do they go Lumi now?
You're too young for that, Ali. Let it go.
Sort of dangling that in front of Zeta Division, saying, "Go for it, guys. You can take that pick. We're fine. We have two brawlers that pretty much outrange you, and if we want to dive in your direction, if Boss is going to be using the regulate gadget, that means that he can close the gap pretty easily, having virtually 2 dashes in trying to hit that super. And yes, Lumi picks for the first time here at Brawl Cup. Zeta Division say, well, if you're not going to take it, we may as well.
You're making me want a bacon cheeseburger right now, City.
Is Lumi that good on this map? You know, because every time that it has not been banned, which is just the once, it has lost. And Humble are not a squad that would overlook something like that. That's the only question for me. It's got a 44% win rate in Scrim, so, but that again is only based upon the amount of times it's been left open.
Yeah.
So it's a tough one.
I saw Lumi picked by Revenant X Spark in their qualification game in the LPL, Road to Brawl Cup. They got given a lot of really good brawlers in those draft phases, and they did win with it, but they were kind of dominant in that game in general. We're in for a treat, folks. Chitampo will be
Lily was open.
trying to show us exactly just how oppressive that she can be. It's a lot for Humble to sort of keep track of. Luki's here
Sebastian.
caught inside that gadget. Fnatic just able to crawl away. The Byron heals are so instrumental
good
here.
Pokemon spawn right there.
Beautiful from Zeta. Absolutely
Crazy pull from Levi.
And they knew how to do it best. 3 stars and the blue. Humble, slipping and sliding, not just on those morning stars, but in terms of their own stars.
Oh man, yeah. That Grim and Frostbitten gadget is absolutely terrifying. And I mentioned earlier, the Grey is so important here to be able to catch people out. Curious to see if Boss has all eyes on
Not
him.
first picking Gray is kind of interesting too.
Semantic definitely needs to start connecting
Sebastian
these shots.
Duckworth.
Hasn't been able to build a peak yet, so
I forgot about the Duckworth part.
Here comes Peep now, maybe looking at Chitampo's direction.
Oh, this game is
Goes
over.
down instead, though. Lev is able to pick him up. Chitampo survives and has an opportunity to heal here.
It's a great start from Zeta. They can just hunker down in this backside spawn and just wait for Humble to push them forwards. Peep going through here yet again, just going to go for the left-hand side break. I quite like that from Humble, absolutely intentional, allowing Luki to have more space to breathe. But now the hypercharge of Suzuki, and he's probably looking for a hypercharge, one tap away, and gets it just a little bit late there.
Oh, imagine if he got pulled through the wall.
The aggression was great. The pull from Humble going in. Boss gets the hypnosis, gets the takedown.
Good start, but it's only 10 seconds left now. They need to kill Levi. Actually, no, yeah, Levi had enough stars, but they couldn't even get to him. No way Ali caught the Lucha and I didn't.
A pretty comfortable win.
Humble need this blue star. That's the problem. But against the Lumi, the Morning Stars, and the freeze inevitably there on the map, Zeta can get their first.
I'm not mad. What do you mean? When do you actually see me get mad at anything? Is that a kill? Close. Keep pushing it back. Nice, Semantic. Luki hit one shot. Okay, Semantic is a kill here. Maybe. Nah. At least he still hit it. And Luki picks it up. Nice.
That's going to be 4 stars and the blue. Just a 1-star lead for Humble. But they'll take it. That is more than they had in the last game combined.
Man, I'm disappointed. I mean, I'm disappointed that I missed Lucha, but I'm not disappointed that you caught it. Hello, Sylvie, how are you? Won the first one. SK. It went to set 5 though.
Those are indestructible boxes, so no open sideline in the direction of the Ollie here for Zeta Division. And Humble know they can't afford to just give up.
What do you mean, Alex? I have nothing. I mean, I still have vodka, but like, I don't want to drink that, bro. I don't want to drink that. I have nothing else to drink to get drunk off with.
Luki has got the heals, but Zeta have got the freeze. Boss pushed in the left-hand side. Semantic low needs the heals from Luki and gets them. There is still some splash available too.
You spawn the supers at will, yeah. Only thing is, it doesn't actually freeze them, it just messes with their walk-in physics.
With 20 seconds on the clock, one singular takedown from Zeta is all they need to claim this set.
This is dangerous though for Chitampo. He's quite squishy.
You're sick. Get well soon, Toby. Good gadget from Semantic. Honestly, I'm surprised Boss is not using the flip or the kick flip because Lumi gadget.
more composed from them than we saw in that first round.
SK1. It went to set 5. World champ difference. I mean, yeah, I guess Suzuku isn't, and Levi isn't one either, is he? Oh wow, that damage was insane on boss. When y'all getting married? I am not marrying a man unless they're rich as hell.
Again, this blue star, this is how Zeta like to start. If they can stay firm. Oh, and there's an extension of that lead as Suzuki finds Luki there as well. Bit of chewing on the right-hand side between Semantic and Suzuki too. He's gonna have to heal up, but this is not the start the Humble we're looking for.
The Cookie Popper, you've got to respect it. When you see those ghosts come down, you've got to remember that the enemy, Gus has the ability to detonate them in a radius and to confirm that elimination. That was extremely brazen by Shatampo. Could easily have been sort of tapped down out of nowhere. He wants to take the TP yet again. Blast beam connected.
Nah, that's all you, Ace. Hit that Semantic. Hit it. Hit someone. No, that was terrible.
Oh, that shielding was good for a while, but he was looking for Shatampo. Levy with 4 stars and the blue make a prime candidate for Humble. And they can just find one more after that, but getting just one.
That's all you, Ace.
Little bit of break. That left-hand side now. Luki finds Levy now.
You're gonna have Leone and Ali. Holy tap.
The perfect person to land the shots on. And now Hubble have got the lead, but they've got to hold on for 20 seconds, and this push from Zeta is going to be brutal.
They're not going to give up the map for free, that's for sure.
Literally, Ogito. Oh, if Levi hit that pull. Holy, that was close. I'm sorry, Ace. It's already been decided by the council.
They more than deserve to stand on such a stage against such opposition.
Humble fans, of course, loud as ever. And that's the kind of support that when we can hear it on the desk, you know, for damn sure the players can hear it on the stage. Poor Lumi. Poor Lumi. Still on a 0% win rate, right?
Yeah, in BSC games. And see just how scary.
Oh, Muffin. Did you see the anime of the year?
They know if they're going to let Lumi through, or if they refuse not to,
last year.
there's always going to be a plan. I think the Nani is
What
great here.
was it for this year? I think it was for last year, right?
In fact, the Nani, of course, with return descender, wins any long-range duel is so important. And in the same way that we saw Toxic Lotus leverage it, I think the Byron here is huge. Boss is set up so well. He's using all eyes on me. So it's basically impossible.
Oh, it's from 2023. I guess it ended in 2024. What is it? It's the aura farming. Bro, aura farmed his way to the top 1 of the year.
Had a 66% win rate, and in terms of the draft, it just gives you so much flexibility. You know, it deters away from the Piper. You're gonna have a great time playing into that. If your opposition decide to draft it, then you've got the choice of playing a heavier counter or combining.
Yeah, solo leveling 1. Solo leveling 1 over Freerin. Over what else? Someone said Vinland Saga, I think. Dandadan. What else?
That was super close.
Very close. Much the same way as we saw Zeta Division matchup against SK.
Welcome back, Ali.
This map pool honestly is really technical. Like our next map,
I honestly thought Freerin was gonna win. Yeah, I just searched it up. Freerin won in Freerin released in 2023, but it finished in 2024. So I don't know how they determined it. I guess it's from last year. I don't understand. How did they determine? Because they said it was solo leveling season 1.
Well, this is going to be really quite an interesting one for me because this was
okay, so it is for 2024. I guess any anime that ended in 2024, I guess.
But it worked out kind of well, and it's a very North American pick. I don't think it's necessarily one that many are considering here, but one that worked out well for Humble yesterday. They combined it with the Eve and the Gene against Loud, and it was so convincing. Then again, that was the start of that.
Yeah, how did Freyrin not win over Solo Leveling? I mean, I guess there's a lot of new anime watchers, like, that started from JJK. So it kind of makes sense in that aspect.
On the side of Zeta, we're gonna go for Hank, but this is a Humble pick. Humble can now just go Byron themselves, which they want anyway in this draft.
Over Full Metal Alchemist.
I mean, it's perfect. They actually could have banned them.
Full Metal Alchemist mostly has older fans, not like new anime fans, really.
Like Byron Eve and then sort of work in someone that can really make use of that healing for later on. Ollie's still available. There's not a lot of damage in that comp is the only issue. Humble do need to make sure they've got hard-hitting DPS because even without a healer, Hank with that gadget can be really a tough nut to crack at the best
Did they
of
say
times.
gray things? Okay. Interesting. For aura farming, yeah. I feel like it's like it's the Jujutsu Kaisen to solo leveling pipeline, or it's the Freyrin to Full Metal Alchemist pipeline.
On the Humble have been the very team that comes straight to mind when I think of this brawl now. Byron, Pearl, like you mentioned, Ollie as well. For Humble wouldn't be the worst
Unk fans, you are an Unk Tory.
It's tough to make these kind of short-range brawlers work. Yeah,
I'm not surprised, to be honest, Brain.
with a potential Byron, but they can't do that. Surely
A lot of people were thinking that Lotus is gonna actually beat SK.
I love this pick. Obviously, she hits unbelievably hard. Her gadget with the burn down.
Just for Aizen, fair enough.
Have a gadget hit and you
I need to watch
relatively good purchase on someone like a Hank.
what was that one anime? Fire Force. I need to watch Fire Force.
Really, he got a sleeper build.
Cause what was his name?
So clearly no issues with
That one aura farmer.
Humble have that in spades. Meeple honestly has kind of fallen from grace. We've seen him on this out in the open map so far.
Benimaru. Yeah. Him.
Like close enough to Levy, or at least close enough to
I saw I think I sent you the one edit on TikTok about him. I was like, okay, he seems cool enough for me to watch. Fire Force. 6 episodes in. What do you think, Ogito? Are you waiting for season 2 just like the rest of us now? That's crazy, Ali.
Quite like that particular brawler. Bell gonna come in. Again, direct answer for this Pearl pick on the side of Humble.
Yo, Laser Strike, how are
Now
you?
they can choose. They've got some options here. Surprises they didn't go for the
Sorry to go back home. It's so fair, city.
73% win rate with it as well. Do they go for that long range affair? I'm
How you haven't seen it yet? It's so good. I think I low-key might read the light novel because it's the source material. I haven't even read a light novel. Almost started reading Classroom of the Elite, but I haven't read it. Yeah, No Game No Life. It only has 1 season. There is a manga, but it was like a side thing apparently from the author. So they're not even focused on the manga. It's basically at the same spot as the anime.
Also, like there's a big risk of sort of trying to walk up on the Pearl. Her hypercharged pyrolytic.
In Princess, literally city.
Burning field around her, which can deny a lot of that space away. Humble know they can't give up the
5 seconds in. You gotta get past the beginning. Once you get past the beginning, you'll be chilling, Muffin.
Polarity star there from Levy. Does find a connection onto Boss. Not too much more than that. And there is the dice that go down and just completely dismantle that bush area.
What do you mean, hell nah?
Reverse polarity there from Levy.
You don't like smart characters? Because that's what it's about.
This is the problem for me, is that if Lukey can't find like a rattled hive,
We're smart as hell.
try to push him away from this wall.
That's what I'm saying, LSTA.
The gas comes in.
You wouldn't like it. You could just literally skip the beginning
Finds that shot as
if
well.
you want
And
to.
again, the Manchester people goes down. Zeta seem looking very much in control of this one so far.
Yeah, and they got a lot of that control. Boss is really being squeezed out towards the bottom side. We've not really yet seen the Meeple.
Of the scene, I mean, I know the scene. If you're talking about No Game No Life, I watched the anime. You could just skip it though. It's not important. You can skip it.
Semantic sees that one coming, but now the gas comes in. Much of the map's been taken away. Suzuki comes
Yeah, it makes sense, but like to avoid the whole series for only one scene that happens once. Good cleanup from Humble.
part of the map, tucks himself into the perfect spot.
little bit close to me though. Luki with a couple of missed shots.
Right, you could literally skip the beginning.
Humble would have liked, but nonetheless a round
Hello, ma.
is a round.
No, I'm not
Now,
finished.
completely decimated
No.
now. And Suzuki pushing forward, Humble on the back lines on a map like this. You don't want to find yourself in your back spawn side. Now getting things a bit more under control. Hank all the way back now. Boss can just take this left-hand side lane, shut that down, keep Zeta in their spawn side.
No Game No Life is actually so good.
Keep diminishing things down. The timings of this gadget are key for Zeta. Those mansions of Meeple, you've got to reserve them in the back pocket for when the gas comes in to be able to get back out if you're stuck in your spawn.
Yeah, exactly. Here it's being used just to try and get them back into the map, but ultimately it doesn't work out because Levy takes far too much damage. Luki can play that straight away against the belt. And Levy has to dodge these shots pretty astutely. He will have
Why are you messing with me?
on the Pearl, but instead it catches onto Luki. He'll have to take it for the time being. Gas is starting to come in. Levy needs to move towards the middle of the map. Semantics already made use of that gadget. He's still healthy though. Boss, hypercharge available. Suzuki getting chunked up now in the back corner. Shitampa's able to find that pick on Luki. Boss had it all to do there.
That was crazy how they won that.
Luki would have got some great value there as well from that Rattled High, but he just went down and it may have been enough to help his team get that win, but now this game all up for grabs.
You haven't seen Fun if you haven't seen those. I've watched Soccer Days and I still think No Game No Life is peak. Right now is two orgs named Humble and Zeta. No, you don't know. You haven't met any of the pro players. Yeah.
Use the mark, secure the kill. It makes it a 3 versus 2. Ooh, Semantic, what a pick. He has
Couldn't Humble have gone Ali instead of B? Yeah. Oh, Buzz. Go Buzz! Yes! 3 HP. Chocolate versus Nutella? Wait, for what? Let's see.
But a convincing start nonetheless for Humble in knockout. I think we've got still more to see from this Meeple. It's certainly been good at getting rid of the bush, as it always will be, but to position Humble into the eye of the storm, that's where Zeta have got to be working a little bit more.
Tempting you good. Fall to the pressure and check it out, my friend.
Garden variety, 1 versus 2 there from Boss. Another day at the office for him.
That was a good pick from Levi.
Player on Zeta Division on this game so far, but there's Boss that once again chiming in. Luki's ready to hit Levy hard. Rattled Hive now is scary for Shizuku.
See, Luki is... I forget if it's True Blue or True Red that has the B. I think it's True Blue. The B gadget actually works on True Blue and doesn't work on True Red. Like, I'm surprised Bubbles, she just doesn't pay attention to it. I talked to her about it before. No, Luki, you cannot be walking into that. Windbreaker, I think I'm like 1 episode behind right now.
There's a reverse polarity there, but it's about straight back to their side. Suzuki just needs to get
JoJo's versus No Game No Life is like chocolate versus Nutella. How does that work? I feel like they're 2 different things. Actually, I don't watch JoJo, so I guess I can't really speak on that. That's a dead side tempo. They're both good. Well, I guess. Can we call JoJo's the Nutella? Because I've never had Nutella. I don't really like chocolate though, so I wouldn't even like the chocolate comparison, to be honest. What B-Bug with the gadget? You saw how Luki's gadget started in front of him and ended like a little bit on the right side of him. You see how it ended on the right side?
real problem for those longer range brawlers. Smanty's holding off.
Gotta watch your dishes. Sounds good, my friend.
Get some nice taps and find a super.
If you're on True Rid, the gadget ends on the left side of you instead. It doesn't go fully around.
Boss has been so suppressive. He's got that overcook running, the shield as well.
It doesn't work as intended.
Trapped in the corner, they need the meeple gadget.
They still never fixed it, and there's been complaints for at least a few months now.
All over this. The utility is vast.
True Red, yeah, Zeta's side is True Red here. Humble side is True Blue. That's why Luki's gadget is working as intended.
But now the horns are about to lock.
And the gas comes in. Semantic finally decides to pop that super. Here's Suzuki getting a bit
Nice cleanup.
through them. Here comes Humble thundering into a second set.
Mel, there's True Red and there's True Blue, just like Clash Royale. They're not gonna both be True Blue. That's not how it works in like for game coding. 24%. I voted for Humble. I think Humble is gonna win the Brawl Cup.
The same as two of Zeta's players there. 258 DPS. Second most picked brawler for Humble there. 64% win rate.
Hold on, I got people.
You got okay, boss. You got okay. Are you fine?
I'm fine. They're fine. They push me out. I know. I'm trying to help. I told you.
Nice boss. Nice
The
boss.
focus there. I mean, was that breathing? It was like just like you could hear just nothing but the sound of oxygen passing through your lungs. I mean, Humble are locked in today. They really need this. They want it.
Time stops. Yeah, I think it's much harder to stay at the top than it is to climb there in the first place. I think, especially when a target gets drawn on your back.
How you doing, Toast, by the way?
I'm sure Humble have
Hope you're doing
their
well.
doubts over a rocky start to the year, but something brought it up on the desk earlier. This is what matters. Getting a seat at the table.
Everyone is silent and breathing. No. It's usually like if you hear the comms, there's usually like so much talking and like saying what's going on where, but in there isn't like no talking whatsoever.
This East Asian roster, Zeta Division still clearly has some work to do on bounty and knockout. Will it be Brawl Ball? That is a lifeline for Zeta Division.
How can you know? I mean, you kind of don't know unless some random glitch like that happens.
Head over towards that bronze match.
Zeta is looking bleak. And they know themselves that they can't keep coming shy.
Only way you would be able to tell is like specific little things. And yeah, sometimes the map tells you as well. Like, well, Triple Dribble used to tell you. I don't know if it still does, but Triple Dribble used to tell you if you were True Blue or True Red. Because it wasn't,
Of course, the heavy consideration around the tanks. I said this yesterday, I'll say it again.
What's the word I'm
Shade is
looking
not
for?
a surprise to
Yeah,
anyone
it wasn't symmetric.
Can be certainly banned by Humble, but there's no
My brain was
surprise
cooked. I
that
couldn't
they
think of the word
have
symmetry.
themselves said that that was the key to the monthly finals. No one was really screwing it. No one was prepared for it. I hope we see it because it is.
But you kind of don't really know
always so entertaining.
until you're,
Humble have first pick here.
in the game.
Zeta Division actually know they give first pick over to Humble, and they don't want to
You
go
took
This is
education.
what SK Gaming were able to do with it in their last set of that
Look,
season.
I haven't been in
Themselves
school in 4 years, bro.
Jalen was just a little bit of a problem.
To fix a bug like that, exactly, sorry.
Tried to take them away.
Yeah, Triple Dribble got changed. There was like 2 other maps that showed it too, didn't it?
Off the table.
But I don't know if they're a thing anymore.
Themselves. This is a scary brawler for Triple Dribble, a very powerful one, and finally, for the first time this series, Humble have opted to take Hank up for themselves.
It's interesting. I didn't see this coming.
Yeah, if there's no bugs, you wouldn't really be able to tell if you're True Blue or True Red. But I mean, in that case, it wouldn't even matter, would it?
For sure. Let's see what Zeta going to pick up next. To me, yeah, Kenji makes a lot of
Genji.
It's not the highest win rates, but it's still disgustingly good. But the Hank's the
Chester?
number one pick for Zeta, so it feels like Humble is taking that away from Zeta. Having that first pick makes a lot of sense.
I mean, there's been so many pros talking about this B bug for months. Surely they fix it eventually.
The Stu as well, very aggressive for Zeta to consider B to play into the Hank if they want to go. I think they should probably start to counter Hank at this stage of the draft, really. Lou or B. Lou's banned out by Humble, so they're not going to go for it just yet. Draco.
Wow. The
This is
very
wild,
tanky
draft.
team. Now, does this make it hard to bring like Juju in, for example? Seems like a decent brawler option. And the map like triple dribble. Do you start worrying about having enough damage now to deal with both Levy and Suzuki?
It's hard, overthrown so easily, but Juju's so good into tanks. You know, we saw
Just
Henry
later release a
struggling
big
against
update
Control
and
this
break it
weekend.
again. Sometimes they just don't even fix it.
Star power, giving Grigri a slow. That's a very niche approach.
Oh.
Shade, okay. Get around things out a little more. And again, like we kind of discussed it, good chance that Zeta were looking to take that for themselves. Humble are, I wouldn't say they're strangers to the pick, but I wouldn't say they're exactly known for it.
Not even in the scrims. This is a new, unexpected turn for Humble. It's a back pocket pick for sure, one they've potentially been saving. But you got to ask yourself.
Shade into this is interesting, especially when Jackie is still a thing. They could Jackie this. Asians picking the Asian.
That will certainly be Lukey's pick.
Yeah, there's the Jackie.
Got my reservations.
I think Zeta won this draft, to be honest. I don't think they have enough for triple tank.
Let's see how it will fare for Zeta. This is going to be a winning draft.
Didn't everyone start using Shade after they side sample pick Shade on this map?
Yeah, it's a triple tank setup here virtually for Zeta Division. They are going for utter durability. That's their Hail Mary. That's their gambit here. And what could be the end of their run at Brawl Cup? Clearly they know something that we don't. Humble though are poised to make this a pretty swift affair.
No, Zeta won this draft for sure.
SK Gaming and doing so in style,
Boss!
very on brand.
Hold on!
And Boss, you might want to
No, that is crazy.
finds an early goal.
Wide open. I mean, it was just so free there for Boss. The Jackie definitely an answer for that Shade, as well as Zeta knows probably the best counter for it, but again, they've got to find the goods pass to the Stampo as well, and it should be a walk through into the goal. And a response so quickly, 2 goals in 30 seconds. It's what you love to see in the Brawl Cup.
Okay, whoa, we're here for a good time. Not a long time, apparently. Semantic, hypercharge super pop there. A little bit of damage felt by Levy and Shatava, but nothing to write home about. Levy's still going to come down with
That's a
the
goal.
ball.
Yeah.
And it's already done. Zeta Division run it down mid. What a way to try and stay alive in this series. They've got more health, clearly, than Humble could cut through.
Smatic said coming in that sometimes Zeta just love to run it down. That was his words coming into this series. Now he's starting to eat them. Unless Humble can dig deep enough. Look again, straight for the eye of the storm. Boss low.
I don't know why they wouldn't take a tank counter when they already had double tanks.
Could be a thorn. Just full now. Solid defense from Humble. Zeta now with a new lease of life, some confidence, some blood running through the veins still. And Humble hunkered down, top side of the map, and a danger here for Zeta.
The dodge of that Kenji super is so big. Remember that first bubble on Suzuki doesn't really do anything because of that shield that stays off the damage. The second one though hits a little bit harder. Nice super there from Semantic. Popped the hyper for it as well. Levy taken low, has a hypercharged super off his zone, but he's in a really awkward spot to make use of it there, and there was really no chance for
Semantic.
him to turn that into a winning situation for Zeta Division. Suzuki knows which way the wind's blowing here. He's pocketed the
He's
ball.
using the shield star power.
A good heal. Then goes down
Wow.
regardless. Levy should be getting the ball. Always tempted. It was always the step there from Boston. Levy went for the pass, which she didn't, so good for him. Hypercharge down for the speed, and a potential
Oh, this is over.
connect. Wonderful stop from Zeta, and a goal easily done. 1 minute 15 on the clock, and Humble need to find something here to be able to come back strong, or this set be going the way of Zeta already. A good advance towards the goal. Tampa needs the helping hand. And Semantic has already got the mid locked down. Great slow from him. Humble survive. Now speed. They've got to get back in this game and fast.
Oh, nah, Jackie defense.
That one by comment from Zeta Division is devastating.
But
Blending up Humble in front of their
TL.
goals. Now they'll
Take it
Humble
to
have that
set
map
5
control.
and then
No
lose.
big supers on the side of Zeta. Also not Dragon form timing there from Shitampo. Doesn't leave force Semantic back for the time being. Oh, Lukey, we love to see it.
That was
Able to take the Kenji
interesting.
down, and the gentleman's 1 versus 1. Chitampo now back to the corner. Try and put the ball away, but Boss will try and dig it out. It's a missed super entirely for Suzuki, but Boss is in a weird spot. Getting to the back of the map now. Bit of a
That's a goal trick shot. He did the trick shot.
Now the clock ticks down. Humble on the defense.
Oh, Kenji hyper moment. This, yeah. Yeah. A non-Spanish watch party? Is that what's going on? I didn't know there were so many Spanish watch parties. I know I'm not really a big content creator compared to all these other folks, but yeah.
Revert to primal rage and run it straight up the guts. Suzuki there.
Day 2? Is this only day 2, Kenan? I think you made a typo there.
Semantic was often on Suzuku duty, but there was only so much that he could realistically do. And once there was a Jackie super and a Kenji super available, not much Humble could really say about it.
On a day 100, you gotta be like a fifth of the way there already, Kenan. Let's be real.
You know, if you're gonna be picking shade into the very squad that birthed it, you gotta respect the counter. And it was that Jackie pick which really did land the mark. Great synergy as well with the Kenji, and they were just able to run it down like Semantic was afraid that they would do. That was a bit of a miss there from Humble for me because, again, you know, you're saying that you know
You're not getting blocked. Calm down. You literal snack.
It's only going to go from bad to worse.
I mean, it's like, what are you realistically supposed to do against this triple tank composition? I don't think you just go, oh, well, we just play Colette. That's not an option, especially when you don't know the entirety of Zeta Division's draft beforehand. So perhaps that was a bit of a wild card.
A reverse suit would be crazy.
Heading into hot zone though, Humble have a chance to return things to normality, to preserve the sacred timeline, to walk out with a draft that they can be proud of, and try and secure the series here and now.
He's against a little snack. Nuh-uh.
In their sales.
Hasn't that already been proven wrong?
Time, you say.
Alex wants me to get drunk with him later, but I literally have nothing to drink. I'm gonna be drinking water.
Weekend long. This is no time to allow them to get back to comfort. Heals.
A lie? Nah.
Both sides on dueling beetles.
Only time I support ChatGPT. I drink alcohol. I don't have any. I just did that snicker. Do your ears work, sir?
On those kinds of bands.
What about the bow? We've seen him start to creep in a little bit more to this map.
Get some? I'm broke.
Tends to elevate any brawler. Is it worth a ban?
That is out of my budget.
Things on both sides. Could be a worthy pick. The Lu's available, so you kind of want to gravitate towards that first. It's kind of like the hand-me-down child, isn't it, really, of those two brawlers? Yeah.
If Lu's there, you just can't really let your opponents have it.
Hank's available here as well. There's big tanks, you know, worth looking in early.
You take the Hank or the Lu here?
Rich? I'm not rich. Otherwise, I wouldn't be having a million ads an hour. Salted water? You want me to die?
Can cause him no shortage of headache. Dueling Beetles is such a good map for Hank. He can really just so much damage over those walls. Should they remain intact? We've seen Griff opted for on this map as well. And strategies definitely have leaned towards opening the destructible parts of the map up a little more. I mean, Humble are a Frank team.
They're a Frank team. They're a tank
Sleep is the best medicine. I agree.
Kind of,
I slept so much after that junk stream.
Double tank at this rate, honestly. I mean,
Semantic on the Frank is disgusting.
And they're not worried about the Lu, I don't feel. I mean, that's a statement, isn't it? You know, Jaehyun coming in, speed, heals. It's a safe pick to have at this stage of the draft as well. You can kind of choose to gravitate towards each way. You can wait to see what Zeta want to do next, but definitely some considerations here.
Power of the day.
That Lu player is going to have their
insane. It's like $200 bucks.
For whoever is piloting the Lu. Zeta Division here see half the story from Humble, and they've got to finalize their draft here and now. So Buster is a bit of an option here, but you want something that can disrupt the Frank. Draco doesn't necessarily do that, or at least he's not likely going to be doing that. It's going to be much like we saw from Toxic Lotus. just trying to abuse that last stand gadget as much as humanly possible. So you've got some range. Lu is not really to be considered a damage threat. The last
Your immune system is him. Mine is too. My immune system is really good.
The berry ban, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to have a Poco or just some additional healing. That's kind of where Draco can really...
Snickers buying me Chipotle today.
Run it down. Buster. A tough tank to play into for sure. One that can just, you know, really cancellate a lot of what
1K plus subs, where?
Cancellate the gadget himself. So it's about that timing, that battle of the green button effectively as well. But Poco wouldn't be the worst idea here for Humble. If Zeta aren't going to go heals, maybe that's what they
lifetime. You know, my lifetime of being affiliate on Twitch is like, what, 6 years?
Had it been open. Barley, Herbal Tonic.
Extra healing, even more. And no thrower that can actually challenge Luki. And where's the wall break for Zeta Division? They don't really have a way to actually put Luki...
If you saw my monthly subs is like, I got like 5 gifted. I don't, probably less this month.
He's able to disrupt Frank as he's winding up for those supers. Frank has to use in advance the active noise cancelling gadget to render him immune to that crowd control. So he can complete the ultimate, obviously, and still stun people up. That's that interaction we're going to be watching.
How many is this all-time leaderboard? What do you mean? Like the total? I don't know. I just know it's been ever since I got affiliate in like 2019 or 2020.
The left-hand side now, Semantic whistling down to Tampo now, going to Dragon Form. And surely a last stand pop there is, but then a great preemptive splash there from Luki to ensure a swift and early takedown. Last call as well, going to be horrific here, and everyone will
Sleepy.
All 3 members of Humble now.
Go to sleep then. Take a nap until Alex goes alive.
The hypercharge Semantic. This is going to be very tough to push into for Zeta.
And I feel like this is history repeating itself again. Humble with a comp that's all about setting Semantic up with a disgusting amount of healing. Blue Super does get popped here. It allows Tatampo some time on the point, but he's not that guy. His job is to actually go towards Humble's comp, not to gain them capture percentage. So Zeta Division don't really catch up at all in that window. It is a hyper from Luki.
Nice.
As well, just surviving on, but it's going to take time for him to heal, and he's going to need
This is a really good Frank pick here.
A last stand pop is going to do very, very little. Humble have not faltered, not a single shred, and Zeta are in serious trouble because this comp is just not doing a thing. A mere scratch. The amount of heals, the speed of boss, everything working in synergy, and Humble just made that look easy. Moving on to match point 1.
Zeta losing? Yeah. You feel even more tired? Fair enough. Body wants to $1 million. Mine does too. We must be twins, Muffin.
Elegant draft from Humble. They see Zeta Division's playing a mile off. They know they're stacking tanks and they're trying to make use of Lu, so they say, fine. We need to throw
EU is going to get a world spot and an LCQ spot.
Those stunning blows from Semantic have been on point. Shitampo doesn't have a way to stop crowd control. Even if he's invulnerable, he can still be stopped in his tracks.
Good defense from Humble. Pushing themselves now back into this mid. Speed from Boss going out. Luki there with the last call as well. Shitampo going to be caught off guard here. On his left-hand side, Semantic comes in, closes the gap. Shitampo can't go too on the aggressive here. He's got to heal up at some point. But Zeta have not got time on their side.
Feed us? If you expect me to feed you, we're all dying of starvation.
And Luki's uncontested. He's having the easiest game of his life.
I'm probably the brokest one in this chat right now.
Semantic zones that left side of the map. There's a last call thrown in. It's a problem for the Lu, who's still coming back off spawn. See, Levy just has no way of getting involved in that fight. Man, what an utter outdraft here from Humble. Zeta Division have no good options.
Yeah, this is an insane outdraft.
To this last pick thrower.
We all knew Humble was going to win this though, didn't we?
The stunning blow comes on down.
Right, Ogito?
Among the flickering flames of this barley damage, and these 3 Humble guys still have a job to do in Dallas.
Nah, I'm probably more broke than you, my fan. I saw points. Crazy Snicker. Called it. I called it too. My predictions are 100% so far today. I had a 100% pick rate yesterday too.
red mud all
0-0-0 vibes, Muffin.
Humble and SK. My goodness me.
Actually, debt.
Unreal.
We're in the negatives out here.
Has been behind them the whole time, all the way.
We seen Ready Eyebrow? Yeah, there was one LCA. Which ones were we missing?
It's an EMEA final we have on our hands. Semantic, that final match, that final
I don't remember.
it kind of looked a little bit more comfortable. You kind of, Zeta have admitted that the draft has been where they faltered. You said if they get a good draft,
Yeah, there was
they're
one
more or
yesterday.
less
Oh,
unstoppable. Do you feel
MVP
like the
vote is
draft
up,
was the
chat.
difference maker?
On the
MVP
first
vote.
match, definitely not. I'm pretty sure they had draft. I mean, our Ollie was like completely useless in this matchup against Illumi. But we just, honestly, we played so good and we just outkilled them in first set. And then second and fourth, I'm pretty sure we had draft. So, yeah, we got a draft. We got what we wanted. and we
Like
got the
open
win.
a store.
You did indeed.
I wish I could, Muffin. I'm happy for you.
In the grand
If I
final,
could find a new job, I would
regional slot has been
probably
secured.
disappear for the most
What is
part.
this game for? Is it for prize?
Like
Is it for
I
regional
probably wouldn't be on
dominance? What is it for you?
Discord. I would only be in a couple chats and stream.
Just watch it online. Just watch EMEA. Honestly.
I would
EMEA
just
also,
retweet stuff on
yeah,
Twitter.
it's just a rematch. We're playing for honor. We got a world slot, an LCQ slot, and it's just, yeah.
EU,
Congratulations,
APAC,
you guys have
China,
really proved your dominance.
SA,
It's been such a
NA,
pleasure to
India.
see you here on the stage, and we can't wait to see you in the
Valid.
grand final. Ladies and gents, make some noise for Humble!
How many world finals did Semantic competing?
That's already set
3?
in stone. Humble, the last
4?
time they lost at a LAN event, at least the
Oh,
set
there's 4.
was in
Oh,
the
damn. I'm an
semi-finals
unk,
from
bro.
the World Finals 2024. The
I
finals
think
was
that's the
also
second
3-0.
question where
Every
it
single
was
World Cup
1
match so
plus
far
year
has been
than I
3-0.
thought.
I mean, still, props to Zeta Division for even taking a set.
At least try. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember you talked. Oh, what was it in Alex chat? I think you were talking about it.
Social media with that scoreboard, and then the other side, the card from the crowd which says outdraft. That's the social
6
media
months
post as well.
training. Good luck.
I mean, that is wild stuff. I'm keen to hear some of these sounds, of course, from the end of that.
Which
Just now, yeah.
which
Nice hyper
squares were we missing?
I'm gonna go left.
Slowly, do not beat.
Was there no crash out on stage? I guess.
World champion ping, guys.
Go champion. I'm on cooldown. I'm on cooldown.
Nice, guys.
Let's go!
Nice.
Let's go!
Calm and collected until the very end, until Semantic loses.
I think that's the
his
only
first
one we
again.
were
I
missing.
mean, it happens every event, doesn't it? Like, it's trying to get
He
him for an
chained up.
interview. post-
Muffin chaining me up.
very
Interesting.
like, basically down his throat.
Three things are certain in life, right? Taxes and Semantic losing his voice at LAN, right? That's just how it is here in Brawl Stars.
Can I say something crazy? Was that a little bit anticlimactic considering how the series started?
Monthly. This is Brawl Cup, which is basically the mid-season invitational.
And yeah, this guy made it look easy. It wasn't an outdraft. He says they drafted pretty well, Zeta Division, and we talked about it so often how they are the mechanical geniuses.
Muffin
but maybe a bit
choking me?
weaker on the drafting
What?
side. In this one, I felt like it was just
What is
Humble
going on
dominating
here,
on
chat?
every
How do we
single
get
part of
here?
that calculation.
Yes, I do. Okay.
How do we get to Muffin
That's fair.
chaining
I
and
do think
choking?
The first few sets were really good drives. I do think that the last set,
What?
the dueling Beatles one was spectacular from Humble. They have the advantage though. They are last pick, and they basically already had got Jay on.
What do you mean chill? You're the one put it in chat, not me.
I love what Kanan put together for us their arc. That was just astonishing to see them finish in such
Saw
a
Spin's
style. What
tweet,
makes
which
you think
one?
they're landing?
A lot of the community has been speaking out more than ever about how important draft is to get right. And, I'm all for it. I think that is a beautiful thing in Brawl Esports. We are broadening the horizons, allowing more opportunities for team members and analysts and managers to come in and say, right, let's get our act together because we are amazing.
I gotta say
players,
something
the
so
best players
crazy
in
right
the
now,
world.
Muffin,
But
but I
our
will
draft is
not.
where we're weakest. So let's
Wait,
enhance
the
that,
one
let's
about
work on
giving.
that,
Yeah, I
and bring
did.
in that knowledge
I
to really
commented on
grasp
it.
things. And this is why the Brawl Cup comes at the best time of the year for me. We get to see how the world fares, and going into the later parts of the year, we know where everyone's stacked up to be. They've got work to do, for sure. and
That was
that's why I say
crazy.
so. But I've got no doubts that they will get it done.
I very much agree. In the middle of the season, we see how those teams fare up to this point. Now we're heading over to almost a full split, and we'll see how they do in the second half of the BSC season. Next up is going to be Toxic Lotus versus Zeta Division, Mainland China versus East Asia. It's going to be a spicy one.
China owns Americas. Oh yeah, there was a Max too. So did we get like everything on a bingo card this weekend? I'm pretty sure we did. Someone with nothing to lose is someone in a position of power. That's crazy. A powerful muffin. Bro.
DreamHack Dallas, are you ready? Wake up! It's time for the match for the third place here. Either it's going to be Toxic Lotus or Zeta Division claim that coveted spot for the LCQ. For one of those regions, they only have one spot at LCQ. They don't have one for World Finals, so they definitely want to make it 2 of those. We also switched out our casters, brought in a fresh pair now, Kenny and Reddy. And I'm sure you had some highlights in the previous 2 matches already.
Can't
I mean,
argue
it
with
was
that
absolutely
part.
spectacular to watch. I had no idea that Toxic Lotus were going to bring this level of energy, impact, and drafting. What an unbelievable weekend from this underdog.
A very promising start, I might say, already.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Toxic Lotus really came out of the gate swinging. They gave SK the ride of their lives. It almost could have culminated in a
Or
victory.
Farid. Almost as much aura as Sunjingwu.
Weekend GSL format for day 1, and today we've been going through our top 4, but it's going to be an EMEA grudge match in our grand final. But for now, still much to be decided. 2 regions fighting for 1 LCQ spot.
2 regions,
More than him?
China
Crazy.
and East Asia. And let's have a look at what
That's
my
heavy
dear
duck muffin
colleagues have
emote.
predicted here.
More than
Once again,
Eisen.
pretty even. Only us 2 though. I think that Zeta Division can take it again. They have a world champion. Stetampo won in 2021. And still, you're all voting for mainland China to take this one.
We saw the drafts. They were on point for these guys today. They looked fantastic against SK. Expected front runners in the competition in their very first match of the day. If you're Toxic Lotus, though, you got to be aware of your position. You've only made it this far just now. Have to have that preparation in store for this 3rd place match.
It's super fun to watch those guys. Toxic Lotus, I had an eye out for them this week already. In the scrims leading up to Friday, they had only 1 team against which they were positive with their scrims. Every other team has won more scrims than they lost against them. So I didn't really had them on my
Wait,
radar
EMEA
too
has
early.
9 spots?
Here
That's
they are,
insane.
Day number 3, and they're in the match for the 3rd place.
I mean, who could have seen this coming? Honestly, just some sleeping giants waiting a long time for this opportunity. They've been the best in their region, and obviously the competition that they're playing against very different from the rest of the world. I mean, EMEA have a plethora of teams. North America get bounced early by these guys. It's been an unbelievable performance. Love to see it, and can't wait to see what they can achieve in this one.
TOC called himself the Rico God yesterday. We got to listen in on the comms, and this guy was popping off on Bell's Rock. It seemed like a pretty tough matchup, but the draft was simply on point. They pretty much enforced the worst wall break in the game for their opponents, and the Rico went absolutely nuts in spite of the broken down walls.
They had a couple of those brawlers that we called their signature brawlers, like the Miko, the Rico as well. But so we have those also on the side of Zeta Division. We all still remember in March, Stetampo was the first to ever bring in Shade back into the meta. And now everybody has to copy just what they are showing them, and it works out perfectly.
I'm a little bit nervous for these guys. I mean, obviously the mechanics are there, but something that I thought they brought so well throughout the regular season were those draft phases, and that just hasn't been clicking as much in this day 2 and 3. They pushed SK to the brink, though, anyways. We saw the talent and what they can do. If they just get a few more in their direction, I really think if the strategy comes through, I mean, these guys can do anything on the battlefield.
When we talk about draft, that's the Latox difference right there. In some of the previous days, there were some questions raised about, are they listening to some of the suggestions that Latox is giving them? They really like to lean into some of these comfortable brawlers. brawlers. Look at Bell, a 91% win rate for the brawler, but they haven't gotten to play it that much.
Levy is the sniper in the team. He can hop onto a Jester, for example, if needed, but he's definitely been popping off not only on Bell, but all of those long-ranged brawlers. Super excited to see him maybe pick up that one more time.
I mean, I don't know what's going to happen here. Truly, this has been a miraculous weekend for several teams. Zeta Division, the expectation, I think, was possibly making it to that grand final. So the fact that they're fighting for a third, fourth, I'm not sure that was the ultimate goal, but I think the region would certainly appreciate if they could get the job done here.
And now I can't wait for this match to start, so please bring out the teams, Barney.
A region spot in the last chance qualifier hangs in the balance. It's East Asia versus mainland China. It's Zeta Division versus Toxic Lotus.
Did my mic mute itself again? What's the last thing y'all heard me say?
Have Shitampo, Levi, and Shizuku. Toxic Lotus have Tok, Engine, and O.
Yeah, this is for third place, Ali. Been quiet for a while. What is the last thing you heard me say? So I can figure out what comments to read again.
Little lore drop there as well. Such a fun fact, and honestly, a lot of respect too. There's a lot of history with these guys. I mean, names have changed over the years, but Chinese mainland have been present, just haven't been winning, and this weekend
Apparently, that's how it's pronounced, Mel. About the time me and Muffin were talking.
After the last time that they were at LAN in 2022, it was a really rough
So y'all said
ride.
Ducks talk too much, or you said I talk too much and my mic stopped working, so I just made it seem like I wasn't talking at all.
They have the potential to make Brawl history. It's all going to get started on
Shit Temple. Apparently it is, but I will keep saying Side Temple.
So they did with other teams, so not really much to say about that match. Then they booted out Tribe Gaming, the NA Hope, their first seed of NA, and then also allowed
I'm American. I will say Side Temple.
their chance to make it into day 3 thanks to Toxic Lotus. So now both of those teams just getting ready. It comes down to this one. Will they just take home a little bit of prize money, or will it also be that?
I don't know how my mic just decided to turn itself off. I literally just moved it for a minute and it said no.
And the expectation for Chinese mainland bounced in the first round. I don't think a lot of people
Hello,
expected to win a
Jagger.
single one.
You talk too cute. What do you mean, Ace?
11% prediction for Toxic Lotus to take that. That's very different from what we had up here on the casting desk with the majority of folks.
11% is crazy after seeing what they've been doing this weekend.
Point, and we saw Zeta sort of falter in that category, even though this is a marked improvement over where we saw the East Asia region in the past. Let's get started. Bands flying in here on Bridge Too Far in just a moment.
Chuck's certainly a feature here. I'm curious to see if it goes band stage worthy, or if these two teams feel like they can just keep it in the playing field. Amber, somebody that's risen up the meta, and of course we have to consider some of those more aggro brawlers. This is where Melody comes to play sometimes.
Love seeing the Melody up the lane. It can be quite difficult to earn that lane matchup because you can get outranged, and sometimes the best way to get rid of it is simply to ban it out altogether. Zeta Division are believing in that category. Would have been wise also for Toxic Lotus to get rid of this one, since this is a Zeta Division specialty. For them, they've gotten rid of that aforementioned
No mods,
as well
yeah.
as Brock that can do tremendous safe damage, and he also breaks down the walls to allow
The
easier
best
passing
mod
lanes.
is not even available at the moment, unfortunately.
Walk over that water. And when we saw Zeta Division play this map yesterday against Elevate, the lane switching was one of the biggest difficulties for them.
Heist has been a really unique one. We're going to see standard bans of Lumi and Kenji throughout the entire day. It's what we've seen all weekend, but they slip through here. So Talk able to grab what's seen as honestly probably the best brawler in the game by these pro players right now. I mean, Kenji's escaped more than her, I would say, but nonetheless, Kenji's still available. It is Bridge Too Far, so it's a pretty interesting one, right? Kenji is one of these close quarters brawlers. It's really hard to dash through, and tank counters can get in the mix too. So there's just a lot to juggle in this 2-3 turn for Zeta Division.
Kenji's in the conversation because of his aggression, also because of his hypercharge, and that aggression is super useful on this map. You can afford to die quite a lot as long as you're able to hold back your lane, and dying for Kenji means that he's getting in close range, he's getting damage, he's getting closer to that hypercharge. Same is true for Lily as well, something that is completely available here on the board right now. When you see that first pick of Lumi, that's indicating that Zeta Division are letting Toxic Lotus have it. That means that they have some kind of plan for it. With the Bonnie and the Bell coming in now, Bell's just one of the best lane matchups on this, and it's actually a favorite for the team. But here comes the monkey, the special specialty of Toxic Lotus, 100% win rate so far.
Iconic brawler for both ends. We saw in the graphic as well, Bell was something special in Zeta Division's hands. This has changed up since the change in Heist. We don't necessarily see this full investment on base racing.
Who did it? I did it.
You have 25% at a time chunks that you have to get through, so to peel through the layer of that onion. Instead, control brawlers kind of come back in the mix. I think that's why Bell's showing up. Bonnie, of course, with some balance changes in there too, but just a really good hybrid, boasts a lot of HP, and because of that, can't be dealt with super easily. But here's the DPS coming in on the left-hand side.
Daryl.
Old-timey brawler Colt.
He's got a lot of DPS, like you said. He's able to win some lane matchups too. That's a very mechanics-dependent matchup. He should be able to compete.
Oh wait, this is Zeta. They don't even play Daryl. There's a Dynamite cosplay.
Get the aggression that they need. They're gonna have to get something that is generating the pressure on Toxic Lotus, because what they're facing in Toxic Lotus is
This is the third place match, Ogito.
the constant threat of Miko jumping across the field. Daryl is their method. He's going to be getting super for free because he auto charges it. He's going to be getting hypercharge for free as well.
Oh, there's the
It's gonna be very
Daryl.
difficult for Colt to deal with. He doesn't have any CC.
Big brain duck
knockback. The
moment.
same goes for Miko as well. He doesn't really have any defensive capabilities. All he can do is pump out that damage on the enemy safe.
An investment and some aggression coming in from Zeta Division. They would love a bounce back. It's been a Cinderella run for Toxic Lotus this weekend, and now they're taking on the Titans of East Asia. Both of these squads shouldering an entire nation, an entire region behind them, yet there's only one spot available. Let's find out how it goes
Oh
down.
hell nah, Ace. Well, I guess you can say that's Leonis. That's okay.
Shifting lanes over to mid. He doesn't want to take this matchup versus Bonnie. If he can afford to not give her super, then he will take that chance. Off onto the enemy safe, being cautious as well to use the gadget for additional damage. Doesn't matter if he gets hit by that nest egg. He's
They used to
still
be
going to be doing
tribe.
so much damage.
Is it really, bro?
Not the greatest gadget in the world there for Suzuku, though. He needs to get much value as possible.
They're already under
Toxic Lotus
50%.
still
Crazy.
Creating this aggression onto the enemy side. Engine completely ignoring this right lane.
This is close to as base races. We're going to get Miko off to the left-hand sideline, playing alongside Tox. Split screen here. So much going down. Suzuki
Holy damage.
in the faces of this high stake. Bounced back.
Wait, no, this is over. You cannot leave Lumi on defense, to be honest. Alright, so we'll come back green.
Base race that the region has placed on Heist. They are immediately going for the safe. We see Toxic Lotus trying to implement the same strategy. Avoid some of these lanes, don't feed super, just get to the enemy side. But you leave an unguarded Bonnie, especially Daryl, all by himself on the safe. That is a no-go. They need to adapt this strategy. We'll see if Engine decides to take this lane matchup once again. No, diverts over to the left side. They gotta keep someone on Daryl though, and it is not easy to shift these lanes.
Cut off of the gadget will allow TL to move forward. That's a takedown, though. Now Engine bouncing his way up the middle of the map, but they've left Daryl on the other end. They're willing to take this trade, and already below 25%. Miko still lingering. Marker goes down, and finally a takedown imminent. Zeta Division finally with a little bit of control here. Shatampo on that bottom left-hand side, just gonna be chilling, dealing with OU.
What are we cheering for here, chat? I kind of want to see Toxic Lotus win. Even though I've voted for Zeta to win this, but there's a good chance Lotus wins. That would be like the only prediction I wouldn't be upset with getting wrong.
Down to its last legs. It's gonna come down to these aggro brawlers and a little bit of defense. Zeta Division hold, and on the other end, Toxic Lotus.
The monkey gets to the safe before Daryl. Daryl doesn't have a super.
And now this battle taking place right in the middle of
Oh no, he has a super now.
Whoever can break away first, and it's the Zuko. Shatampo diving in.
Nice. 2% difference is crazy. The monkey was mid-jump too.
Zeta Division know exactly when to pull the trigger. But they escape by the skin of their teeth right there. Miko was ready with one more devastating blow onto the safe. That very much could have gone to the
It says bumness, you mean goat. You sense the goat brain.
What they needed. There was nothing really that Toxic Lotus could do to defend against it, and they weren't willing to expend O to defend against it solo.
I think a key here is looking at Engine versus Suzuku's stats. Obviously, Miko has been a featured brawler for Toxic Lotus this entire week, and you're going to see at the bottom left 61,000+ damage. But Daryl has doubled it. I mean, you just can't match that. We have a little chunk coming in from Bonnie. Bell, obviously, just mainly there for control. The bounce shots on defense, the marker onto Miko, bringing him down faster. Zeta Division just had 3 brawlers executing their roles really well. It's not that Toxic Lotus played poorly, but the mechanics out of Zeta Division, it's hard for anybody on the planet to match.
It's a risk that Toxic Lotus took here by picking Miko not as a last pick, because you can out DPS the Miko. The benefit of playing the Miko is that you get pretty steady, constant damage. You're going to get that super eventually. That's a lot of transportation across the battlefield. but Zeta Vision knew just what to do into it. Yesterday, we didn't see the proper response into the Miko. Now, with Heist out of the way, I think Zeta Vision can breathe a little bit because this was a Toxic Lotus specialty in the last several days.
Definitely a nice momentum swing. I mean, just knowing that you kind of take down what's been one of their best assets definitely makes you a little more comfortable as you approach set number 2. We're heading over to Brawl Ball. Completely different. It's going to be a little pinhole punt for us. Still anticipating brawlers like Lumi and Kenji to probably be removed from the picture here, but there's other ones. I feel like there's a lot of anti-tank and tank. Those are kind of the two boundaries that I feel like really dictate these draft stages.
Something that we saw Zeta Division make pretty good use of yesterday was tanks on Brawl Ball. And even in a losing draft, they were able to mechanics their way out of it somehow. You've heard what Levy and Suzuku say about Shitampo. It seems like in any moment, doesn't matter if it's a losing situation, he figures something out. In Zeta Division, I think that's the expectation that precedes them coming into this. We should expect the tanks, the anti-tanks.
Yeah, they went to set 5 Syndra.
From Toxic Lotus, but for Zeta Division to somehow find a way to make it work.
He truly is a magician. Never a job that he hasn't been able to accomplish. One of the best players to ever do it. Been a while since he's had a world championship, though. This year, departing Crazy Raccoon, which is an insane statement to make. A choice to depart this roster and picking up these 2 players here, and now they're finding themselves very successful this week into 3rd, 4th place at battle, and a possibility of bringing home an LCQ spot for the region. Band stage going to come through here. Like we mentioned, Kenji, Lumi in the equation. Some of those anti-tank brawlers, some of those long-range ones, more unique. B could be in the picture. Going to see here on the top left, an interesting El Primo band. Finks doesn't surprise me, but Kenji did escape.
Kenji's not in there. Neither is Lily, some of the more powerful brawlers in the game with their recent addition of hypercharges. That means that Zeta Division is giving this to Toxic Lotus, saying, yeah, sure, pick it if you want. We have some kind of response for it. And they had that last pick as well. They've made things available to themselves as well. But Toxic Lotus getting rid of the Primo tells me that they want to have Frank in their composition somehow. They're going to have that ability. They're also working with some side lane abilities where they can place
NG1, fair enough.
Kenji's going to get that aggression. Zeta Vision gave this to them. Mind you, they didn't ban it out. They have a response planned.
And on top of that, Toxic Lotus banning B and
Primo's banned though, so they kind of wanted the first pick Kenji if possible, or Frank.
Primo out of the picture, like you mentioned, now Frank has a little more viability. I think Hank definitely has some leg to stand on with Lou and B being out of the picture. Sometimes you're going to see Shade come in the mix. I'm going to keep my eye out later down the road for Zeta Division. Usually takes a perfect draft, and some of those counters that I would say people are used to seeing into that are still out there, so I'd be a little hesitant. Draco makes a lot of sense. I think that's also a direct answer into the possibility of Hank going back on the other side. A lot of these pro players are going to use Draco into a Hank directly, so I think this is a lot of thinking ahead.
This is very true. They're also going to pick up Chester, which is one of the best ways to deal with really any tank, but especially Hank. You can blow up those walls that he requires in order to get the most damage possible.
So it's still inspiring, yeah.
They got to be cautious of this Draco.
The Muffin Brother.
He is going to die a bunch, okay? Let's face that. But that also means that he's going to be feeding.
Where did they go here?
Kenji, that's going to get him closer to cycling that hypercharge.
Griff?
We're looking at a situation where Kenji's probably going to get like 2 hypercharges this game, and each one of those threatens to be a total team wipe.
Indestructible gadget never hurt anybody either, especially when Kenji is in the air diving straight at you with that
Frank,
hypercharge.
they still go Frank even though there's a Chester.
Especially with that band
Interesting.
El Primo, it's something you just have to keep your eye on. When you see weird bands like this, El Primo, a great brawler, shows up all the time in Brawl Ball. By no means an S-tier brawler. So I think sometimes these pro players are thinking that far ahead.
Yeah, just showing the whole thing. I think Humble is going to win.
And the fact that Toxic Lotus grabbed that without the hardest counter into Frank in the game definitely helps. However, on the other end, they've still got Chester. There's still options available for Zeta Division. Obviously, they get the last lap. They get the 6th pick. Charlie. A really spicy one here. I mean, Toxic Lotus certainly going for it.
Charlie's going to be spawning those spiders, which should absorb some of those shots from Draco when he's not on the dragon form. Same goes for Chester, who's a single target brawler. His shots don't pierce. Zeta Division with one final selection, perhaps a response to that Charlie. Got to be cautious because
Zeta already lost.
Scenario. That hypercharge is also super powerful. Buster now going to be coming into
to
the
SK.
equation. He's got a stun that can be pretty useful for maybe pulling a Kenji away from your team if he's threatening a hypercharge. Same goes for Frank, whose main weakness is stuns, even though he gives out stuns himself. And also the potential to stay together as a team. We know that Zeta Division are a very team fight focused roster, and when they all stand close to Buster, he's going to be getting that super and hypercharge for free.
Very unique draft here for both sides. Plenty of health points and aggression to go around. My kind of Brawl Ball map. Toxic Lotus down 0-1 to a previous world champion in his roster of men. Let's see if they can bounce back.
This is the 3rd place match.
The races,
wait, they went Buster into Frank?
That's 2 down for Toxic Lotus. Pass up to Engine. He's got to try and walk it in. Damage onto Levy. And maybe a kill for Levy if he decides
that was
to go around the left
close.
side, which he doesn't. Opts to come around to the right side for a better matchup. Now shifting over towards the left, and here comes the Dragon combined with the super from Suzuku. A pass over Levy.
The stun.
Takedown. Talk, the next to fall.
Nice.
Keeps on pursuing.
There's a kill, Levi.
Levy down, and now the counter push from
They say Levy. I don't like that pronunciation.
Moving right, Shitampo now going back into the Dragon form. It's a duel. Kenji complete miss there. Suzuku with a juke and a dodge. Now Shitampo trying to deal with the hypercharge. Cuts the corner just in time, but Levi
Good
in
pick
trouble.
from Tuck.
He's going to fall. Dribble up the middle of the map. OU popping hypercharge just to try and get something going. Nicely done there. Cuts them off.
Nice.
Off, and they will survive this onslaught.
No way, Side Sample is alive.
Lotus there with the use of the Charlie super. She's going to be respawning soon, and she could not be needed any more time than now, since Engine is ready to move with his hypercharge and super combined. Going to look for the team wipe. One, looking for two on a Suzuku. Just needs a little bit more.
Nice.
Gets another. Levy now out with
Oh
the
no. Chester hypercharge goes crazy. He wanted to kill Talk because he could have threw that at the OU and put his team in such a good position.
Just waiting to find that first kill.
In Europe,
On this Brawl Ball map right now, red roster taking control of the ball. It's Pac playing defense on the left-hand side.
Interesting.
Cocoon gets taken over, and Zeta Division are trying to force it in. Kenji not enough at the net, and Suzuku.
did SK beat Zeta? Yeah, SK beat Zeta.
Engine to get a second hypercharge for the game, and for Talk to do something similar. Has a hypercharge at his disposal. Gonna pop it now. Looks for as much value as possible. Suzuku gonna block it. Shitetampo couldn't be bothered. A takedown, and now a 2v2 ensues. O sticks down the Cocoon. Suzuku breaks out Levy, and now Zeta Division are in a firm defensive maneuver. There's still a little bit of time. 25 seconds. That's enough time for Engine to get something huge with a hypercharge. Levy almost gonna be taken down. Shitetampo falls. Team wipe.
Nice.
Lotus in a tied game.
Final is Humble and SK.
An excellent execution out of Toxic Lotus. Chinese mainland's heroes looking to duel against the East Asian beast. And it's Shitampo, Suzuku, left hand in, marching forward. Levi with the ball. Kick over. Stun goes through though. Top has wiped the map.
Nice.
Team wipe available. Kick forward. Charlie up the middle of the map, and it's a goal for Toxic Lotus. Game number 1.
This is what happens when you don't ban Kenji, chat.
Is here. They had that tankiness. They were given the Kenji. They executed perfectly. They got the Kenji hypercharge exactly when they needed to. But it was not without resistance. Zeta Division did such a phenomenal job of keeping the Chester in position. They're going to place him on the right side this time. Engine on the left lane is already trying to get some opening frags. He's going to get right on top of Shitampo at risk of falling. Super to the sky. That's one. Onto Levy. Shitampo in the back lines.
Oh, he's not using spiders?
But Engine is undefended. Shitampo hot on his heels, but an open goal. If Engine
Oh,
gets
that was close.
interception from Levy and a successful defense.
Back to the middle of the map we go. A huge battle going down here. Talk right hand in, just using this indestructible wall. Engine, just not enough time there to put it in the net. It was close, a good effort, worth a try. He will survive all of this. Now Tag's going down to Shitampo. Here's a shield to block it out, perfectly denied. Talk fighting for his life on the right-hand side, but left is where they need help most. Suzuku, an easy walk forward, and they'll walk this one in.
Ran down the clock a little bit there too. Zeta Division
Look
could
at
be
both
intent on keeping
teams.
this ball defended.
I want to see Lotus win this.
Unless the opportunity presents itself. Already defensive formation from the guys, but they have a couple of supers at their disposal.
Let's have mainland China go from nothing to third.
One, two, Shitampo needs to fall. Talk forward with the super.
Engine, nice.
And a tied game once more.
The equalizer is there. A reset in the mid. Hypercharge is available. Suzuku pops his now. Zeta Division walking this forward on the map. Engine's been a star player on this excellent brawler. Now he'll make contact with Levi. Now on the left hand.
Nah.
Talk trying to
Oh, wait, good kill from Talk.
Not even worried about the ball. It's Charlie who denies him. He's going to be sitting there on the goal line just waiting. Engine going to have to multitask here. It's going to take
Nah,
everything they
that was
have,
so
and it's
close.
not enough. Zeta Division
That was so
ties here.
close.
What a close call. The Charlie was seriously putting in the work on defense, but was unable to keep it all hammered down. You're able to stick one enemy in the Cocoon, but when it comes to burst damage, she's simply lacking. She only has one projectile to work with. She's much better than some of these long-range matchups, which are going to ensue right now as everyone spawns out in the open. Talk looking for the opening kill. Could not land that gadget. He's still going to get some damage on Suzuku, but Suzuku fires back. A ball passed towards Zeta Division's inner ramparts, but a full team wipe from Zeta Division gets them a free goal.
Really early bucket coming out of Zeta Division. Now just 20 seconds off the clock, and Toxic Lotus already finding themselves in a deficit. Kenji taking to the skies, lands. Suzuku forcing it forward. Hypercharge goes through, and Talk
That's a
render
goal.
useless. They only have one cocoon. The pull goes through, though, and Satampo knocks it down. 2-zip now for the East
I didn't
Asian
see that
Wizards.
brick, but honestly, it's
What
valid.
an efficient finish here in set number 2 for Zeta Division. Much better outlook for Toxic Lotus. They had that tankiness, but it required time to transpire. They needed to get those hypercharges online. Draco was simply the method that Zeta Division knew
How you doing, Brick,
would be
by the way?
able to defend.
Hope you're
that
doing well.
Kenji. They gave them the Kenji for free, knowing that they could respond with a Draco, and oh my goodness, he did put in the work.
12 kills for Engine and a couple buckets alongside it. It's a well-fought battle.
Engine actually played the
arguably
best
brawler in the
that
I
game
think depending
on his
players you're
team,
looking at, they're
but
probably
also he was on
in that mix,
Kenji, so
Louis in that mix. And he did his job, just not quite enough against what Zeta Division is. It's tough for any team on the planet to fight the mechanics with these guys. It did feel like an even battle, though. I mean, in terms of draft and hindsight, maybe we could reflect on it a little more after the fact, but I don't think this is too shabby from either end. I think the Buster Shield honestly got so much value into the Frank Super, which makes sense why it came in as that 6th pick.
No doubt, it was one of the most instrumental things in Zeta Division's success here. It got them right up in the face of Frank. He wasn't able to get any value out of his super. We did see some pretty successful moments out of Toxic Lotus, however. These moments right here, Engine in with a hypercharge. The pass up to him and Talk hot on his heels.
you were hitting now. Sounds good, Brick. Appreciate you dropping by.
Second game that ended up going to them. In game number 3, though, this was Zeta Division seriously stepping on the gas.
It went off. Wait, what do you mean, Jagger?
Right after the other, and
Oh.
so much wind in their sails.
I'm World 3 on Zeta. I see.
This isn't the first time Toxic
It was
Lotus
just
have stared
really
into
good
the eyes of
drafting
death. Now down
from
2
Humble.
sets to 0. And obviously the biggest match of their season yet. They've beaten South America, North America. They've challenged EMEA.
Surely,
right
Muffin.
now they have to take down their neighbors in East Asia. It's the only way that they're going to give themselves an extra tournament life for their region. Plenty of teams back home with them itching at the opportunity to prove themselves. They're going to have to deliver here. It's going to be a tall task, to say the least.
Some of the teammates that Tampo departed as well, undoubtedly rooting for him. It would get them a spot in the postseason if they can only get this next set. Gold Arm Gulch, that's going to be a major slowdown compared to our last couple of modes. Heist, super fast pace. Brawl Ball, gone in the blink of an eye. But Knockout, this one comes down to when the poison forces everyone to interact, and it's all about that preparation. Composition-wise, there are some different routes that you can take. Are you going to place that emphasis on burst damage and try and get a pick before the team fight, or are you going to look to outlast?
Lots of decisions here for both of these teams. A very important draft coming in for Toxic Lotus. They need to get this one right. It's hard to go against Zeta Division with even footing. If you win the draft, you at least give yourselves a chance. Toxic Lotus have won plenty of them this weekend. I still have hopes for these guys, but it's just hard for me to unsee Chatampo always finding a way. I mean, he's been at it for years on the Mount Rushmore of brawlers. Here are the band stage. Lumi, of course, not going to be in the picture. Gene, somebody that I like removing just because it's so pesky to deal with. The poke damage, the magic hand, the magic puffs. It just allows you to be so passive-aggressive, and at a professional level, you just don't want to deal with that.
First pick for Toxic Lotus as well. Look at some of the brawlers they've banned out. RT is an interesting one. This is usually a comfort brawler. This is one also that is going to be countering anything that gets in super close range. And interestingly, not to be that guy, but it's one of the best counters to Miko. So there is cheese potential out here. They don't have the last pick, which would be the more powerful position to pick it in. They're going to go with a Gus for a selection. This is very, very safe. In fact, some might even say overly safe, since it does combine well with things, but he doesn't have the sort of ability that other snipers in the game have to get crazy burst damage.
Don't tempt me with a good time. The fact that you just brought up the words Miko, now you've given me and so many viewers here in Dallas and at home so much hope.
There's no way they go Miko here.
By the way, brother, excellently done. Go, Michael.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a canary under that hat. Well, we'll get another surprise here.
Squeak.
Appearing a little bit early in the draft. A lot of times we see this later on, especially like as a last pick. Not as something that surprises, but as something that puts a little bit of flourish on the composition, defends against tanks, especially things that were played earlier on. Maybe Zeta Division have some clues that Toxic Lotus are going to be going for this angle. Squeak is also one of the stronger options that you can select to fire down mid. Going to have excellent control options. Not one of those things that bursts up and gets a kill. More defends against tanks in close range and enforces more controlled matchup
Buster.
in mid. Buster, once again, the selection from Zeta Division. They really love this brawler, and they have executed with it time and time again.
I think Buster just makes so much sense in Knockout because you can chill
I like
out,
taking away the
charge that
squeak if they
super
want
passively,
Buster.
and then those in-games moment you were talking about earlier where that fog starts to close in, where everybody is up
What
in each
the
other's
hell,
faces.
Jagrat?
I'm going to throw up a shield.
I will not
and
be
then I'm
doing
gonna have
that.
people like Squeak in the in-game who can be an absolute nuisance. This combo is kind of nice, especially if you're relying on the other team being passive and not getting off to a hot start early, because Buster gets a free super, and then Squeak can either throw a slow gadget right at the end of the game to close that gap, make it difficult for them to walk. Rom and Daryl, though, not what I expected. I mean, Gus
Scared to
and Daryl,
meow?
sure.
I'm not scared. I just don't want to do it.
No, not really. And his shot is one of the more easy ones to juke. He does have a hypercharge that can deal some pretty devastating damage. And when we do see him on knockout, he is usually one of the playmakers since he does place down the super towards the end. Everyone's all closed in. A little bit hard to dodge when you don't have his...
Oh, I just realized there's a Grom.
Going to add even more damage to that. Keep in mind also with hypercharges goes diagonal as well. But here is a Zeta Division specialty. They're going to be going for the Melody. The idea here is to get right on top of Engine, deal as much damage as possible, and you also have a good interaction with Gus as well. Melody, she has 3 dashes, so when you dash on that Gus and he inevitably pops the shield to blast you away, you still got 2 more dashes in the tank.
Where are my mods at? Tori, you want to ban Jagrat?
Matchup if you're up close. Rom's not able to defend himself at all in close quarters, so that is a devastating one for them. I don't blame them.
I will not be doing that, Ali.
Especially when you see something like a Squeak, I think it makes a lot of sense. You're trying to punish the passiveness of this top right-hand side composition by just lobbing up shots from a distance. DreamHack Dallas, your heroes of the week in Toxic Lotus need all the support they can
What do you
get.
do?
They're
He's
taking
being a
on one of
monkey.
the greatest to ever do it, and they have to
I
do
don't
it
like
for 3
monkeys.
straight sets.
Already, super steady matchup between these two. Idea here is to get a bit of utility farmed up. Suzuku already has that in mind. He's
Smap
very
load,
close to
yeah, it
Levy.
is.
Wow, and a windup out of nowhere.
I'm a duck.
Levy had tracked
Tori.
the position of Talk from across the battlefield, getting a little bit of damage, farming up that super that's going to be instrumental when things are closed in. All those shots are more likely to hit, and also getting closer to the hypercharge. Another windup, no contact onto Engine this time.
I have to teach my chat what a duck is.
Talk getting a few shots in early, which is crucial. The faster he can get to that super, the more difficult it is, especially when that fog starts to close in with less room to walk with. It just makes that super so easy to connect. I mean, he's popping off. Now they're going for blood on the bottom right-hand side. The slowdown. He wants more.
Go,
Going
OU.
for 2. OU can't quite do it, though. Zeta defend. 2v2 situation.
Nice.
Down to a 2v1.
Hit him! Don't let him heal!
Interesting situation. Suzuku.
I don't like cheering against Suzuku because Suzuku is really chill, but I want to see Lotus get 3rd place.
Nicely done in round number 1.
Good finish there from Suzuku. Didn't feed any super.
I am not on a first name basis with you. Do not say my name.
In the poison. I really think that Zeta Division played that interaction the best they could on the right side, but here they come up the left side, double stacking it with Levy and Stetampo. They are not going to play that extended game because they know that they will lose it this time, especially since TOC has that hypercharge now, which you can use in a pinch. But here comes OU. Once again, the one-man army going for Stetampo.
Why are you going so hard there?
Comes up empty-handed.
Wait, Talk popped hyper, but he didn't hyper super.
Out from Levy and a hypercharge earned.
A 3v2 is catastrophic for any team. It's so hard.
DD duck. What does that mean?
PL just pinned to this left-hand side, Zeta Division, with plenty of space in the middle to operate, going for that long-range connection there. The windup just does so much
Oh
damage.
hell no! Do not call me that.
Suzuki's right
I will ban you if you call me that.
Holding on to the hypercharge. They would prefer to use it in the next round since they
Oh, so it's another bug in Brawl Stars. Got it,
and
Muffin.
Engine both retreating into the poison, feeding no super at all. Even a takedown onto Stetampo, a bit of super earned for Toxic Lotus to use in round number 3. Zeta Division need to be cautious around this barrel. It has threatened them over the water twice, once on the bottom side and once on the top. But last time, it looked like an error from OU. He was so far estranged from his team that he wasn't able to receive any support from them when he found himself in a sticky situation on the top side.
Daryl, I think, has had some solid interactions, but especially in that round 2 is a little sloppy, and the first one ended up taken down too. I think this is just really intelligent out of Zeta Division. They're playing together. They know they're looking for a surprise attack, so instead, they're just
Hello, Kong. How are you?
unit. Great comms coming out of Zeta Division, especially in that round 2.
Zeta Division waiting for their perfect opportunity to strike. They need to hold on here. They opted not to double stack.
Am I short? I'm 5'10".
Instead, retreating to the same thing they went for.
I'm above average.
The most huge difference between those two is that now they have a couple of hypercharges under their belt. They're still going to be staring down the barrel of Talk's potential in that super, especially if he can get closer to a hypercharge. But that poison is on a timer right now. It is going to be closing in any second from the top and eventually from the sides. OU needs to get this hypercharge online ASAP. Already Suzuki in with
Talk is dead.
looking for the pull on Talk. No, taken down.
Oh, good hyper from Engine. Oh.
In close range, is it possible? Just a couple of shots from Levy. He can take this.
Engine, hit a shot. Engine, hit a shot.
Oh, just a little ring around the rosies. And Squishy Squeak gets away with one there. They're too good at the game, man. Especially if a draft is relatively even.
You're 6 feet. It doesn't make me short. That just means you're above average as well. You're not exceptionally taller than the average height comes.
These are the ones he chose to play with. They're certainly qualified to get a win too.
Different approach once more from Toxic Lotus.
Horse size duck.
Go on the left. Zeta Vision coming on the left. Wow, what a mistake. Oh, with the initial kill. 3v2 ensues. Zeta Vision in a losing position.
That's another kill. Oh, nice. Oh, he didn't even die.
Engine closes in for a round 1 to Toxic Lotus.
Reset. And the entire blue roster going to head to the left-hand side. Traditionally the safer one, but they're getting sneaky. Levy gonna pop out here, but they don't know that Buster is lurking, trying to do their adequate scouting report. They don't want a sneak attack coming their way.
Here comes O.
No, that was a bad super from Engine.
Might even opt to waste it so that he can get a better one. Combined with his hypercharge, staying on the back lines for now. And yes, he did decide to waste the super so he can work on getting a real one. And there is enough time until the poison closes in for him to get that. The lack of threat is going to hurt Toxic Lotus. Talk is taking a lot of damage, but he's managed to hold on. Now Zeta Division go for a different formation. They're sending Shitapo on the left side. Suzuku and Levy, of course,
okay,
because Levy's so vulnerable in close range against the Daryl.
They just want to see Melody get some notes around her, just be more of a threat, because otherwise she's just a medium distance brawler. Finally, one goes through. Now they're hurtling together here. All of the red roster on the top right-hand side, playing left to right now. Fog closing in, and the action about to go down. Purple buttons being clicked. A Grom Super going down. Shitapo skating up the middle of the map. Suzuka reflecting all of it. Talk in trouble now. Battle top right.
This Engine clutch up this time. He missed a okay. I was about to say he literally missed a shot too.
Match point extended. Toxic Lotus back on the map. That's their second game victory they've gotten.
What are you yapping about, Snicker?
Lest it go to a 3-0. Toxic Lotus must replicate this success in the next round. And it feels like Zeta Division are trying all the tactics they know. We very few times, only a couple of times, have they repeated the same strategy. They're going to go for repetition now, sending Levy and Suzuku up the left side, Shitapo in from the right. Toxic Lotus just trying to hang on. They know that they are really a time-based composition here. When OU gets that super, when Talk gets his own...
Sometimes my chat confuses me when they say stuff with zero context and refuse to explain it.
And Levi comes up for a little bit of a flank. It's either going to take Daryl to swoop over to the left-hand side or Talk to divert his attention. They're just pinned in their back spawn. Now Zeta Division are just fighting against the clock. Once this fog starts to close in, it's going to force Toxic Lotus to make some mistakes.
It's going to be a little bit tricky. But if we know anything from the past couple of games, it's that O is going to be the entry fragger. But there's one change, which is that, oh my goodness, what a contact onto Talk on the right side. But OU is still going to be hanging on to that hypercharge when he gets it, and he doesn't mind going on a solo mission. Already persevering up the right side. That poison's going to start forcing...
My fault for not knowing the context. What is the context behind someone saying, didn't know you swing that way? Please, I would love to know. How did O get that kill? Oh, it doesn't even matter. But that was crazy.
Still alive in the poison. He's burning down to nothing, and Zeta Division are one round away.
They've stared in the eyes of death multiple times this weekend. Toxic Lotus have been on a miraculous run, but it could end right here, right now.
No way Toxic Lotus gets swept. I mean, they didn't, like, they took some games off, but still.
Same formation from Zeta Division. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But the key
okay, let's see.
Hypercharge now. He's only going to roll forward. Like, it's a little bit of room for Toxic Lotus, but that's frustrating. Now he's only got one roll left, and if we know anything from last round, it's that he doesn't have enough time to charge up a hypercharge over the course of just one round. Zeta Division knew when to go in to deny him the opportunity to farm up that ability as well.
Great heads up play there to avoid the Daryl roll once again. He just hasn't gotten enough value.
We had to get a Grom win for Axis.
All three Toxic Lotus members fighting for their lives. Shots raining in on them. They're just hiding in the grass, running for the hills.
3 supers available for Zeta Division at the moment. Shitetampo equipped with a hypercharge. O's gonna go for it. Shitetampo
Nice.
take it down. Oh, now
Nice.
Engine takes down Suzuku. Levy the last one alive. Holding onto that hypercharge gets the kill. Talk
That's
and OU
funny.
need to combine
I know
forces,
he's
get
not
the
gonna go
pinch
for the
around
win,
into
but that was
poison.
hilarious.
Toxic Lotus persevere for another round.
Deep breath for Toxic Lotus. Still surviving, trying to find a way to make yet one more miracle happen. Super goes down, the double connection. Talk in trouble, shield forced to go up for Engine, and they're already pinned in their back line.
That was a smart play from Levy. He was going for pretty much a one-shot onto Talk with these of the hypercharge and wind up to get the additional damage. Wasn't quite enough. The Toxic Lotus were seriously caught off guard by that one move. That stuff only works once, though. They're going to be expecting
Real
it next time
nothing.
it happens. If it even does. Zeta Division equipped with a couple of hypercharges just like last time. OU needs to make some magic happen with his hypercharge of his own.
No contact there with the gadget, but Daryl does have a hypercharge roll available. This round means everything for the blue side, not just for them. For
What do you mean by the
for
LSD?
something alongside a legacy, and they're going to have to do so against some of the best to ever do it, as this fog is going to start closing in.
Oh, equipped with a hypercharge, same for Engine, but no super in the chamber just yet. Talk also looking for his super. This could be big. Hypercharge out from Suzuku. Talk now laying down the pressure on Suzuku. Hypercharge pop by Shitetampo, looking for as many notes as possible. OU closing in from the top side.
Holy
denied.
fudge. Let's go. We got a ground win.
Survive and advance. Doesn't matter the situation, doesn't matter the team, doesn't matter the region. These guys came to play all weekend long. They've been finding difficult situations and getting out of them. Look, it's only one set. We're not going to get ahead of ourselves. But we've been in this
Filling
Engine with
those
a
of
9-piece there.
muffins.
Levy
Or
obviously
filling
with some clutch
wait,
mechanics
no.
there at one point just to keep Zeta Division alive. But honestly, Toxic Lotus dueling out of their minds in those in-game situations.
They were remarkable. Seeing O go in solo so many times and making it away alive, numerous occurrences, was simply remarkable. That's quite interesting as well, because you see some kills, you know, out here from Squeak, the same for Gus, but they're not the ones making the flashy plays. They're the
LSTA is
foundation
on
upon which the
demon
rest of the
time.
competition is able to
He hasn't
build.
got his sleep
Engine is
yet.
reliably getting the spirit animal.
We get some dinner. I need to probably eat too. I did not eat today.
Usually actually not the playmaker for the team. Talk, it felt like in many occurrences, was simply hanging on. He was establishing the pressure at long range and keeping things at bay so that Engine could gradually farm up his super, the same going for OU on the Daryl.
Some great work coming out of these fellas. Just coming out of nowhere too. I mean, what a
Alex is crazy.
Obviously, North
Bro was like, PayPal me
teams
so
like
you
Tribe
can
elevate going down early, but along with superheroes comes super villains, and these guys have certainly made a name for themselves here. I hope it's a team that a lot of Brawl Nation take to heart, because I have a
Wow,
feeling
do I
this won't
sound
be the last time we see
music?
them this year.
Literally.
They're the villain in
I haven't
Zeta
eaten
Division's story,
anything?
but
No.
they've gotta be the
Last
hero
thing I
for North
ate was
America,
the Chipotle
because
James
they are
Bomb
very
yesterday. I ate
tortured,
that like a little bit
all
before
North
6
American
p.m.
fans rooting for Toxic Lotus after they took down North America early on. Zeta Division need to find some wind at their backs once more. That's a huge momentum stopper for them. Toxic Lotus also, once more, they didn't even place the flashiest plays on their most mechanically skilled player. O's been in the game the longest, but their playmaker is Talk, and he was put on that Grom. We can expect to see him placed on a lane this time. Maybe one of the more impactful ones, defending a bush, the one that goes directly to the heart where your gem carrier usually resides. Last stop, these bushes are a serious bit of trouble if you allow an enemy to win that lane.
Kenji certainly comes to mind. Lumi, of course, going to be in that ban phase more than likely. Lily, somebody that I'm looking out for here, though, is kind of one of those sneaky picks. This is a more open map, but on Gym Grab especially, our pro players love using that hypercharge to get a quick, stealthy takedown. With that hypercharge, it's just so hard to dodge it. It goes in a blink
Go
of an
eat?
eye.
Maybe after.
Not really possible to react to. We saw
Or maybe I'll
Toxic
get a
Lotus play
snack
last
or
stop
something
yesterday, by
when
the
this
way.
is done.
And one of the
And
brawlers that stood
then
out
take
to
a
us
nap.
that they played
Until
was they
Alex
were
calls me
getting
later
to
when he
playing pools with
streams.
Jean onto the enemy Piper, which typically should be winning that matchup. We'll see if they lead with the Jean mentality once more. It's so useful for scouting open bushes on the left and right lanes, creating pressure as well with vengeful spirits that are going to make contact with really any enemy that's visible on the map. It's guaranteed damage. Zeta Division have also given them
Everyone here
the
got
Jean card
shitty
as the
sleep
first selection
schedules.
from Toxic Lotus. We talked about the playmaker.
Except for
being placed
Muffin,
on
I
the lane.
guess.
This has got to be a Talk selection.
I like the Tara selection. It's been a popular one in the meta here for Jim Grab. One brawler that escaped as well. Finks still available on the board. I don't think Zeta Division will be afraid to click it here. I think it's just such a solid lane mid option.
Tara won. Why?
Deal with when chatting with Semantic earlier this week, he really felt like it was a top 5 brawler. He was a team that believed in it early on.
I guess Kong too. Kong is still really young, so he has to have a good sleep schedule.
A lot of pro teams have started to feel the same.
You know, I suppose when you talk with Semantic, he's going to be like, yeah, we saw the top brawler first. You know, we were early to the party. We're trendsetters. We like the Finks as well. And yes,
Semantic got there a long time. I would do the same if I got a new job, but I do not at the moment, so it honestly doesn't matter at all.
It's actually a really good reaction to the Tara, because the Tara can't really accurately pull you. It's going to slow down any projectile, and yes, that Tara super is a projectile. It must land on the ground first.
Whoa, another Squeak pick here. This is an interesting call. I think especially this early on in the draft, just because Squeak can be really squishy. I mean, now Toxic Lotus can make 2 selections here, try and counter that out. I imagine Toxic Lotus are going to want some form of health points, whether that's a really aggressive brawler, whether that's a tank. I'm curious to see what their spin on this situation is.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those that's just going to be good into Tara. I think
6 hours. That's more than I usually get, I'm not gonna lie.
Zeta Vision will opt to run one of these at mid. There's potential to run some unorthodox things at mid. And since Zeta Vision had that last pick, but they haven't gone for the mid yet, that tells me
I did not know Lily made that sound. I was like, what the fuck is that?
Sneaking in, going to be going for the bushes. Also has that hypercharge that realms an enemy when it makes contact. Also gets to bounce as well.
Yeah, it sounds like my type of sleep right there.
And on such an open map, might not get to see it come into play.
Thank you, Ali.
Now we have to see the mid selection from Toxic Lotus, unless they decide to run
Melatonin does not work on me, LSTA. I tried that when I was still in high school.
So just a side note, but a mid selection for Toxic Lotus, they're going to be going for that max.
I think it just made sense as a 2-3 turn, great pairing with Tara. Lily just into Squeak especially, that's what I was talking about with an early Squeak selection.
You can't tell me to stop swearing and swear in the same message.
And this is one of the better
You feel like broke. Wait, they came out wrong? What came out wrong?
But once she kind of gets going, gets that first super cycled, and then, gosh, once that hypercharge goes out, I mean,
crazy. Bro, what's the drug me?
Well, he's going to receive some assistance from Buster.
At least make it an edible muffin.
Stay side by side on our last map. Zeta Vision, they love to just stick to the
Stop
same
fucking
stuff
swearing, chat. What the fuck is wrong
if
with you?
they are afforded that possibility, they will. They're going to be running this Buster and Squeak combo once more. So who is their mid is really the question of the day. They have some versatility in that regard, but against Toxic Lotus's Max, they are at risk of feeding, getting pressured back as well. This one's going to be a mechanical masterpiece in my mind.
Certainly a fun one here. Set 4 underway. Toxic Lotus finally with a little momentum on their side. An Engine popping that gadget early. He's going to pop up right in front of Suzuku. A teleport back.
Oh,
there to save the day.
I did not look at the rest of this draft, I'm not gonna lie.
By the looks of things for the Lily, usually you can't get away with
Exactly, LSTA. Did I get active as SC? No, I will not be doing that.
Super just yet, and Suzuku is waiting on the left side. Meanwhile, a total melee going down to the hands of Levy on the right side. A takedown.
Yeah, Terra 1 was terrible. At least he took a set off of Zeta. That means that Toxic Lotus equal Elevate.
Just kind of forced early. He's hiding in this grass. Pops up, and there's the counter matchup that we're looking for. Squeak handling it well, but now
Yes,
she has
what
a
the duck?
hypercharge at the ready.
I will not be doing that, Ali. Let it go.
The Finks who can teleport away unless he's placed in that Shadow Realm. This is going to be the key to victory. Engine needs to hit this ability, and as a result, Zeta Division are bunching together. They have Suzuku to block a shot if necessary. Here comes Shitampo with gem number 8, but now the speed in from Talk. Engine looking for the perfect opportunity.
He wasted his hyper.
Deflected, utility
Crazy.
wasted, but pressure is still online.
Great response there from Zeta Division, but they're still on the defensive. Plenty gems in their pocket. Engine gonna pop up here in a moment's notice. Grabs one. Shitampo. Oh, so low HP, but he will survive.
Talk now trying to create the pressure once more. Gonna pop the speed on him.
Oh,
Still
Talk.
solo. Not even anything onto OU. But a countdown interruption is good. Number 10 for Shitampo not available. It's been completely denied. Toxic Lotus
When I do merchandise,
well. They could get another
I feel like I would need
Engine's trying to stay on the outskirts
a
of
poppin'
Suzuku's
YouTube
range.
channel or
Gonna keep
TikTok
free, and as a result,
account
his
to
hypercharge
even
will
worry
is
about
actually gonna be
merch.
helpful in that regard. Engine gets the super. He's sucked in by Suzuku. What a prediction as well that he was going to be making benefit of that position.
With 12 on the clock, they don't have Lily, but they do have a Tara super. They're going to send the minions in now. They need a big pop-off play. It's a Finks super going down perfectly timed. Tara stopped mid-air. Talk left hand in, looking for tags.
Crazy.
Through, not Engine on another match point.
They were hanging on to that Fink Super for so long because they knew exactly what was coming. And you saw Tara also withholding in that regard. She knew that her super was going to get slowed down by the Fink Super. There's so many matchups that you can win as Finks with that ability. It's an incredibly oppressive brawler. All of these things you see not taking place on the screen, it is this unspoken counterplay that exists simply with a rotating dash line under the brawler.
Engine this time waiting a little bit longer to use that Lily gadget. Gonna show up right with Shitampo. Suzuku there to cover him though.
I'm a Patreon, yeah. I don't even know what I would do on Patreon if I made one. I need like an actual poppin' YouTube channel first or TikTok first. That's not happening at the moment. Not even my Twitch is popping right now. My Twitch is dead. Oh, he almost got his side tempo.
Suzuku now getting aggressive. Buster, much more of a bodyguard up until this point, playing alongside his teammate. Now the speed goes through. Engine claimed. Talk.
Yeah, this is over.
Are taking over the entire map.
Only 3 more gems to go. Make that 2 with Shitampo picking up.
They hit a good run though. That's your dinner? What's your dinner, Kung?
Left side by the looks of things, and also waiting for these shades to come online so you can get the maximum value. Now the gadget popped by Engine, repositioning over to the left side, but he has been spotted. Now countdown for Zeta Division.
They're gonna need one more miracle this weekend. Engine stays alive, has a hypercharged super, and he has to make direct contact. 7 seconds on the clock. Engine charging up, dueling against Suzuku. The pull goes through. Engine can't go through.
Insane. Wait! They got the reset. Put the screen back on.
There's still more Brawl Stars to be played. Buzzer beater in Dallas. 10 seconds to go. Zeta Division as safe as can be. 5 TOC Engine OU Toxic Lotus pushing in, but Suzuku.
Okay, there we go. Now you can celebrate.
Are now master tacticians, bringing home an LCQ slot for East Asia.
An incredible weekend for Toxic Lotus. Shouldered a nation and represented it proudly. You know how much it meant to these guys. But at the end of the day, Zeta Division are still a lot to handle. And they'll take the LCQ spot for their side.
My goodness, this is the best that we have ever seen out of Toxic Lotus, though. They make it
I want to try
the
moving
top
my mic
four
again. Hopefully it
in the
doesn't cut
entire
out.
world. From a region where the expectations were that they would get grouped. Now to make it to top 4 is simply the unexpected.
Four rye bread
Mainland China
sandwiches
is
with
on the
bacon
map,
sauces. That
but they are
sounds
not top
really
3.
great, Kung.
Like our victors, Zeta
What
Division now on the
happened?
stage.
Zeta just beat Toxic Lotus.
I've got Suzuku here from Zeta Division. You've managed to secure your region an additional spot at the LCQ later on this year. Please tell
Hello,
us
Philly. How
what
are you?
that means to you
And
and your
Easy, how are
team.
you?
お疲れ様でした。3位ということで、LCQ の東アジアでの追加枠獲得ということになりましたけれども、ゼータディビジョンについて取ってそれはどんな意味になりますか。
まあ僕たちは世界一しか狙っていなかったので悔しいです。
We're looking at only number 1, so it's kind of regretful, but.
Yeah, I understand. I can tell by the body language as well. But, you know, the draft has seemed to be something that you guys have struggled with. Is that going to be your main focus going on into the second half of the season?
前半のシーズンの前半ではドラフトに苦戦されていた一面もあったかと思うんですけど
Isn't EMA guaranteed to get an extra spot for Worlds? Yeah. They have a World spot and an LCQ spot.
次の世界大会で1位になることが目標です。
Got to read predictions? Oh no. There's only one more match today. And the MVP vote just ended.
Incredible performance. We've got the grand finals coming up. Stay tuned.
Thank you, Barney. Zeta Division asserted dominance once again. But as you mentioned, Kenny, I don't think it's going to be the last time we see Toxic Lotus on the global stage this year.
Yeah, it's really sad to see that flag fall. But nonetheless, it's been an incredible run. One of the better stories we've had in Brawl Stars this year, all time. I mean, this has got to be one of the better teams people have never heard of.
And they're bringing home another LCQ slot for East Asia. Zeta Division makes it 3 slots in total for this region. I'm sure there are a couple of other teams in that region that are happy about that, Reddy.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, there is definitely a top 5 in East Asia. They were watching on with envy of that spot this entire time. So happy to see Zeta Division take down Toxic Lotus in this last matchup. But man, did Toxic Lotus put on a show. We have never seen mainland China be this good. And there were some buzzer beater moments there.
I need 49. I don't think there's enough. There's no way I get enough, is there?
First ever best of 5 win. I mean, who would have thought
Yeah,
the
dude,
World Cup? I didn't believe in them coming into this. Most of the
Meltia Worlds for sure. Can we pick on the website? Yeah, that's where everything is at for points. It's on the website.
So much pride,
8
so much
a.m.
emotion coming out of these guys. It's really special to see that human element from them.
And not gonna lie, when Toxic Lotus won that set 3, I had a little fear for Zeta Division. It wouldn't be the first time they take it to a 5th and last set. It was a reverse sweep against Loud. Now they almost, or at least started a reverse sweep against Zeta Division as well.
I mean, he's there.
Shitetampo is going to be our MVP for this match. I think he took that
Or,
role
I don't know where he's
or that
at in
title
the crowd.
every single time we had the MVP vote for this roster.
I wasn't paying
I mean, you
attention.
can't really argue with it. He's one of the greats of Brawl Stars. His teammates even regard him as one of the most fantastic players in Brawl Stars. He has democratized the roster. Everything that he is doing as a team leader seems to be working.
And we're gonna have one more view at the brackets before our grand finals. Zeta Division takes that spot number 3. Toxic Lotus is 4th. And now we're ready for SK Gaming versus Humble.
I mean, it's kind of insane. This is our first North American event in a while here ready, and yet it's 2 EMEA squads. It's been a tough week for the PR department, I'll tell you what.
That's definitely true. We're gonna give you all a little briefer.
EU Grand Final Shocker, unfortunate. You haven't chosen the winner for Humble and SK. That should be up here soon. Wasn't Saitampo on a different team in the past? Yeah, he was with Tensai and a Choppy, I'm pretty sure. Hops Delicious Pancake, welcome. That name is valid. Thank you for the 8 days of watch time. That's crazy. Your first 2 messages here was this weekend, and you have 8 days of watch time. I appreciate you for lurking. You in Denmark? I see, Thong. Unfortunate. That's what I'm saying, Snicker. I think you have children before Ali.
One thing that people probably don't know is that I'm not fully German, but that my both parents come from Kosovo. So I'm actually like roots from Albania.
Can someone vote on SK for the channel points? Oh, we're just gonna have to cancel the prediction.
And I went with her as well to London to the Pokemon European Championship. That was a lot of fun, honestly. First time in London as well. It's really, really cool. It was a really fun experience, and she's also, my sister's also someone who enjoys playing games a lot like me. I think I have been pretty competitive my whole life, and any other game that I touched, I basically became top of the leaderboard, and that's not even like willing to go for it. And then when I stumbled upon Brawl Stars, just because of the Supercell universe from Clash Royale and Clash of Clans, I just wanted to be good at it, then the best at it, the best in Germany at it, and then suddenly I became best of Europe at it, and actually the best in the world. So I think it's just my drive to compete and to be the best in the game that keeps me playing the game, and the joy of the game as well. I never lose a joy to Brawl Stars. I'm always happy to play it, and yeah, that's why I just love it so much.
Brawl Stars fans, fans around the world watching here live from the DreamHack Dallas or from home, I hope you're ready for the grand final. It's time for another EMEA match here. We have basically a monthly final. I teased that already, but just on a lot larger scale. Since we are actually on a huge stage over here, we had 3 very grueling days for those 2 teams. They had a lot to fight for, and they fought very well, Kenny.
It's crazy that out of groups A and B, the 2 EMEA teams, the number 1 SK Gaming, number 2 Humble, emerged. One's a defending world champion, one has just found their stride this year. Honestly, I think this is going to be one of the crazier ones. It's been a back and forth in the season. Obviously, SK Gaming winning both those matchups, but some of them were some close calls.
This is the El Clasico from EMEA. I guess now it's also the El Clasico we're going to watch this year. I'm sure we're going to see those 2 battle off against each other again on a great global stage. And yeah, so undecided we are because it's just such a close match. In the BSC matches, SK has always come out on top so far, winning 2-0 in the monthly finals against Humble. Both of them were standing in final number 1 and 3 in February and April. But in every other third-party tournament, Humble beat them undefeated so far, also in sets.
This is very true. Most recently, we saw them in Brawl Ball League, where Humble went completely undefeated. So when it comes to Brawl Ball today, folks,
oh, the
keep a
predictions
close
are
eye
chat.
on Humble.
If you haven't voted
SK
already.
Gaming, no doubt preparing for that inevitability. They have looked so strong throughout the tournament. Unlike Humble, we have seen them been tested.
I think this is such a tough one to call. Humble have looked in prime form.
Yeah,
they
I'm
really
3
have
for
found their
3
stride
as
towards the
well.
later end of the season, but SK Gaming, I mean, speaks with the resume, right? They are the number 1 seed in this region. When it matters most in the BSC, Humble have yet to beat these guys. Their drafts are great. Their mechanics are great. I really believe this could be the trio that SK are finally looking for.
I think at the beginning of the season, you saw the union of exactly the formula that SK Gaming needed to succeed. You have the 2 pop-off players. You have Yoshi as the firm foundation to form everything underneath. And last year with Lenat, I don't think they really had that drafting prowess. That Ope is now going to be
I voted for
offering.
Humble.
He's a very active voice when it comes to the draft. Now you have Pedro, you have Yoshi, Joker, all combining forces to make this happen.
Pedro, always the calm voice behind the SK roster, always gives them a little bit of a ground to stand on. On the other side, in Humble, that must be Symantec. He's the loudest player we've ever experienced in Brawl Stars. Still, he's the constant for his 2 team members, the one who gives the calls. And Humble is looking fierce. Even though they did not win the monthly finals, they have won every single third-party tournament leading up to this one, even against SK.
I had the privilege of chatting with Symantec too last week for the Brawl Ball League, and it just seemed like his headspace was in the right spot. They really care most about this postseason run. Just the building blocks along the way. Sure, they've had some second places that they would rather win, but this is when it matters most. They show up at a perfect time. They're conditioning themselves, improving, and I think with the scrim rate that we've been seeing and how unchallenged they've been so far, in fairness, they should be the favorites. I don't know.
Exactly the factors that you just mentioned are what swayed my judgment, because last night I was so convinced that SK was going to take this overall. But I stopped to consider the preparation that Humble has been putting in, especially in terms of like the fact that we haven't seen them really been tested. And their star player, Lukey, has been popping off on some of his most signature brawlers, and they got to be a big consideration in the ban phases.
Yeah, he's just something else to be dealt with. It's such a great roster and a great story, too. I mean, obviously, last year, they were huge underdogs in the region, stepped up when it matters most, and then at the World Finals went mostly uncontested. There's something about these international competitions where it just seems to click.
On one side, we have the world champions defeating a title that is not really getting taken away, but they still want to prove they have what it got. And on the other side, for SK Gaming, it would be the first win on a global stage. Let's see if they can do it. First up, though, let's meet our 2 finalists.
Two EMEA teams in the grand finals. Let's show the world why EMEA is on top.
Our opponents better be ready for us.
3 counts for Brawl Cup. Niffy, I think it was completed, to be honest. I think the bingo was completed.
Well, this is what I predicted from the beginning. SK and Humble in the grand finals, EMEA guaranteeing themselves with LCQ and the world finals. What a way to double down in Dallas. We've just come in as a region and just embarrassed North America. I love it.
Playing against Humble in the final would be really interesting, but we already faced them twice this year, and I hope we can three-peat it this time.
I don't think that Humble have really been tested yet this tournament. I think there's obviously great expectation on this team as world champions, but they've been shown to be fallible in their home region by teams just like SK Gaming. I think they need to prove themselves again to the world, that they truly can stand at the pinnacle of Brawl esports.
SK Gaming in the Grand Finals. Is this Brawl Cup? Is this an MSI? Or is this another EMEA Monthly Finals? Looking forward to them to face them once again in the big stage now in Milan. So yeah, maybe we get our revenge this time. Let's see.
The time has come. An EMEA Grand Final. This one's for pride and to be crowned most dominant in the region. DreamHack Dallas, go crazy for your first finalist. It's SK Gaming. It's Joker, Ope, and Yoshi.
Let's see if I have 100% pick rate today.
DreamHack Dallas, are you ready for the grand final of the Brawl Cup?
Whoever
takes this one is the first ever champion. The title Brawl Cup has never been won before. And there's still that coveted World Final slot on the table. Who will bring it home to EMEA? Is it gonna be SK Gaming or Humble? Humble so far didn't drop a single set. Yes, they did against Data Division, but only one set down. Let's throw it to the stage. Barney, take it away.
Semantic, Joker. If we take the monthly finals into consideration, okay.
I forgot to have Semantic added. I could spectate in game.
SK to maintain dominance or Humble out for revenge. Joker, Humble are coming for you with this one. Is this going to be the same story as earlier this year?
We will do our best that it's finished the same.
I like that. Out for revenge, possibly. How are the team feeling going into this match?
We just take the second place. That's fine. They can have it.
No, Humble, go for first. I need my points.
Mindset. I like it.
I need my 100% pick rate today.
It's an EMEA Grand Final. Take your places. Let's get it on. It's time for the Grand Final. Let's do it.
Many sweeps from both of them. SK takes the first monthly final in EMEA against Humble 3-0. And Humble, this tournament has been their rush through the competition. Every other team from any other continent didn't really put anything up against them. 3-0 against Toxic Lotus, 3-0 against Loud, and then 3-1 against Data Division. Humble is looking very fierce. Can the German powerhouse here,
It's BO5. I wish it was BO7. It would be nice.
Very on brand from Semantic there too, saying he's going to lose. I think he's said that constantly. I think he's been throwing shade on the event website too. There's been people betting against them all weekend long. Brawl Nation is more intelligent than that, folks. There's no reason why they can't win this one as well.
You can't just unjinx it. He's really giving his best effort to say that he's not going to win in an effort to keep himself humble and be the underdog.
Not 1 month. You're nowhere close to 1 month.
2 second places in the monthly finals this year, now possibly culminating in a breaking of curses.
We have 2 coaches on stage here, Pedro and Kanan, helping out their rosters. And with those brains behind their draft, we're heading into our first one very soon. First up though, the predictions from the people at home. And it's pretty clear that SK has brought 6% more fans to this one.
It's always a good sign when the final match of our tournament is this close.
That's like the closest.
People at home, just like us, truly don't know what to believe. Humble obviously coming into this. The scrim's perfect. It's so reminiscent of the run last year. 0 monthly finals wins till about halfway in the season where they finally claimed one. This year, 0 monthly finals wins, but they dominated at the World Finals run.
After 2 days of Brawl Cup already, with this grand final, we have a pretty good idea of the meta so far. We have Hank, Finks, a couple of those brawlers that show up in every single match so far, but then we have a couple of outliers from those 2 teams specifically. We had a Pam, a Shade, and a Daryl from SK Gaming. Nobody else played a Daryl before. And then we had Mac, Clancy, and Jae Young, a couple of those signatures from Humble.
Hyper-intelligent picks just have to be an expectation at this time. Gray, the first selection here on Hard Rock Mine, is a very strong brawler, but it's a bit untraditional in terms of what you usually see in a first pick from Hard Rock Mine, though keep in mind, Humble have gotten rid of simply the best brawlers in the game, coupled with good hypercharges. And then, of course, there's Lumi topping the leaderboards in terms of ban rate. Usually this would communicate that a team doesn't have a plan. There's not a doubt in my mind that Humble has planned out so many different possibilities. So now it's really a mystery as to what they're going for.
Big brains on both of these teams, and Gray as that first overall selection. Just a safety net to try and get you a teleport plus tank, but there's so many of them removed, of course. I mean, Kenji is more of an aggro, if you will. Lily, of course, an assassin, but Hank, just so much beef to him. Janet on this right-hand end, such a safety net. Obviously, the visibility is a big reason why she's going to show up here. And of course, being just invincible when she's flying through the skies makes her a perfect candidate to be a gym carrier.
Hypercharge is super strong.
Is bow mid good against gray mid? Yeah, you could put the bow mines right on top of the gray TP.
There's not a doubt in my mind that that is going to be utilized to deter some of the hooks from Gray.
Should have transferred Kai. It's not a. Well, I mean, I guess I could, but I don't know how much he had before, and I don't really feel like figuring it out. To be honest.
One of the expectations for me seeing this Janet is the ever-looming threat.
But you can only do it through the stream on this website.
So Humble are safeguarding themselves against tanks quite early on in the draft. They don't want to risk the 4-5.
Well, now SK Gaming are in a little bit of a pickle here because they wanted to get something cheesy like a Rosa up there or something like a Jackie. Well, it's going to run a little more of a risk, right? Because Nita's already been selected so early. Carl hasn't shown up quite as much as I would say with past months, but the Incendiary is still good. I think especially with these close quarters and no wall break really so far out of maybe a walking cane with a little perfect precision. You know, he's going to be able to throw down these shots rather quickly. Reload speed, obviously in the open range, something of concern for Carl, but you kind of remove that with this map.
Carl's going to be a pretty solid lane into both the Nita and into the Janet, though we've already seen the mid selection out here from Humble. It's likely going to be that Janet. She's quite strong there. And the last pick is best reserved for a tank. Here comes Frank, and that's what the Nita's there for, to keep this Frank safe. Frank into the Jackie as well.
There's some pin drops going on Twitter. I'm trying to get one so badly.
Almost tells me a lack of confidence. If you're running the Gray Jackie here, that's a cheese strat here on Hard Rock Mine. And they don't feel confident in playing the control matchup.
Only one banner remains here at the Brawl Cup, EMEA. Battle of Regions has now turned into a civil war. It's round 3, SK Gaming versus Humble. Give it up, DreamHack Dallas.
I mean, it's exclusive though. That's all that matters.
Immediately establishing the pressure at mid. Luki, expert dodges. So all of these shots coming from every single angle. The synergy now between Ope and Joker. A hook on a Luki who now has to retreat. Semantic on the right side needs to break this wall as soon as possible. The more damage he takes, the closer he gets to this super. On the left side, Joker also cleaving through some of these walls on the boss, who's been dropped down to just 1 HP. Takedown for Ope, who's now the teleport set up for Jackie.
Teleport perfectly established as well, and Jackie just lurking on this top right-hand side. There's a little reveal. Luki going for the jump. So he's going to be getting out of harm's way very easily with just the click of a green button.
Semantic retreated, but he has moved over to the left side where he has a more optimal matchup. It's challenging for Joker to punch through all this HP, but he's going to use the walls as much as possible. Hypercharge in from Ope. Initial damage on a Luki, and the pinch could be coming down from Jackie, but they're not going to exercise their hand just yet. Semantic now taken down, and the pinch on the bottom side. Now, Yoshi at risk of being taken down. It's absolute chaos in terms of the matchup. Things have been flipped left to right instead of top to bottom, and SK Gaming are profiting.
What kind of question is that?
Remove the little parasite in their back spawn. Joker with a little stat boost though. Incendiary goes down. Now he's rushing right at Semantic and gets a kill there. Right hand in. Boss, Luki all alone. Yoshi with the pull. Luki has to jump away. Perfect prediction.
Yoshi is so big brain.
Now to the races on the right hand in. Boss there to counter. And all the gyms extend back into the hands of Humble.
Ope has a retreat route. He has the super if he needs it, and he might need it now. Teleport over to the right side in the hypercharge. Luki laying down as much damage as possible, but here comes Yoshi, popping that hypercharge for additional speed. Semantic looks for the stun, can't get around the indestructible. Teleport over to the left side. Now you see me, now you don't. Now back to the respawn, and 15 to go for Humble to interrupt.
Now they've got Nita Bear down as well. Yoshi, the man to watch. Bottom right-hand side. Boss rushing forward. Semantic there for reinforcements. The stun won't go through. He's so low HP. Dodges one. Oh, and finally goes down. Flight from Luki. Semantic popping a hypercharge just to scoop up a couple gems, but they have to escape.
Joker gonna get stunned here. Hypercharge now out from Semantic. Yoshi taking down Ope with the interruption. Can't get out of there.
Boss.
Gets it just in time, but the gems are already on the ground. Boss now rushing out of there. Joker taken down. Now the Bear
What is going on, bro?
now to the side of Humble. It's chaos. SK Gaming have the gems that they need, and Luki now running it back.
That's enough for the reset.
12 gems in SK Gaming's pockets, one in the mid. It's have to take another perfect run here for Humble. Walking Cane, misconnection, right-hand side. Luki can still take flight at a moment's notice.
They just need one gem.
Full defense. 11
Don't let
gems.
they let him get it. No. Luki, you gotta go away. Luki, what are you doing? Why would you drop down right between both of them?
Whatever they can, but there's simply not enough time. Joker is simply too safe in the back line.
Nah.
Headed to SK Gaming.
It's just game number 1 of our grand finals. 26 gyms hit the ground. Unbelievable. Two fantastic teams from EMEA showing off on the stage. And it's been close. Humble been relatively unchallenged, but finally it seems they've met their biggest foe yet, and it comes from their home region.
It could not have been a more chaotic scramble at SK Gaming spawn. Humble, they almost made away with those gems, but the respawn cycling from SK Gaming was just on point. Obey got to teleport just in the nick of time to stay alive. Same lane matchups as last time. Semantic has smartly moved over to the left side for a more favorable thing. That's 2 takedowns for SK Gaming. Semantic left alone in the mix. He knows he's going to get some super out of this. And now that he has achieved it, he's just aiming to dodge some shots. Now going to fall. Some gems deposited on the side of Humble. But Yoshi is here in these bushes, providing so much pressure and keeping Humble back.
He's not even moving. I mean, he hasn't attacked in a while here. Just the fact that they can't find him makes him that much scarier. The mental game, something that Semantic now has to deal with. The pull goes through. It's a perfect counter there. The pull, nicely done by Semantic. A great counter opportunity. SK Gaming just down to 2 members. And now it's Semantic's turn. He's got a super, flashing. And they're going to group up together for now. They have to find a way out of their spawn.
Teleport from Ope over to Boz, who now gets a hypercharge as a result of that interaction. On the left side, Joker now out with the swing. Baited the super from Semantic.
Yoshi
on the right
misses
side,
super.
Yoshi trying to run down Nita, but is unsuccessful. Ends up feeding that super and
Go,
a hypercharge,
Boz.
which is going to come down onto Ope. Circling around towards Ope, now hypercharge. He's going
Oh.
right for the gem carrier. Luki forced to jump to the sky.
Oh.
It's good! What? A kill from Ope! He's completely estranged on the enemy.
Nah.
Yoshi comes in with the pressure.
That's
from
a
the bottom, like
robbery.
hydraulic press to extract every gem from Humble.
What is the Luki doing? Goes forward into the pressure of SK.
One more time with a countdown. Luki taking to the skies here. Flight looking for that 5 gem connection, and it's quite enough to get through. Luki picking up 6. They still have to find a way out of this. Joker back in the middle can pick up a 10th gem.
Wait, does he grabs that? Semantic clutching up, but
Luki once again forced to go high.
Now retreating to the back lines, Yoshi in hot pursuit of the enemy gem
they
carrier.
can
also
stop this
providing
countdown, but Yoshi's
some
not
distraction,
on.
so the Joker's not at risk. Boss almost yanked through that wall, dodges that final shot from Ope that would have sent him packing. Yoshi now taken down. Only 10 seconds for Humble to get to the enemy side, and prohibitive wall of flame keeping them from doing so. Luki now trying to drop the bombs on the Joker, but he has no support. The clock's ticking down to 0, and SK Gaming walk away with set 1.
I'm not gonna get full.
What a tight fight. So close all around, but SK Gaming somehow managed to put 2 games
I'm not
on
gonna
the
get my
board.
predictions for.
I think this is going to be
They
a
keep
great
playing this.
example of how crazy this match is going to be.
That was an unmatched back and forth between those 2 teams from EMEA. You can clearly see this is not their first rodeo. They were so ready for each other. Every single time Semantic had a stun ready on the Frank, Yoshi was there to take him out of that stun immediately. Just the animation cut short. Ope, the star player here with 11 takedowns.
And he got those teleports up and ready. They were going all over the place and had them at exactly the right moments. That game 1 scramble was so difficult to follow. It was everywhere. In the draft phase, we knew that this one was going to be quite
Best
interesting,
global,
chaotic,
perhaps.
cheesy, all over the place. Now, Humble did follow that lead by
You
picking
played
the Frank
insane.
with expert positioning, but they could not keep up with that instant teleportation. Look at that, 4 teleports down on the ground from SK. How was Humble even expected to keep up?
A beautiful chaos, to say the least. I'm not going to be one to keep track of how many resets we had in that game, but it wouldn't surprise me if that was an all-time for the year of most back-and-forth exchanging of gems that we had. It just felt like no lead was ever safe. So the fact that SK Gaming could walk away with it, really good on them.
We're gonna head over to Layer Cake next, and that is one where Shade is coming once again. And I mentioned it, how it's a little bit of an outlier, at least in this tournament. We didn't see him as often as we might have expected, but SK Gaming did bring him in before. So let's see if they will do it this time around again. The fans are plenty here for both of those teams. Make some noise for SK Gaming!
They're leading with one set already. What a foundation for the remainder of the match to come. Sonny, you mentioned that Shade. I cannot wait to see it again. On Layer Cake in particular, it is such a strong selection. We even saw it on Brawl Ball as well, dropping 20 kills.
Before we head into draft day, I also want to hear the fans from Humble. I'm sure they can feel the energy on stage, Kenny.
Should be a tight one here. It's all EMEA fans present and then some North American haters for sure. But nonetheless, it's going to be a good time here on the Brawl Cup stage. Let's see what these bands go through. Obviously, Shade, a star player here this weekend and across monthly finals globally. But Kenji, Lumi, of course, getting banned. And because you see that on the left side, well, it's going to definitely be the red roster with the first pick.
It's no surprise to see once again Kenji, Lumi, and Hank banned out. It's really the curse of the last pick in this one. Yes, you get the last say in what you want to have as a bowler against the completed roster from your opponents already. But you can't really decide who you want to ban.
This is true. You are quite locked down, and in many situations, you're simply faced with a decision of, okay, well, what do I even want to let the enemy have? And there's not a doubt in my mind that they didn't want to give Humble this gene, but they were forced to anyway, and it's a first pick now from Humble.
I think it's a really good one. It's so frustrating to deal with in general. In Bounty and Knockout, you've got a gadget that gets instant connection from across the map, poke damage, and you can heal your teammates up too. So the good news is, something like a Buster, Humble actually took that away, so if they wanted to find a more perfect pairing, it's not going to be as simple. That's a passive-aggressive strategy that really works in Brawl Stars because they can wait to the final moments, get the heals from Gene, while also letting Buster just sit comfortably by a teammate to get that super, and obviously very valuable. So it makes sense why that goes down. Instead, we're going to go with long range. So I see Gus, definitely interested to see if SK Gaming want to pick up a more aggressive brawler like a Melody or something alongside this, or go crazy with the tank.
I expected this could be a setup for a last selection, something like a Daryl that can get in close range. You mentioned the Buster that generates value from staying close to its teammates. I'm looking at something from SK Gaming. Wow, that's going to be an Assassin. Ollie, absolutely a top selection here. And seeing also some of the stuff that we saw on Layer Cake earlier, one pick that stood out to me actually was Juju. And Juju requires some kind of aggression to be taken down, since Ollie will be able to jump onto a thrower, something like that, get the hypnosis down immediately. That is going to be a solid selection to prevent that threat of a thrower.
How could we forget those throwers too, especially on a map like this? I feel like Brawl Stars more recently has been so health point dependent. So the fact that SK Gaming scooped this up early and the hypnosis is such a free way to get kills. There's that thrower you were talking about. Humble, a team that are willing to go with the Willow. And it's a really interesting kind of thought process that goes into this, because you're going to see somebody like Ollie who is going to get that super and dive right at you. But where Willow comes into play is when those aggressive run it down compositions are coming your way, she pops a super. She's one of the better throwers that, while she is squishy, has a mechanic in her super that can take over an enemy and just walk them on back.
I'm curious to see whether the reaction of Willow here is to deter that Ollie in the event that he jumps on her, because if that is timed perfectly, then you can totally nullify what the Ollie has to offer.
In general, yes. In this matchup,
jumps
no.
over a wall to get the free kill. Now that he's able to attack during that duration, that has been the thing that brought Ollie onto the map. Juju is chosen nonetheless. SK Gaming got that pick secured. When we saw them select this before, the strategy was to pick out that star early on and then walk back to the spawn, play around the water in the bottom left corner. You'll see it in a moment, folks. It was so strong from SK.
SK Gaming up 1-0. Two masterminds in the draft stage, but ultimately it just comes down to how you play it on the map. And if anything like set 1 happens again in set 2, we're going to have fireworks. It's the #1 seed from EMEA looking to continue their streak against the defending world champions here on Layer Cake.
Blue Star up for grabs. It's anyone's game. Semantic gonna go for it immediately. Yoshi waiting.
Was I planning to go? If I had the money to, I would go.
Now, going to provide some heals so that Yoshi can take it down. And now the Blue Star belongs to SK Gaming. They've gotten that inaugural kill onto Willow as well. They are in a phenomenal position.
Holy Joker, so good.
He managed to get out of there. The teamwork from SK Gaming is on point, and now they're back to spawn.
Blue Star resting with Yoshi on the bottom side. SK Gaming can play it patient. You're going to see it all the time in professional Brawl Stars. Once you get a small lead, even something like 3 stars, including a blue one, you don't have to push it. Semantic on this left-hand end, of course, could be a nuisance.
Good
Oh,
pick.
nice connection there, too. That's a freebie.
Good pull, Luki!
Range pull. Mechanics persevering early.
Joker now looking to punish, now onto Luki. Hypnosis onto Luki. Boss trying to close the gap. Boss looking for 1-2 shots, but no. The super's out from Yoshi to keep Joker alive. SK Gaming with a comeback.
Luki almost died to
Blue
Luke.
Star resting with Humble, so one kill will be enough to get them a lead. Still plenty of Brawl Stars left to be played, though. Throwers battling on the left-hand side. One of the benefits of Juju, when that grass is up, she has such an extended range. It doesn't do the most damage in the world, but it's going to deter Semantic for a while. Joker, though, feeling aggressive.
Joker, what the hell? How did that work?
Open a takedown along with it.
I guess Boss was nowhere near.
Looking to interrupt. Maybe a bit of wall break could do the trick.
Oh?
Looking for the poison gas. Joker bound to fall. Yoshi
No,
needs
he
a super
doesn't die
desperately
to that
keep him
because he gets
alive.
super.
Oh my goodness, he's gonna come down to
Oh,
420.
he does a
Now
super there.
expires thanks to that poison gas. Luki and
Pull again!
down. Blue Star secured. Run all the way home with 20 seconds to go.
Joker still has a comeback mechanic. No pay, of course.
Boss has a hypercharge, so
Brawler on the map. Yoshi has to hike up this map now, and it's gonna be Humble, cornered, diving under just to stay indestructible a little longer. Semantic low HP. Here comes the
nice, boss.
Yoshi looking for a flank. Joker still has a super available, looking for some good timing with it. A jump in, has the hypnosis, the contact, not enough.
Yeah.
Humble will grab game number
It's
1.
not like you spectate, probably because it's an official
It
DSC
simply
match.
wasn't enough. The damage wasn't there. And Chester was sitting on top of that hypercharged super for so long, waiting for the perfect moment. One pick is all they needed. Chester's hypercharge is so strong, it got nerfed some time ago, with the hypercharge charge rate being nerfed. But that super is still so strong. It is a guaranteed kill if you can hit it onto someone. And for a brawler that's residing behind walls, they cannot be safe from that projectile that goes over them.
Luki was doing everything in that game number 1. The gene pulls were unbelievable. Now Opay just cornering Semantic. Tried to dive under to stay up a little bit longer, but not enough. Oh,
Good
and
pick
another
from
double
Yoshi.
tap there coming in from
Yoshi's
Gus.
been playing out of his
Instant lead
mind
here
today.
for SK Gaming.
Humble also trying to get Joker on this right side. He's jumping out of range. Luki now in with the Vengeful Spirits. Makes contact with Joker, but no kill just yet. They're continuing to establish this pressure. Semantic trying to come around the left side as well. It's going to order rotation of Opay over there to contest him, but they're also steering clear of any open passageways because they need to be safe against Semantic's mind control. He's closing it on the left side, though. This is a dangerous position for SK unless they have Joker's super ready.
There's a shield being dished out to Joker. Now Joker getting aggressive. Luki.
Why would you go for the pull
Nice
there?
reflexes there coming in from Joker. Burns a critical super out of Gene.
Opay now on top of the water, invisible on the left side. Can't catch Semantic off guard, though. He knew exactly how that was going to work. This is the precise position that Juju has resided in successfully so many times before for SK Gaming, and they're playing it to perfection once again. Here come the Vengeful Spirits from Gene. Humble are gradually whittling away. They know that their best odds of victory
I have
are
not
going to be in
paid
the final
attention to
moments.
any
And
multiple
Joker
ones
knows that.
now.
He's got to interrupt. Takes
Boss
advantage
is
of Boss
dead.
on the left side. That's a 7-star lead for SK.
Little 90-degree turn there, and Joker gonna be able to claim another one for his squad. Humble yet to pick up a star this game. The good news is they do have a Luki pull available. They're gonna need every bit of it here in the final 20 seconds.
Semantic's got the mind control. Luki has the pull. Boss needs a hypercharge and a super at the same time. Joker gives him a little bit of value, but not that much. 10 seconds to go. Opay invisible on the right side. Gank onto Semantic. No, he's got the reaction time, but he's a dead man walking. And here comes Joker in to keep up the pressure for SK Gaming. Not a single star offered to Humble in this Game 2 win for SK.
Flawless game out of SK Gaming. And the perfect response. Humble came away with one. Some nasty gene pulls came out of Luki in that game number 1, but game 2, a completely different story. No momentum there for Humble, just flat-footed. And this is about to get scary. If SK Gaming come away with a 2-0 lead here in sets, Humble would have all the pressure raining on them.
They're being repeatedly punished by this Ollie, who's opted to never even think about getting close to the Willow. But what if Humble flip the script? Don't allow that entirely. What if they get the blue star? Boss is taking the hard job, now getting that blue star, escaping relatively without a scratch. A lead for Humble. Now they have to be able to perfectly defend against Joker.
Opay, right hand in. Yoshi with the long range tag, and he'll go underground. Semantic pops back up, but just enough distance to work with. Luki recharging, poke damage, just trying to keep SK Gaming at bay, but Joker is just a menace on this left-hand side.
He's providing so much pressure, and him getting the super is only an inevitability. We see the Vengeful Spirits make contact with Yoshi. Real standoff between SK and Humble at the moment. as both teams do not want to make the first move. They'd rather get their super first. Once Joker gets a super of his own, he'll be able to receive that shield from Yoshi, as well as the additional damage. But do SK know that there's a pull? No, not at all. Out of nowhere, Joker's pulled, and the lead advances for Humble.
What a prediction coming out of Luki. Now some Vengeful Spirits. That's the first kill of the game. First couple here in the set. Some early action, but right now, it's neutral all around. Humble falling to their backlines. Yoshi now looking to encroach. Here comes the SK Gaming side. Joker with a super available. Look out for that super gadget combo.
A pull onto Joker is easy, it's free. He's going for it, Luki, but he's holding back as well. SK Gaming retreating. They know that they only have a few seconds. They have to retreat all the way back and utilize their utility. Ope's ready with the super. Joker also ready to go in and tank. But the pull's available for Luki. Humble need to have the burst damage to destroy the target that they wind up pulling. Joker's ready with the super. He's got to make it. His hand is forced. 10 seconds to go. Joker now pulled in. Another takedown for Humble. 3-star difference between the two teams. Hypercharge now available for Luki. No pull required, but you might as well go for it in the final seconds. Humble walk away with set 2.
Nicely done there by the defending world champions. Looking to hold on to their title and show their presence at an international level. Look, it's been a pretty easy walkthrough, I would say, relatively this weekend. Even some great teams, they just have found a way to stay on top. Reminds me a lot of last year's run at the World Finals. Boss with a pickup of 4 there, 238 DPS. Yoshi to match, but, I mean, look at the kills. It was so even.
It was remarkably even. In terms of kills, in terms of the scoreline as well, it went all the way to game 3-2.
How many times did SK Gaming defeated Humble?
Hard job in game number 3, and if you ask me, that's why they wound up winning it in the end. We saw Boss, he had to weave his way in to get that blue star. My goodness, and the pulls from Luki were simply on point. But when we saw game number 2 come online, that's when Joker really upped the tempo and grabbed that blue star. We even saw him get aggressive in these final moments. SK Gaming, they weren't able to generate the victory there, but this is when Joker started to shine.
And Joker was always kind of the center player of SK Gaming. Last year, they had Lena playing the tank in their roster. Now it's Joker stepping up, filling in, and his talent was hidden in the shadows. A phenomenal ollie. In match number 2, they did dodge a lot of those incoming pulls from Luki, but round number 1 and 3 were just Luki dominating all of Humble. Very well deserved this set.
I mean, down 2-0 would have been a tough look there. Humble, obviously, defending world champions, but the number 2 seed in this region. They have yet to win a monthly finals this year. Let that sink in. And now they're in a grand final at an international level of competition in North America. I think it just goes to show the caliber of these two teams, and honestly, could be a predecessor for later down the line when we have even more EMEA teams into the fray.
That is so true. SK Gaming and Humble really putting on a show and showing why EMEA is last year's world champions and why they have both made it to the grand finals here in the first ever Brawl Cup, bringing home some regional slots for their region no matter which way you look at it. Set 3 coming right at you. Hot zone inbound.
We're an open business, and we do have something open here from Humble. SK Gaming's their arch nemesis. They never beat them in a BSC match. Monthly finals both go towards the side of SK Gaming. Now they have a chance to step up here. So far, they only dropped 2 sets in this whole tournament.
It's an impressive feat. I don't care what team you are. I don't care who you've played of this top 8. Brawl Cup is tough pickings. Open business for set number 3, and obviously set number 3, a very telling one for a match. Anywhere, anytime. Getting a 2-1 lead gives you a little bit of an extra safety cushion, because otherwise, you're the one that has to play perfect the rest of the way. Very common bans going through here, though. Lu on both ends, a B, a Draco, Finks, Lumi. Kenji still on the table, but I'm not sure what Humble are going to want to do here with this first.
I think Kenji is going to be one of your strongest options here, and it's been made available by SK Gaming. They've been quite deliberate about the brawlers that they've allowed Humble to have. No Lumi, no Lu, but yes, Kenji on the table, available as a first selection, trying to pressure Humble into a difficult situation. They're faced with, do they first pick it? No. They're going to go for the Hank immediately. Anything that can survive that Kenji, you're looking at something pretty good. But anything that's vulnerable to assassins, when Kenji takes to the skies, gets those sashimi slices down, that's when you're in trouble.
Hank makes a lot of sense. We see Draco, B, and Lu being banned. All of those very telegraphed ways to remove great options into Hank. And Humble, of course, love their Hank. They have no shortage of play rate with this guy. So now it's going to be left to SK Gaming to come up with different options. Because especially in open business, somebody like Lou would have been a nice asset. And even they banned it. Griff going to be going for the wall break, I imagine, here. And obviously with that hypercharge that he got, can dish out some serious damage. I think the biggest key to bring down somebody like Hank, especially when he can keep himself alive with that super and keep healing himself, you need that quick burst of damage. Otherwise, he's just going to keep being a nuisance.
As far as wall breakers on this map go as well, probably one of your best options. In terms of wall breakers in general, sometimes it can be tough to get into position because you do need to place that piggy bank down right underneath yourself. So something to consider for Humble. They've left this open. Now Frank going to be taking up the mantle. Keep in mind that B has been banned out. It's one of the strongest counters to Frank. Humble are going to have to be quite inventive with how they dish out the necessary damage to take him down.
Wall break clearly what SK Gaming want. Frank the Tank going to be an option for that once that hammer connects with any wall. Obviously going to bring it down. I think that stun very important. Make sure that Semantic, whoever ends up piloting this brawler, can't just pop a Hank super to save himself. It's another option to give them that quick kill that they need. Obviously, it's going to take a little bit, and it's not that easy, but in this professional interaction, I think that's just what you have to go for. 4-5 turn here. Barry comp coming in. Love to see it. This is a classic Humble composition.
They do like this Barry quite a lot. Now, the hazard with picking Barry is that once those walls come down, then you're going to lose a bit of your tempo. And also, he's quite vulnerable to other throwers. This is one, honestly, where SK Gaming could decide, yeah, we're actually not going to break down walls at all, and we're just going to play Barley, maximize the damage. Barley is an incredible selection in hot zone scenarios where your enemy's decision is we're going to stay in one spot and we're going to heal as much as possible. You can't sit down there. Oh my goodness. It is the crab. So their choice here is to level this up as quickly as possible. That is the hazard with Clancy. You have to hit level 3 with him as early as possible.
Clancy is a direct answer into that Frank. It's something that Humble pulled earlier in the weekend in a sneaky scrim brawler, because once he gets that hypercharge, obviously it's hard to charge. That's the biggest con with Clancy, and I think why I'm pro leaderboards and across our tier list at home for our fans. At the casual level, it's really hard to play this guy, because if you're stuck at tier 1, he's arguably the worst brawler in the game. But when you have a Frank standing on the other end, he's a free punching bag, so Clancy can extend a little bit quicker. And there's that Barley that you were talking about. We see that very naturally, a thrower into a thrower on the other end. Barry just somebody that might struggle in the 1v1 interaction a little bit more. Once those walls comes down, who knows what's going to happen.
This is very true. Yeah, I would say Barley is a very natural reaction to seeing Barry come out here, because Barry in no thrower matchup is pretty good and he's a fantastic support. But once he's against another thrower, he's going to be outdone pretty much every single time. And Humble, where they're going to be trying to heal up as much as possible, stay in one little area, that is when they're going to be taking most of the damage from Barley. Set number 3 now coming right at you. It's open business.
Boss taking on the right-hand lane. Look at that already at that tier 2, the silver stage. Semantic pressing against this wall, gets the slow onto Ope. Herbal Tonic going down to try and preserve his life. Yashi dueling, Joker trying to do his best, but just gonna go down to the Humble
yesterday for fun.
Early super now from Yoshi was
Toxic Lotus made it through to day 3.
He is profiting so far. Boss doesn't mind walking around on it a little bit though, and Luki now laying down the healing. He's simply one of the best berries in the game. Not a doubt in my mind that that's what was going through their minds when they put him on this brawler. Boss already at level 3. That is a huge threat.
Now an opportunity for a little bit to take over from SK Gaming. Semantic rushing in
Semantic.
Keeping himself up a little bit longer.
Looks
Boss,
again,
of course, on this stage 3 is now officially a problem. SK Gaming have lost
They
2
played
brawlers.
against Zeta
Boss has the super ready as well.
for the
Here
3rd
comes
place
Ope
spot,
on
and
the
they
left side. He's
lost,
gonna
but
be
they took
wide
the
out
set
in
off.
open, but he's still
All
trying
the
to stay
sets were
behind some
kind
of
of
these walls
close.
if possible. Looking for the stun onto Hank. A kill as well. No, Semantic stays alive. Meanwhile, the mid matchup, Joker gets the takedown onto Boss, and Luki playing as an assassin. That is how Luki plays this Barry. Looking for the takedown on Yoshi, who has the hypercharge and super ready to go, but he's running medical use. He's going to be healing with every single attack.
Luki is more than just a support brawler and demonstrating it there. Once again, Hank versus Frank, left-hand side. Semantic finding that super. Now he can get on the aggressive. Ope just forced away, and a quick little killer there is not enough. Now SK throwing down the Herbal Tonic, and at this point, it's really starting to get away from them.
Boss has that hypercharge ready to move. Luki now with a kill. Joker with a piercing super of justice. One takedown onto Boss, the most troublesome enemy for them on the field. Luki's got to be up next, and Ope's considering breaking down some of these walls. He knows that Luki's going to dash out of the way, and here it comes, all the way behind, but he has split him off from the rest of the team. Humble now counting up to 85%. They've gotten the team wiped too.
Something about Hot Zone in this Humble squad. It seems to click. The Barry composition.
Bro, I'm like just sitting here on Twitter trying to get a
one
damn
more
thing.
time, and it will
It's
be
so
enough to
difficult.
tick up to 100%. Humble will take game number 1.
Nice and controlled all of the way through. Nothing looked too frantic from them either. Luki looked to be incredibly comfortable on that berry. Even when he was getting pressured, even with the looming threat of the Frank stun coming in, he had the super at the ready. That's discipline right there, and it also speaks success. He's getting his shots, he's getting the necessary heals on the rest of his team. But let's talk about Boss. He got that super charged up really early on in the game. Level 3 within genuinely just a few seconds.
Semantic now on the left hand, and this time it's going to be Yashi tackling him here. Opay on the right-hand side. Low crowd control, and now the last call goes down as well. Semantic rounding out this corner, trying to approach Yashi, but he just has such good range now, and Herbal Tonic as well to keep him up a little bit longer. Much better start, I would say, for the SK Gaming squad, especially with Boss going down there.
Okay, Opay with the takedown. Now Luki's looking to avenge his death, but he needs to get a super to get the maximum value. A hypercharge almost popped for nothing. Look at that, he only needed one shot to take it down. Wow! In close range, 1, 2! The support assassin has put Humble back at mid.
Apparently
The
Luki's
workhorse just popping off here for Humble. And now SK Gaming right back on the back heels. It's 35% in climbing. Humble have retaken a lead.
Joker also super threatening with the use of his super. Impending, Luki's ready with another hypercharge and super. This man is charging them left, right, and center. Doesn't even matter if he has to face the tankiest brawler in the game. He's going to pursue that position. Stun down on the Luki. It's a good takedown. Boss on the right side also trying to peel Opay away from this point. Not successful.
Nah, what was
Opay
that,
gets the
Boss?
takedown.
That was
One more to go.
terrible.
Semantic retreats. Not really useful to pursue him. Just stand on the point and crank up that percentage.
Opay relying on this three-pronged wall in the middle. Now an Herbal Tonic on the ground. Yashi trying to heal him up. Semantic, hypercharge, receiving damage. Luki there to heal. And now the hypercharge clicks. Semantic homing missiles in, forcing the team back. Joker clicking one of his own. Boss dueling. Luki looking to get over on the other end to get a little control. There he goes diving again. This time a stun goes through. Opay will end that right here.
A brief distraction. Semantic and a throw wide! What a torpedo! The super to keep him alive and get the point back. Pressure established. Yoshi and Joker attempting once more for the push in, and Boss is ready with a deadly hypercharge and super combo. It's time for
That was
SK
a
to act.
good
Do they
gadget
have any
for
moves?
OP, but
Checkmate.
didn't matter.
Humble.
A good
No
cleanup from
possible moves
Boss.
for SK, and set 3 stowed away.
2-1 to the defending world champions. Their fans loud in the arena here in Dallas. Capacity crowd cheering on both of these EMEA squads. We've got a battle.
This one's for the ages. My goodness. The crab came out and he delivered 10 kills for Boss. That's what the doctor ordered. But in terms of ice cream, I'm looking at Luki over there as well. So much damage.
Thank you. Relax. We've got lead.
We've got you guys.
Rank gold looking.
I'm making a lot of push here right
I'll
now.
go soon.
Back left. That's insane, boss. It's insane.
Well played, well played, well played. They're going body left at the top. What the fuck are we doing? We just saw, just cleanse them in.
Give Humble a berry in the hang, and they're gonna be grateful. They got both of them. SK Gaming's draft slipped out of their hands immediately as this draft started. I was talking to Joker coming into this, and I asked him, what do you play against the Hank? Does he have any counters? He said no. They don't know what to play against him, really. They tried to come up with a draft here that almost worked out, but Humble still looked a little too dominant for my liking.
Barry is just so good with Luki. I mean, oh my goodness. He was playing so aggressively, taking on a Frank in those solo interactions. How many times did we see him dive in, click a gadget, bounce Frank back, disrupt things like supers? I mean, there's no business being that good.
How is a brawler with 5,000 HP so fearless in close range? My goodness, it's the everything brawler. He heals, he throws over walls, he dashes, he does damage on the ground that lingers, and he has the stun in close range. This was a moment, though, where he overextended just a little bit. It afforded a bit of time for Boss to stay alive, and that's when Semantic got an insane play. Hit the torpedo perfectly to take back the zone. Things looked overall like a win for Humble, but the individual plays came together to perform a resounding victory.
Sometimes you don't want to play meta. Sometimes you want to play your comfort picks. And Barry, definitely one of those for Humble. They got him paired together with the Hank. Perfect composition here. Now we're heading over to Bell's Rock. We're knockout, and we haven't seen SK on knockout yet this weekend. This is going to be the first time. On the other side, Humble played it a lot. We have seen a lot of Gene, B, Finks. The more range, the better for Luki, right?
All valuable shouts for sure. Now's the big time to try and make a comeback and win this game mode, am I right? I mean, what a tough look here. 2-1, the number 2 seed Humble, taking on SK Gaming. And for SK Gaming, it's been close calls for a long time, but they have never really been the X factor, the number 1 squad in the world. Top 4s galore, interchanging roster. They have the pieces that have come together, and they felt like this was the year. They took care of business on home turf, but this is a different ballgame.
They can take down Humble in their home region, but at LAN, Humble is simply a different beast. Each of their players performing at the top of their
Oh, there
game.
was a Grom earlier,
To
Toko.
Luki to make some of the plays. Let's observe
I
some of these
tagged
bans
X's
as
in
well.
his
Kid
server
banned out by
like
Humble,
2 or 3
simply too
times.
strong to lend to a team that has the last pick. First pick available for Humble. They're going to go for Gus. We've seen this be such a strong foundation for any composition choices. You can combine this with something aggressive. It's generally a high health brawler. He can defend himself in close range as well.
Standard, safe, first pick. You love to see it here. It's easy to let drafts get away from you, but I feel like both of these teams have done so well with it all year long, and even at this international event, when the arena is loud, when the pressure is high, they've managed to bring it once again. SK Gaming have to come up with an adequate response here, and with 2 seconds on the clock, Pedro and the boys come up with Angelo.
Angelo's going to offer the potential to get some picks before things really get started. Once the poison closes in, he can be kind of weak. It depends on whether he gets his super and his hypercharge charged up in the meantime. Buster is going to be a fantastic in-game brawler. Also provides the potential to get an early push in towards the enemy side since he's getting his super for free. And we've seen how useful that Buster shield can be in generating a 2-man push.
What do you go here?
Return. Got the range, safety net and Buster. They've got their passive aggressive.
It might go like a tank and barley or
Professional
something.
Brawl Stars has.
Maybe.
So Humble with the 4-5 turn. Now going to be looking to kind of give Gus that assistance, and that's quite the opposite actually. It's the squishiest brawler in the game.
It is. He's able to heal up with well-oiled, that star power. Oh my goodness, and RT coming out as well. Wow. This is an extremely safe comp from Humble. They must believe that SK Gaming can't generate the necessary aggression to topple them here. This is a very safe composition from Humble. SK Gaming, they were going something pretty burst heavy. At long range, Tick is pretty much the king of passive damage. Yeah, he's gonna get the Tick super every now and then, and it's probably going to die, but it pushes back your enemy a little bit every single time. Humble's goal really is to chip away at the enemy and survive in the final moments. Piper now coming out from SK Gaming. So we're looking at a battle of 2 really different ideas here. SK Gaming focused on forming a push, a spearhead that can get a kill and then get a victory from there. Humble looking for survival in the final moments.
I mean, in terms of aggression, honestly, this is about as neutral and defensive as we've really seen. I mean, I'm so used to seeing these bulky brawlers come through. Humble getting loud in the audience here. The number 2 seed, the defending world champions, are 1 set away. SK Gaming, kings of Europe, are looking to lay siege to the rest of the world.
Already Yoshi in with the Master Archer and does get some damage on Semantic. You're able to hit 4,000 HP through a wall. It's a huge ability to have on your side when your focus as a team composition is to burst down an enemy. And Yoshi is letting these arrows fly quite liberally, honestly.
Most brawlers
He's focused on
Juju?
getting
Yeah, I
his
don't know.
super so that he has survivability in the end game.
Or
Joker
even
also
Brock.
coming out with the signature EU curve as well onto an
Actually,
enemy
no,
that is
I
max
wouldn't
HP,
Brock
but you go for
this.
the curve for pressure nonetheless. Ope is also pretty estranged from his teammates as well. He's looking to threaten Luki in close range, and here's the wall break as well from Joker to diminish the value that Luki can offer as a thrower.
And on top of that, it's going to allow for Piper and Angelo to have a little more limitless range. Bad news is they still have Gus and RT on the other end. Maybe not quite the range of something like a Piper, maybe not quite the damage, but nonetheless, still very helpful.
Some utility earned for SK Gaming so far. They have Yoshi's super. They're gearing up for an end-game push. And Humble are trying to do the same. Luki's getting some fairly consistent damage onto SK Gaming. He's got another Tick super ready. Joker is in a threatened position. Ope now closing around the right side. Tick super placed over Ope. You can't block that one. He has the face tank, and Luki now taking again. The Tick super out. Is that enough? Yoshi can't get the damage.
That's crazy.
To stay alive. Hang on for round 1.
5-head plays all around. What a dropping of the base there. Boss keeps his team with hopes alive, and from the grave, Luki sent 1 last super to keep him up. That's just the world champion difference.
SK Gaming, they give an honest attempt at getting that in-game victory versus Humble. Now they had to get some early game aggression. Joker out with the hypercharge. Curve blocked by Lukey. It was tanked, and he had the shield active. Just expert play and communication from Humble in that moment.
Now low HP for Lukey. Gonna have to back off here. Joker going for a jump. Goes with B by his team. Ope there for coverage. Long range shot. Oh, and was so close to bringing him down. Nonetheless, SK Gaming in deep trouble.
Yoshi's got this gadget ready, predicts the shield as well from Lukey, baited it out and got into pretty low HP. But he's healing up so quickly. That's one of the benefits of playing Tick. He's so consistent, he heals up from low HP rapidly. As a result, though, Yoshi's gotten to farm up his hypercharge. That means his super is going to heal him when he pops it, and it's only a matter of time as Poison's closing in now.
2 hypercharges going down for SK, bounced away. Now Ope marching forward. There's the reflection there. Projectile connecting. Humble down to 2. Lukey with the bounce back though.
Oh, that was kind of close, Lukey.
SK Gaming tie things here.
A successful response now from SK Gaming in disturbing that Humble defense that they worked so hard to establish even in the face of a Tick hypercharge. But it's only a matter of time before Tick gets it once more. He's also flashing that super in case Yoshi hits him with a high-speed projectile. And Yoshi's going to be ready with the Master Fletcher once again. He's got it now, no impact on the boss. SK Gaming opting to retreat all the way back to their base to keep this range matchup going.
Humble just laying it down. I mean, for such a passive squad, it's been all aggression, but here comes Joker. Hypercharge being popped. Now Ope, shield available. Boss just forced to go away. I thought SK Gaming were surely going to go at them.
They're threatening to use these supers, though. You see Ope flashing it, and Semantic's working on getting his hypercharge and super combined as well. Really only a matter of time unless Ope's able to get in close range. Semantic profits as a super ready now. Yoshi also at long range, attempting to pressure back Semantic, but he's feeling all of the heat from Lukey. Now the 2-man push is starting to form. We expected this with a Buster on the left side. Semantic looking to pinch in from the right as well. Contact also from the Tick super. Everyone's low, and the final moments ensue.
And now
Semantic
able to get it down to
moment.
a 2v2. Ope, the last hope, reflection, not enough. Humble, just 1 game away.
They can do it. It was flawless on their way here. 3-0s in the group stage, 3-1 earlier, and now possibly another 3-1. But not without a response from SK. SK proved that they are able to take down this long-term composition plan from Humble.
SK Gaming have beaten this squad all year long. And they're gonna have to find a way to drag this one back. Match point now for Humble. Round number 1 of our game 2, and SK Gaming once again on the defensive. Semantic from the long range. Boss on the left-hand end, just easily able to hunker behind these walls. And Lukey, of course, just continuing to lob up some easy mines.
SK Gaming have retreated just like they did in the previous round, this time without even breaking open walls. Joker's also going to go for that curve. By the looks of things, he's actually doing that to get his super this time for some additional survivability, also the wall break that'll keep Boss back, since he is supposed to win in this thrower of 1v1.
Now Yashi knocking an arrow, looking for contact, doesn't make the connection. Boss down to 5,300, but Ope, a walkway on the left-hand end. Super available for Lukey. He's just going to pause.
I really think they should have brought something for Tick. They literally have nothing except for an Angelo Pierce shot.
Hypercharge now from Ope on the left side, sucks in Boss. He's got to use his super.
Oh, Joker died though. Doesn't matter. Yep.
That's damage. That's a kill. Yoshi, the last one alive, looking for whatever he can scrape together, but denied. Humble 1 round away.
The defending world champion and number 2 seed, looking to finally end SK Gaming's run. Opening on the left-hand end. Nice job there from Joker. It's just going to be a slow play here. Ope knows how high the pressure is, has a super, and they're going to have to rely on this Buster to get them in the middle of the map.
Ope also with the super ready to move. He's going to go aggressive, trying to reflect some damage back to Semantic. Also looking to bait out that hypercharge from Lukey. Now he's got it. Hypercharge mines, toppled to the ground. Ope, take it down. Oh, it's a disaster.
3v2 situation. Humble with the numbers here. And now a super chasing down Yoshi. Joker, the last man alive. And he's just running forward. 20-24 pins coming out. 2v1 situation. Joker trying to be the hero that SK Gaming need. 510 HP, curveball gadget, not enough. The fog closing in, Semantic running it down. And the rebellion ends here. The kings of EMEA were able to win the Civil War.
Guess who called the Humble win? Guess who called it? I did call it. I have a 100% hit rate today and yesterday.
Brawl Cup champions.
Oh yeah, let me close our predictions. I mean, let me show them.
Great job, everyone. Great job. Come on, come on.
I'm so close to another legendary drop too in my pro pass. Oh wait, MVP wouldn't be nowhere close enough.
Your champions of the Brawl
But there's
Cup.
like another month of the pro pass, isn't there?
That easy, but then once momentum was going, you guys just picked it up and looked unstoppable.
I mean, I think we're just better at LAN. I don't know. SK always wins in online events, but at LAN it just shows that we're composed, we adapt, we know our stuff, we perform, and when it matters, we're there.
I absolutely love that mentality because being successful and being feared on LAN definitely has its advantages, doesn't it? Now try to put into words what this victory means for you and for the rest of your team, and obviously going forward into the second half of the season.
I mean, this is first and foremost to shush the haters, to say everyone humble is washed. Screw you, man. Like, we're so much better than everyone. Just relax a bit. And then, yeah, it's just an important victory just as well for us, for our ego itself, to show that we're there. We're still good. EMA is on top as well. Like, SK banger team. Like, no, I would not like to share any, I don't know how to say it. Like, SK is the best team to be on the final two of us. That's what I want to say.
I love that. And of course, you have all these fans here at DreamHack Dallas and everyone watching at home as well. Is there anything that you would like to say to them? Maybe give your thanks.
Thank you very much to every single fan. Thank you very much to, like, look at this crowd. They're all screaming humble the whole time. It's absolutely unreal. Thank you, America, for having us. And yeah, that's it. Thank you, everyone.
An absolutely phenomenal performance from you guys. Give it up one more time for humble DreamHack Dallas.
I'm probably gonna play this.
I'm going to keep you guys right here on the stage because I would like to now invite onto the stage some very, very special guests. It is the general manager of Brawl Stars and the gameplay lead of Brawl Stars as well. It's Frank and Adrian to come up here and to dish out all of the medals for our top 3 teams. In third place over here, we of course have Zeta Division securing an LCQ spot for their region. Is there anything that you guys would like to say to your fans?
Thank you very much for supporting us. We'll come back stronger.
Let's give it up one more time for Zeta Division, everybody! I'm going to make my way over here to our second place finisher as well, SK Gaming. Let's hear it for SK Gaming, everyone! Ope, the grand final didn't work out for you, of course, but has this just fueled your fire going into the second half of the season?
We will win next time. That's it.
I like that. That is it. That is all we need to know. And as Frank dishes out the second place medals, I have to say, you played incredibly throughout this entire tournament. Congratulations.
I think I'm just gonna end after this and look for some food.
I know, Lukey, I know you hate it when I start talking to you. But you know what? Is there anything you would like to say as you wear your cool shades?
EMEA on top.
EMEA on top, and that is right, taking first and second place. Congratulations. You guys look good in gold. That's what I've got to say, man. You look good in gold.
Thank you. You too. You look pretty fancy.
Really fancy, thank you so much. And for the final time, as Frank places the final medal on our winning team, let's hear it for our top 3 teams. Zeta Division.
Well, I guess Impact did get a SQ spot. So.
You've been absolutely incredible to all of the players, the talent, and of course to all the production. You've done such a fantastic job. You guys, the fans, have been amazing both here and at home as well. We will see you next time. Until then, see you then.
Ass country music, bro. Oh wait, no, never mind. It's just music. Bro set for life. I wish. It's just music, bro. I don't want to listen to it. Hello, Nan. How have you been? Play the music. I will not be listening to it. I just want to see if like they start talking again. I don't want to listen to this fucking Wild West music, bro. Like it depend. No, it didn't. I tried to get one with Lano's posting it on Twitter, but the people over there are crazy. They get it like literal one frame. ZB81, wow, happy for you. And is your birthday? Happy birthday, Duck Duck. Hopefully you have a good birthday. Okay, surely. Actually, no, I don't even want to test the theory. Who's streaming right now? I'm gonna look for something to eat because I'm hungry. I did not eat today. Actually, I might just find a snack and then take a nap. Oh wait, actually, my mom wants to go somewhere, so maybe I'll actually eat something and then go out. Man, it's lifetime. Like my whole time streaming over like 6 years of being affiliate. It's not anything recent. My recent subs is like 5. This month. Hello, Selena. How was the rest of your stream? Yo, it's expensive out there though, Toko. Thought Melo would be cheap? No. Everything is expensive, Toko. Shit, you want to selling trash cans? They be selling trash cans because it's expensive to replace a trash can. I'm streaming right now. Oh wait, there's an ad break. Let's get a little bit more money because I'm broke. I was gonna see if Cycles was still streaming, but he already ended. Who else? I thought Ray Dog. Is Val Mobile coming soon? I think it's supposed to, maybe. I don't know. Broke Boy. The streamer here is the Broke Boy. So, like viewers, like streamer. I guess we get ready to dock. Ooh, almost heard my voice. That would have been disgusting. It's over. Yeah, literally just ended. A good day, you too, Duck Duck. Disgusting, yes. I'll rate out after this ad break is done because I'm actually broke. Look, Duck Duck. Wait, don't isn't your other Twitch account VIP? Or is it not? Oh, I'm gonna have to remove for VIP, huh? Oh, that's so unfortunate. Wait, didn't you say you're Armin, Duck Duck? Or are there two Armins? Officially Unk now? Happy birthday, Fahim. Did the big 20? Happy birthday, Unk. One Twitch account? I swear there's an Armin Twitch account too. It's all downhill, bro. It's been downhill. Okay, let's read a doc. I've not had any good luck since just over a year ago now. Okay, let's get this raid going. Appreciate you for hanging out with me. I might be on tonight if I'm awake. We'll see what happens.